Charity hunt, we're digging deep, no time to front. Mining for star stones while we raise some dough. A fun competition, let's put on a show. Streamer versus streamer, the journey unfolds. Sabotages and incentives, stories untold. We're all in this together, united we stand, making a difference.
Life is for friends who do stuff together. Do it for you and me.
It gets better, is here to tell the truth. Good luck to all the streamers. Remember, this is for our LGBT youth members. Mine for star stones, let's dig it up. Shining bright like a ruby in the rough. In this charity hunt, we'll make it count. Having a blast while we raise money from around. In this world so vast, we dig through layers of time, uncovering hidden jewels, a treasure so hard to find. We're raising money for a cause, a charity with a heart. It gets better, spreading love and hope with no pause. Fighting for our gay and trans youth. It gets better, is here to tell the truth. Good luck to all the streamers. Remember, this is for our LGBT youth members. Mine for star stones, let's dig it up. Shining bright like a ruby in the rough. In this charity hunt, we'll make it count. Having a blast while we raise money from around. In this world so vast, we dig through layers of time. Uncovering hidden jewels, a treasure so hard to find. We're raising money for a cause, a charity with a heart. It gets better, spreading love and hope with no pause. Fighting for our gay and trans youth. It gets better, is here to tell the truth. Good luck to all the streamers. Remember, this is for our LGBT youth members. Fun, mining for star stones while we raise some dough. A fun competition, let's put on a show. Streamer versus streamer, the journey unfolds. Sabotages and incentives, stories untold. We're all in this together, united we stand, making a difference, letting in a difference, lending a helping hand. Fighting for our gay and trans youth. It gets better, is here to tell the truth. Good luck to all the streamers. Remember, this is for our LGBT youth members. Mine for star stones, let's dig it up. Shining bright like a ruby in the rough. In this charity hunt, we'll make it count. Having a blast while we raise money from around. In this world so vast, we dig through layers of time, uncovering hidden jewels, a treasure so hard to find. We're raising money for a cause, a charity with a heart. It gets better, spreading love and hope with no pause. Fighting for our gay and trans youth. It gets better, is here to tell the truth. Good luck to all the streamers. Remember, this is for our LGBT youth members.
Lascia Sacralangel has joined the castle.
Mine for star stones, let's dig it up. Shining bright like a ruby in the rough. In this charity hunt, we'll make it count. Having a blast while we raise money from around. In this world so vast, we dig through layers of time. Uncovering hidden jewels, a treasure so hard to find. We're raising money for a cause, a charity with a heart. charity hunt. We're digging deep, no time to front. Mining for star stones while we raise some dough. A fun competition, let's put on a show. Streamer versus streamer, the journey unfolds. Sabotages and incentives, stories untold. We're all in this together, united we stand. Making a difference, letting in a difference, lending a helping hand. Fighting for our gay and trans youth. It gets better, is here to tell the truth. Good luck to all the streamers. Remember, this is for our LGBT youth members. Mine for star stones, let's dig it up. Shining bright like a ruby in the rough. In this charity hunt, we'll make it count. Having a blast while we raise money from around. In this world so vast, we dig through layers of time, uncovering hidden jewels, a treasure so hard to find. We're raising money for a cause, a charity with a heart. It gets better, spreading love and hope with no pause. Fighting for our gay and trans youth. It gets better, is here to tell the truth. Good luck to all the streamers. Remember, this is for our LGBT youth members. Mine for star stones, let's dig it up. Shining bright like a ruby in the rough. In this charity hunt, we'll make it count. Having a blast while we raise money from around. In this world so vast, we dig through layers of time. Uncovering hidden jewels, a treasure so hard to find. We're raising money for a cause, a charity with a heart. It gets better, spreading love and hope with no pause. Fighting for our gay and trans youth. It gets better, is here to tell the truth. Good luck to all the streamers. Remember, this is for our LGBT youth members. In the great Palia charity hunt, we're digging deep, no time to front. Mining for star stones while we raise some dough. A fun competition, let's put on a show. Streamer versus streamer, the journey unfolds. Sabotages and incentives, stories untold. We're all in this together, united we stand, making a difference.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, whatever time frame it is for you. Welcome in, y'all. How are we doing today? It is our last streamer round of the Great Palia Charity Hunt. Are you all excited? Are y'all ready for our final round of streamers? Today we have Ozzy. We have a little Ginger, we have MK90, and we have DomanarSlugg. Unfortunately, Freya is not feeling well and is unable to join us today. But we send our wishes and hope that they get to feeling better very soon. But we are here. We're going to have some great time. We're going to have some fun. And we're going to enjoy ourselves today. Also, just so you all are aware, because we have an open spot on my screen, I've decided to put the cam to use. We're going to show off our specialty awards along with our trophy for our Grand Championship winner, which will be July 18th. So you get to see all of that today while we are competing, plus all of the ribbons from all of the subs that we've gotten today, all of the regular subs today, all of the stickers from the gifted subs and the raids have been updated as well. Let's move on over to the screen and check everybody out. Check it all out. All 4 of our streamers are live. They are up and running. Hello, everybody. What's up, y'all? What's up? So as you can see over there, we got some trophies. And if you can tell, they're all different. Oh, it's Monday. I have to do it. Oh, you are right. It's Monday. I did not do that last night. So let me get into Palia real quick. And get my plot up. I forgot it was a new day. And I did not get reminded last night to do it. Because I forgot about the new thing. So I updated the plot. Oh, Palia. Let's get in here and then get my plot up on the screen. Or updated. Anyways, how is everybody else doing? You see those lovely trophies though? Look, we got a Jasper trophy. We've got a sapphire, an amethyst, a ruby, or not a ruby, an emerald, a citrine, a garnet. Those are all of our specialty awards. Get your form. Form for what? Cinderella. And then of course you got the Grand Championship trophy there as well. Mod help. That would be a question for Kathy, Princess Cat. She's the one that handles our mods. Kathy, did you get another form? Waiting on Palia to load up. No, you're breathtaking. You, Albus, is breathtaking. I'm sorry it's not popping up on the screen. I do not have it set up over here. Look at me, I failed at something. Forgot it was a new week. Patience. Patience, streamers. I'm working on it. I'm working on it. Also, if y'all did notice, we got something new today. Down here in the corner, right above the rocks mining deal, we have the in-game time now on our screen. So we know what time it is in the game. All right, it is on the board. It is up. It's on the board. They should be able to head to it now. Y'all want to let all of the streamers know they are able to get to my board now, to my plot, It is up. My bad. I'm sorry. I did get to see a little bit of the deal today. What's the new trophy category? What are you talking about? Well, it's just to show you that the blue marker is the trophies. That's why it says trophies there. I just want to let you know what that screen is. Because we do not have a streamer on that. So, but yeah, these are all of the specialty award trophies that we've got for this year. There are 7 specialty trophies made, and thank you again to Lilu Paz for helping with the design work on them. As you can see, you got a Jasper, you have an Aquamarine, a Citrine, an Emerald, a Sapphire, and an Amethyst, and a Garnet. So those are our specialty awards. We'll be giving those out tomorrow during the Great Palia Charity Hunt round, my round, the solo round. So yes, thank you again for our sponsors. Elder Gay Guy for helping us pay for all these trophies. And then Lilu Paz, aka Vanilla Crafting, for designing and making the trophies. And then, of course, don't forget Princess Jen, who helped with the funds for all of our mystery outfits. All right, have we released all of our stuff in Tiltify? Lindsay's everything ready to go? 1v1, I'll take you on. No. I'm going to try to see if I can't beat that top score. Speaking of charity rank, will get you our top 5 at this current moment. There's a community that sabotaged the most trophy. What's the command for the form? There you go, love. There is the form to sign up to volunteer as a charity mod. All right, let me go in and say hello to everybody in the Discord because we are a little behind. So let me say hello. Hello, lovely streamers. How are you all today?
I'm doing good.
Hi.
Hello.
I apologize. I may have forgot that it's a Monday and I had to re-put my plot up on the board.
You're
No
all
worries.
good.
It's okay.
Oh my-
Hello.
I'll just adjust some volumes.
Yes.
Because some of our friends are really loud for me.
It's me. I'm loud. I'm sorry.
You're all good.
Oh,
Here.
I gotta do some turn down too.
All right. If you all don't know already or can't see, unfortunately, Freya is unable to join us today. They are sick and have not been able to leave the bathroom, so they will not be with us for the competition. So just the 4 of y'all.
Let's go.
Let's hope
But
Freya will go back to health pretty soon.
yeah. But with her
Yeah.
gone, I was able to put on the camera and show off the Grand Championship trophy for the whole event and our specialty
Gotcha.
awards.
Oh, cool.
That we'll be giving away tomorrow. So don't forget, y'all want to come out tomorrow and see me do my solo round. I'll be giving away some specialty awards. We'll officially be announcing our top 5 streamers that are participating in the Grand Championship round on the 18th. If any of you all
Exciting.
want to make it into that top 5, you got to get at least a 308 or higher.
Ooh,
To
that's
Oh, wow.
get into that
quite
top
high.
5, just so you are aware.
That's quite high.
It's a
A lot of
high bar
points.
on the points, but you know, we'll see.
We can do it.
You never know.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
never know. But beware, because Never Trust the Living's community is ready to hold you all back. So they're trying to keep Never on that top 5. So we'll see.
All right, Never is number 5 right
Never
now.
is 5th place at 308.
Okay.
So
Good.
if you want to get in that top 5, you gotta kick her out.
We'll work on
Yeah,
that.
I highly
challenge-
doubt I will. 'Cause
Challenge
that's
accepted.
square way too much.
Not so
Yeah,
true.
308's a
Challenge
tough number.
accepted.
I mean, it's definitely doable. I mean, our top 10, nobody is below 300 in our top 10 overall for the last 2 years and a month now. So it is definitely doable. It just takes, community help and RNGesus to love you, and the twist to love you. So it's possible.
I know that Aaron Jesus loves me with with Starbucks, so it will be fun.
Well, I mean, the Starbucks has been the kryptonite of June 2026 Great Palia Charity Hunt. So we'll see. All right,
Even though it's gonna be
let's go
my
over a
turn.
few housekeeping stuff and try to get some stuff going. Don't forget, again, no pets. Pets are not allowed in this event. Just so we can make sure it's fair, because some people have no pet carrier ability, some have 4, some have 8, some have 12. So just to be fair, we're just saying no pets, period. Don't forget that the horse riding ability is not available until you get it. It is a $30 donation, but once you get that $30 donation, it is done. For the rest of the round, you can have your horse. Same goes for slime potions. If you want slime potions for Elderwood area, that is also there as well. Keep in mind, both those will go half off at halftime. And so instead of $30 for the horse ability, it'll go down to $15 for halftime, because you're only getting half the time to be able to use it. And then slime potion is $20, and then it'll be $10 at the halftime. So keep that in mind for those. Let's see. Make sure that your community can hear Discord, so this way they can hear when I give out sabotage incentives. They know what's going on in the game and everything like that. Especially if they purchase something, they want to be able to, hear it themselves coming out and going out to wherever it's going out to. Keeping that in mind, communities, if you are going to donate, please, for the love of RNGesus or whoever you want to pray to, put in the comment section when you check out who the sabotage and incentive is going to. If you're giving out more, so if you're giving out some sabotages and some incentives, I need to know all of them, of who's going to what. If not, you will get called into the principal's office, aka my stream, and you'll have to tell me there who gets it. Just because, we gotta know. I have to know who's getting what. If I don't get any response, it'll either go into the void. If it's a sabotage, it'll go into the void probably. But if it's a donation or a gift, I will then end up just having my Alexa tell me who gets it. So beware. Just makes it easier to just use the comment section and let us know who it goes to. This is our last round of streamers. We are now at $32,570.69. My goal is $35,000 by the end of my round tomorrow. So I need y'all to do as good as possible. Help me out so that I'm all by my lonesome. So y'all, I need help so we can get this to 35,000. Trying to think if there's anything else. I really need to make a checklist for this, and I keep forgetting to do a checklist. Do y'all have any questions, comments, or concerns real quick?
Not on my end.
Okay.
I think I'm okay.
I think I'm good.
All right. Don't forget, y'all. Go ahead.
I have one question about the plushies, because I've heard that the rainbow plushies can give us some points. How does it work?
Yes. So there are open twists that are already activated. So you have the rainbow set. If you get one of every stone in the game, except for the sunstone, because it came out after we started this event, you will get a 20-point bonus. I want to make sure I'm not, a 20-point bonus. The rainbow plushies, because it's Pride Month, so if you get a rainbow kitsu, a rainbow frog, or a rainbow fish plushie, you will get a 30-point bonus. It only works once, so you can't get a rainbow kitsu, get 30 points, and then get a rainbow frog and get another 30 points. One of the three will get you 30 points. That's period.
And it's across the streamers. So if I'll get the rainbow something, I'll get 30 points. And for example, if Emtia get one, she'll
That's
get
correct.
2.
Yep, it's
right?
all individual.
Okay, perfect.
Yep. It's not a first come, first serve item. Also, keep in mind for kitsus, any of the 3 kitsus, if you get one, please let me know immediately. I have an in-game wheel, or in real life wheel. I spin that wheel. It's got a list of sabotages and incentives on it. Whatever it lands on, I will let that streamer know what it lands on, and they will get to decide who gets that incentive and sabotage, whether it's them or any of the other streamers. So that's kind of the extra push of those kitsus. So let us know immediately for those. And then keep in mind throughout the event, I will unlock other twists for you all. So just make sure, again, nobody's gotten their piles today. I would say the gifting stations, but it's not an issue with the gifting stations because unfortunately, we have a baby over here that hasn't gotten it done. The gifting
Sorry.
station's done yet. The gifting stations won't be a twist today because I try to make it fair. It's not fair to do a twist that somebody doesn't have access to. But the piles are definitely going to be up for grabs. And then, of course, we have other twists and stuff that might happen throughout the event. Any other comments, questions, or concerns?
About the Moji Market.
It will not be activated today.
Okay.
The only reason why I won't make that a twist at all today is because it does end at midnight.
Okay.
Makes sense, yeah.
Well, actually, it ended much earlier last time. I don't remember what time it ended, but it ended in the middle of our event.
I think on my end it will be around 11 p.m. So yeah.
So, okay. Last but not least, before we get started, I'm gonna do intros so that everyone can know who we are, who we're watching, and everything else. So we're gonna start with our orange box. Also, thank you, Emika, for all of these lovely borders. We're gonna start with our orange box, which is Ozzy. So tell us a little bit about you.
Ozzy, you're muted. Oh.
Hi, my name is. Oh, I can't talk. Word, please, Mother Umbra. I am the demon prince Osmodius Heartfelt of the Helliverse, and I am a kind of cozy, not so cozy variety streamer, and I do a little bit of Infinity Nikki, RuneScape, even though those 2 are on the back burner right now since Palia is the hyper focus. My pronouns are she, her, and he, him. And I am proudly, for Pride Month, bisexual and by gender.
Thank
And
you.
that is my cute little self.
All right, we'll go to Little Ginger or Ho Daddy.
Oh, hi. Hello, darlings. Today I'm just a ginger daddy. But yeah, usually I'm little ginger. I go by she, her pronouns. And yeah, I love playing Palia. I'm streaming for charity for the first time ever. I'm very honored to be here on June. And yes, I'm very excited for Smashing Rocks, of course, because I'm a ginger daddy. Thank you.
I look at you right now, and my brain is like, this is exactly what Elvis would look like if he was a Palian.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I love it.
Hello.
Okay, moving on to our green today, which will be M.
Hi, I'm Emtia, but yeah, people call me M because it's easier. She, her pronouns. I'm from Poland, live in England. I love coffee. I love all of the cozy games. And yeah, I love Palia. That is like the most game which I'm streaming right now.
Love it. Blue is our trophies. There's nobody there. Okay, those are our trophies, and the ribbons from all the subs today, and the stickers are all of the raids and gifted subs I've been getting this month. By the way, y'all haven't been able to see it all month because there's no space on my stream for it, but today we're gonna put it there for you. And then I do love the points graphics, by the way, for both of you all. I may be reaching out to you, Ginger, by the way, if you don't mind giving up those graphics.
No worries, of course. I'd love to share.
With an edit, because we have to change something for after this month is up. After tomorrow, there'll be another stone available
Nice.
for
Let's
the
go.
charity hunt. But we'll
Perfect.
chat. I saw both of them. I love both of them, but I think that Gingers will be more universal if streamers have an opportunity to use it, if you're up to it. So we'll
Sure.
talk. We'll talk.
We can chat about that.
Yeah.
I can share you Canva and
I
such.
love it.
That's all good.
I love it from both of y'all. I love them. Okay, and then last but not least, our purple today over on the side is Slug. Go ahead.
Hello, I'm DomanarSlugg. It's a pleasure to meet all of you. I go by Dom or Slug, whichever you prefer. He, him pronouns. I'm from California, and this is my second time participating in the event. I'm very excited and honored to be here with you all. So, thanks for having me.
Mainly a Sea of Thieves streamer.
But I've fallen in love with the
but-
cozy genre. Fallen back in love with it, and I'm starting to stream Palia a lot more. But yeah, I normally stream Sea of Thieves and a few other games here and there. But I really love this game. It's amazing. I'm in awe every time I play it.
All right, so those are all of our streamers today. Are all of y'all on my plot? I think so. Yeah, I think I see everybody on my plot. All right. So if you all will go ahead and head to the board, in the gazebo, there is a travel board in the gazebo. And then you'll just go to click on it, so it'll have the menu open on it. But don't go anywhere yet. Also a quick shout out, just so you all know, again, thank you to all of our sponsors. I said it off stream, but I haven't said it with you all in there. A big shout out to Elder Gay Guy, who paid for all of the trophies to be made for us this year. Shout out to Vanilla Crafting, aka Lilu Paws, who did all the design work and the printing of all of our trophies. And then Princess Jen, aka J Allen 445, who donated the funds for all of our mystery outfit giveaways. Because we will be doing a halftime mystery outfit giveaway at the halftime, where we do a 10-minute break. And then the winner of the round will also get a mystery outfit as well.
Ooh, nice.
All right, we do this by hour. So at the when we get to 1 hour, we will take a short break, check your inventories, make sure that everything looks good, and make sure our mods are up to date. Other than that, are you all ready to get it going?
I'm so ready. Let's go.
Let's go.
y'all.
Let's go.
Huzzah!
Wait for my timer to pop up on me. You all may begin. Good luck. And then community, those rewards and sabotages incentives are all activated and up now on the Tiltify. So we can get some twerking Kenyatas going and get some money raised. Make sure you ask your streamers what they want. They may have specific things they might want. Their horse ability might be a good thing to have, or some orca persist, or a sneeze or two, whatever works. Good luck, y'all. All right, y'all. We are off and ready to go. Let's check in on our streamers. We're gonna start here in for
What would
yellow
you like to cost
or
with
ginger.
your donation?
Give me 1 second.
You can let Amanda know that you donated $10 today, like before the beginning of
little
the,
fan
of the
going.
hunt.
Little bit
And
of
then
or
you can let
sample,
them
yes.
know what would you like to cost with it. And all of the incentives, they gift or sabotage. Oh, April, you know me. I would like to win, but if you'd like to cause the chaos, you can choose the chaos. It should still
And
show
also,
up
just a
for Amanda.
reminder
Yes,
for
yes,
the community,
exactly. It
if you
will be
don't know
visible,
what you
right?
want to
Oh,
give, but you
first
still want to
Jasper,
give
let's
something,
go.
we do have a
And also just a
$30
reminder
random
for the
chaos.
community, if
You hit that dono, and I will spin a wheel, and it has all the sabotage and incentives for every streamer or all streamers. That dono, and I will spin a wheel, and it has all the sabotage and incentives for every streamer or all streamers.
So yes, congrats, Deja Vu. You've
Yeah,
got
I
the,
feel that, Cinderella. It
plushie,
is
giveaway. You
92
won the
right now,
giveaway.
but it feels like
Let me know, Deja Vu, is
104
there any specific
outside.
plushie that you'd like to win from that picture? Maybe some Kitsu, maybe anything else. Like, let me know. Maybe gem plushie. Okay. I'll try to not to hover
Yes.
over my
Are
screen
we
just in
ready?
case it
Jen, are
will
you
have
good to go live?
any
And I'll
gemstones
unlock
here.
the stones.
Welcome and thank you for the follow.
Was that a
Welcome,
yeah
my
in
friend.
person?
Today we are raising the money for charity for It Gets Better. I'm
Yeah,
a part
okay.
of the hunt right now. We're smashing rocks. Hello, darling.
All right. It has been
John
unlocked.
Plushie, let's go, let's go.
You can
Thank you so
mind
much,
your
Dejavu.
rock
So
here.
after the hunt, after the competition, if you'd like
Thank
to
you for
pick
the
it up today,
follow.
we
I
can do it today.
appreciate
If not,
that. Welcome
today we can do it,
in.
the other day. Thank you so much. And
Let me see
congrats
what
on
I
that,
get
Dejavu.
today.
Congrats. So Apple Plushie Jam goes to Dejavu. And yes, here, thank you, April.
Ooh, I gotta start
Here
Onyx
are all
today.
incentives, so you can, like, this is the written instruction. You can see what you can cause, the sabotages, the incentives, the random.
All right, we already
kills,
got some
all of the
silver
amounts
going
of
out
money,
here.
And the link is on top
Slug
of the chat
has
to
got
the
2
Tilted
pieces.
site.
M
You
got 1 piece.
can,
That's why they
give
got
me
20
something
and the
specific,
15
or you can
points.
sabotage me or any other streamer. You can also, help others. Ooh, let's go, big silver.
Let's check in on
So
MK
you can
here and see how
sabotage.
M is
Oh,
doing.
the first one, Citron. Let's go. Let's go.
Points
like, I
already
think with the
flowing,
first
y'all.
goal of the
Points are
50
already
we'll be okay.
flowing.
We'll just get it.
Points
But
are flowing,
I hope we'll
but
get
those
more, 'cause I
donos
want to give
are
away some
not.
of
Let's get
those
some
plushies.
donos
Okay, there's
in, y'all.
nothing. There is something. I can see something over there. Let's go. Any stones here? Of course, friends, you know me. You know my luck. So every time when I'm just going into any of the mobs, everything is just disappearing in front of me. Try to keep your ore on the front page for me. And I think that goes to the next page. Okay, no worries. I saw it.
Lost in the principal office for not ready. No,
Never
no, you're good.
I'll just try to keep
Okay.
gold,
I
silver,
thank you
and
for that, April.
platinum on,
I will
on
get that
in
out.
front, so it will be easier for you. I'll try to, of
All right,
course,
y'all. We
adjust
did have
all
a
of everything,
donation come
so
in
it will be
before
much,
we
much easier for
started
you.
today, and it was a already a sabotage. So M, if I can get you to go talk to the nearest NPC,
it was a
please.
sabotage.
So
Ooh.
M,
I'm
if I can get you to
coming.
talk to the nearest NPC, please.
I'm coming. Which one will be the nearest one? Let's check. Ooh. We're so close.
Don,
We
just
are
talking
so
with
close. Friends, we'll have an
Cheney.
outbreak, unfortunately.
Thank you kindly.
Don, just talking with Cheney.
Thank you kindly.
Why do you have always so long conversations with me when I don't want to do it? Already, yes. Like, I know that people just love to sabotage me, and I love it. Like, you know what, friends? I don't mind it. Completely don't mind it because it's going for the good cause. So, sabotage me how much you want. Like, if we'll not get enough of points for giving away all of the plushies, it is okay. We are just helping. We're just helping right now. So, that is the most important part. Kitty is so pretty. Yes, yes, I know. She's so cute. And this. Oh, you've got already the badge. I was thinking you're talking. Like, yeah, you're talking about Milka. Let's go. You got as the first the badge of the watching. Let's go. We're here to have fun today. And who doesn't love a good sabotage? Like I'm sabotaging myself, not the stone. That's so true. Like for me. I don't have to win. I just want to have fun. Thank you for the
right, little Ginger just got gifted a piece of platinum.
It is the most
Let's go.
important
Thank
part.
you so
Little
much.
Ginger just got gifted a piece of platinum.
Ooh,
Let's go.
nice.
Thank you so much.
Nice. Let's go. And we're just collecting money for a really good cause, so I'm really happy with that. I'm really, really happy with that. That is the most important part. That is why we're doing that, right? And I'm just curious.
Checking on Slug here.
I had the
Yeah,
wrong pickaxe,
Slug's
but I got the
doing.
most silver. So I've been, for about a year now, I've been like, I'm known as the Silver Slug. So the Silver Slug shall mine again. If I get silver again, I'm going to be so pumped, but probably not. But we're just having fun. We're chilling. We're vibing, raising money for a good cause, and worked out too. I don't have to go back to work till tomorrow. My vacation officially ends today. And I get
Crash! It's going good. It's going good. This is our last round of streamers from the month. And right now we have raised over the whole month $32,580.69. Crazy. It's been an amazing, amazing month. We're working towards 35. What can I get for 1 penny? My love
Bahari Bay.
and appreciation and a band, because that 1 penny would change the 69
You know
cents.
what? That's a smashing idea. I don't know why I didn't go there before. Which is yes, this way. Because I don't think you get anything for copper.
All right, let's go and check in on Ozzy. Ozzy's being really quiet,
Say
though,
when-
so. Queen, hello, love. Welcome in. How are you doing? Ooh, an aquamarine today. Nice. Ozzy's being really
Here,
quiet.
right?
Let's go over and talk
It
to
just
the
meant to be.
Ginger.
It meant to be. If they will want me again here, we'll go with these charity hunts more. Because I love that. Ginger was made for this kind of competition. Yes, exactly. Oh, there's the.
Sorry, hello, love.
distraction.
Welcome in. Sleepy AF.
But other plushies
I'm
they
doing
do not
alright.
count. So
Amethyst
the
is
booty
your
plush-
first stone.
Whoa, let's go, another quartz.
Nice.
The booty
Ooh, we got an
plush will not be
amethyst.
included into
That's 5 points added to
anything,
the
so
chat.
Let's just ignore. It's hard to say no. Ginger daddy, you mean? Yes, the ginger daddy is just born to smash. To get all of the rocks.
Oh, yeah, so don't forget again. So today is our last round with streamers, but tomorrow I'll be here
Oh, and I
doing
know
my
that we can also
my
smash the
rounds.
clay, and there's
Y'all
not
will
a
get
lot
to
of
incentivize and
gems that we can get from there,
sabotage
so-
me as I
Yeah,
try to beat
let's go. Give me
that
rocks.
top score. Right now it's 500 and something. I don't think I'll beat it, but we're gonna try. We're gonna try our
Okay,
best.
hopefully we'll get some silver. And I know that we can travel like unless we are grounded or like sent specifically to different like maps, we
Ram!
can just
Hi,
switch in between
Ramrod.
them as many times as we want.
Speaking of
right?
which,
We can switch
y'all,
from
just so you know, I'm
here,
gonna
for
announce it right
example, during the
now.
first hour
Well,
into
after I
the other
sneeze.
map, like to the Elderwood, for example. Okay, perfect. Thank you, Angel.
Ramrod will be our unofficial official host
Probably I should
tomorrow.
ignore these.
So Ramrod will
But at
be
same
in the
time, you know,
Discord,
what if I'll get the
yelling
Jasper
out
from
all of
from
the
this and it will
sabotages and
restart?
incentives
I
that
think
will be
that,
coming in
it's
tomorrow
not
while
that
I'm doing my
important, it's
rounds.
just
So,
two smashes, like per
shout
block.
out to
And then have a
Ram.
quick one, so
Sure, they'll
save them
have
all.
plenty of fun with that.
And yeah, I've got a tip and trick from Kohaku that we should climb on top of the hills. So probably I should climb up and check. But first, let's check.
Oh,
around
that'll be
here.
exciting.
Anything there? Not really. Nothing. Okay. Let's go. Everything, lots of citrine and quartz stones. Yes, exactly. And yeah, sometimes 1 point can make a difference. Let's look around everywhere. Here.
Don't forget, y'all, let's
It
get
will be
those
a nighttime,
donations.
so I
Oh,
guess
did
during the
Ozzy
night
just
we will not go
crash?
to the Elderwood. Maybe we can go to the Highland, but without the horse.
Starting
it
a
would be,
timer for
you know,
Ozzy. We'll give
the
them more
distance
time
is
if they get up.
so far. Ooh, citron.
Refresh.
Probably, maybe I will go there, but not yet. Let's just stay here. Okay, let's just climb
Alright, we're
up
good.
there. Look around. I should make a loop, but
We are
I'm too proud.
good.
Oh, and I need to remember to not pick up
Today,
any
by the way,
damage
is the
file,
last
anything at all, 'cause
day. The
it's,
last day to get your
like,
creator
it will be
badges.
included into some kind of
So if you have not been watching streams this past
activities
few
during the stream,
days, you're
during the
probably not
competition.
going to get that
So I just
Great Paleo Charity
cannot
Hunt badge,
go by
as you have
mistake, pick it
to
up.
watch 8 hours of
Oh,
stream
look
this
at the
month.
rock over there. Okay, let's get to
But also, The
Great to
crown
find some
badge
silver.
is still available also for 2 gifted subs. Emmy, hi Emmy,
If
and
you know the way,
Danny,
you can do.
hello,
Of
and
course, it's fun to
Jekka,
smash frogs, but it
hello.
would be
Welcome
great to
in,
also
y'all.
know,
Welcome
like,
in, everybody.
Amanda, every hour, Amanda will let us know how's the score going on. Okay.
Okay, y'all. I'm just
So we
saying,
have 2
Kenyatta
black cards, we
is
have the
refreshed
star and
and
3
ready to
different
twerk.
frogs.
We got to get her twerking. So we got to get those donations in and raise that money
get
for It Gets
her.
Better. Let's get some
Let's get
sabos,
her
some incentives,
twerking.
and get some donos in. Let's go, y'all.
Let's get her twerking.
Never. Hi, love. Let's go, y'all. By the way, y'all, I have released and shown off the specialty awards.
Also, like, the visuals.
We'll be giving those
So
out tomorrow, so make sure you guys pop in tomorrow during my round
what's going on with
and see who is going to receive these specialty awards. We got the Jasper Award, the Aquamarine Award, the Citrine Award, the Garnet Award, the Emerald Award, the Amethyst Award, and the Sapphire Award. Going to be given out tomorrow during my event. Ada, hello, love. Thank you for the 7 stream streak. I appreciate that. Welcome in.
Circle them up, the notes
And
will spawn better by the time you get back to this site. That's a good idea,
let's
Angel. Thank
check
you so,
in
so
on
much.
M over here.
Kenyatta. Is there any stone? I think there is a stone. The funny part is,
Paul
I knew it.
hello.
I just knew it.
Did I miss you
Friends,
coming
like,
in? Did I miss
me
Pulse
and
you coming
Ginger,
in?
we're both from Europe.
Is it for who collected the most? That might be
It
one,
is
maybe.
just taking us to the same
I'm not gonna
the
tell
same
you what the
server. So
awards
I
are
knew
for
that
yet.
we'll
Those
just
will be
find
announced
Ginger somewhere
tomorrow.
over
But
here. But no
we've
worries,
looked through
friends,
and
we
figured
are
out
not
some
cheating.
things that we
just,
wanted to
like,
give out
we
awards
are
for.
prone to the same server. I'll
You
go
just
to
snagged the
different
Daily Rock?
directions.
Ah,
I've been
gotcha. I
over
missed
there
it.
already.
I missed it. But welcome in, everybody. Welcome in.
Great, you're over a master mode. So it's nothing new. I know. Like, Kohaku is everywhere, and I love that. Kohaku is just supporting every person. Like,
Hopefully,
maybe not every,
we can
but
get some funds
loads of
in
them.
today.
Loads of them.
I'm trying. I would
And
love to
you
get to
know what is the funny
35,000
part,
by the
friends,
end of
right
my
now?
round
My
tomorrow.
finger is going straight
I
to
was
the earth
gonna
to
raise
grab the
it up.
horse, and I need to stop myself because I can't do it. I can't do it. Like, maybe someone will donate by any chance, but it is hard if
For
you're
what,
not used
love?
to it.
Moose.
I think Ginger, the master.
Make sure, what my goal is, I was gonna raise it up to
Do you think
40,000
you're
for the
gonna
Grand
have too
Championship
much
round,
time?
but Chili
Ginger
McChee
is
told me
so
I
busy
should
with
raise it
her
to
streaming,
50,000, so
so
we might
it's hard to
raise
mood.
it
Like, for
up to
me, even,
50,000.
it's really hard to mode on Ginger's stream too. Because
The awards will be throughout the whole event.
So we are lurking
So
on
probably
each
during the
other's
pause
streams,
moments, I'll
but
probably
we
give
don't
away
have
an
too much
award or
time.
two. We'll give away a
It's
few
like
awards at the
nature, that's
beginning,
true.
and then kind of just
That's
throughout the
so
whole thing.
true.
I'll give out awards.
That's so freaking true. Nice. There is
Hello,
nothing.
Unicorn Hobbit. How are
Oh
you
my
doing,
goodness.
love?
Don't stuck on anything. Ooh, stone. So as for now, 2 citrons. Not so bad. Not so
Good.
bad.
I'm good.
Like, I know this time will
Moose.
pass really quick.
I love seeing all of these Great Palia Charity Hunt badges
There is a stone.
in the chat. Makes me happy to see that y'all have been in and supporting multiple rounds and hanging out for the Great Palia Charity Hunt.
Quite a lot of problems with the server locks, and sometimes when I'm picking up something, the bug is staying on the floor. That is the issue. There is only one stream I hit the rate for that. I'm not a bot. Really?
Ben,
Really?
Ben is here, y'all.
Like,
Welcome
I
in.
don't
Thank you for
know
the
how
stream
many
streak. I
streams you're
appreciate
going
that.
with. Oh no, I'll not get there. And there is a... oh, never mind.
Checking on Slug here. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. We're on our last streamer round. It's been quiet. Kenyatta has only twerked once during the start of this event. So I'm hoping we get some more twerking Kenyatas here soon. Get some donations in and raise some money for this amazing cause today. I've also don't know if y'all noticed, but we now have the in-game
Note those
time
activities.
added to our thing now, which is exciting. Hi, Bossy. Back from laundry. You haven't missed much, Cindy.
Here we go.
Cinda, you've not missed much. We do love a good twerk.
It's
We
always
do. But yeah, we now have the in-game time on our
wine.
screen. Thank you to Feisty for that info.
Probably be a smart thing to do. Those are the ruins. Mines.
Ooh, looking for a dust gray today, huh?
Northwest.
I mean, just like, I'm like rocking, y'all. I'm sorry.
You know what?
I don't know if you saw my message before, but I wanted to thank you for the mystery fit.
We'll give that.
I can't remember the name, but it was super cute. It was cute. What was it for you? I don't even remember either. I've been giving them out. But absolutely, congratulations on winning the mystery outfit at the halftime. Here and ready to defend 5th place, but good luck to all the streamers. We'll see. We'll see. I don't know. I mean, we haven't gotten much donations yet, so I don't know. It was created by well-known Palia community member. Thank you, Feisty, for that info. I do appreciate that. Do you like the little GIF I put next to it? My Palia in-game time GIF? I was like, I need something to put next to it.
There we go. That's what I'm talking about.
The only problem I have is I'm gonna have to go. Elder! With your love and support, we're here to stay. Shout out to the streamer. Thank you for the rain. Let's have some fun streaming throughout the day. Hello, I'm Amanda Lay. How you doing today? With your love and support, we're here to stay. Shout out to the streamer. Thank you for the rain. Let's have some fun streaming throughout the day.
Wow.
Welcome in, Elder. How was your
Good thing nobody's
stream,
watching.
love? Oh, I gotta get this out. Hold on 1 second here. All right, y'all. We've got a piece of gold headed to Ozzy. All right, y'all. We've got a piece of gold headed to Ozzy. Look at these beautiful trophies that you helped pay for, Elder. These are all of our specialty awards, and of course the Grand Championship Award in the center there. The racers, they're doing. We have started. We're 20 minutes in. 20 minutes in. We've gotten a little bit of donations so far, but, you know, it's still early. It's still very early in the day.
It's all part of the plan.
Again, those that are coming in, most of you all probably already know who I am, as I'm in Elder Stream all the time, but my name is Amanda. I'm a drag queen. I'm not in drag very often in streams, but we play a lot of Palia. And we are obviously the creator of the Great Palia Charity Hunt, which is what you are watching right now. Where we've got 4 amazing streamers today going against each other. There are all of the 4 links for our streamers today competing. This is our last round
Guide me.
before I do my solo round tomorrow. And we'll be giving away the specialty awards tomorrow. We'll be officially announcing our top 5. Heading into our Grand Championship round in July 18th. So tomorrow will be a fantastic day. I have some announcements to do tomorrow as well. I'm unlocking, I'm revealing some brand new Charity Hunt merch tomorrow. It's going to be a great stream tomorrow as well.
We don't need no stinking mine.
Woo! We're listening in on Slug right now, which is in the purple. But let's move on over. Let's move to Ozzy for a minute. I gotta up Ozzy. Give me 1 second here. Properties.
Honestly, at this point, I am
Let's refresh them up a little higher.
Ruby and Amethyst, so I can get the heck out of this lab.
I know, a new patch on Monday, which is so weird. So weird that we're having it on Monday. It's gonna throw me off. I don't know what my work schedule looks like, so I can't even say if I'm gonna do anything right now. I'm still waiting on my orientation date, which will be sometime this week. It's supposed to be. So I'm waiting on that email. Alright, we're gonna move to little
want to try.
Ginger here. Little Ginger is
And yes, if I have here some of my streamer friends,
little daddy
remember
right
that
now
everyone
today.
can join that kind of the charity hunt.
Yes, the crab plushies look good.
They're, of course, not this month
The
anymore, but
froggy
for
lurk
the
away
next
love.
month, and some and the months in the future.
I'm also
you can
I'm kind of
join.
excited to get
Let me know
another
if you'd like to,
giant
and then I will
plushie
let you know about the Discord.
because the giant Moz
There's also
plushie I
like
think would be
the,
kind of cool to have.
the document that you can fill with like the schedule that is okay for you.
I think
And
the
then,
little
Amanda will reach out
sandcastle
to
is
you,
cute.
and let you know that you will run the
and the little
hunt,
boat.
like you'll join some kind of the charity hunt.
Oh,
It's
it
going to
definitely
take
is. In that
an hour.
picture, it's so much bigger than the others, so I'm actually really
Yes,
intrigued by it.
the
It's
way
gotta be.
how I
It's
entered,
gotta be a
like,
Giga
I know
Moz.
that Emta streamed. Emta joined the charity.
And
hunt
then
first
you've got
time,
the frog
and
the
then I was a
frog
mod
burt
for
with
her.
the Moz on top of
And
it.
I fell in love with it. I knew already that it's happening. But basically I didn't know
Nah,
very
no, I
much
don't think it
about
was
it.
zoomed in. I
didn't know
totally
how
think that was
exactly I
a
can enter. Ooh, Jasper.
it's definitely a
And I was like, oh, I'm too shy. I'm too shy to try.
a giant
But then Emta, after
Moz.
her first run,
Today
she's
is
like,
the last
"Oh,
day, by the way,
Ginger,
to
I
get
think you would
your
love it. You should try. Let me add
your
you to the
creator
Discord.
badges.
You can
2
fill the
gifted
papers,
subs
and then
will
like
get you the crown
some kind
badge,
of
which will
the
be the same
sign-up
image
sheet,
as the
and you can
channel
try.
point
And then
redemption
I
thingy.
filled up
And then
the sign-up sheet,
if you have
and
not
then
been watching in the
2 days
past,
later, we learned
you
with
won't be
Emta
able to
that
get
we will go
the
together with
Great
the
Pig Charity Hunt badge.
same
You
day
need to
and
have watched
same
8
time, and it was so
hours
cool.
of stream
Weekend
for
was
the month
hot,
to get
and
that.
it is
But
all
if you
I can
have
say
watched some
about it
past
all. So yeah,
streams,
as you just try
this
to
will be your
survive,
last day to get that last little bit
yeah,
in to get
it's
those
annoying.
8 hours total.
But I think soon we should, like here in Warsaw, because I'm in Poland, guys. Here we should soon.
I mean, I think they already
have
had
some
it
kind of
planned,
the,
obviously, because they have the crab
cool
plushies
waves
already
of
here.
the
Because
weather.
if they didn't plan that
It's
out, we
possible
would
also to
have
have
been
some,
waiting like 2
storm.
patches at least.
So yeah, I'm hoping
Because
that
they
very
still
soon
owe
it will
us
be much warmer.
ramen.
'Cause right
A
now
ramen
it's like
plushie.
around 38 Celsius today. It was extremely hot. Yes, of course, Deja Vu. You
So
should try.
can't wait to
So
see
yeah,
everyone running
for
around
that
with
being
Moz
shy
biting their
enough,
heads. I know, right?
for the charity event. Thank
Some
you, Veronica.
Sharknado
Yes,
going
like,
on.
because I'm usually I'm very shy. I'm like, oh, I think I shouldn't apply for this because
Elder, thank you for the 5 gifted subs.
here.
Going to more
if you're
Jenga,
not
and
try, you will
Tamara,
not know.
and
So thank you.
Max, and Fancy
Yes, I need to
Tater,
remind that to
and the
myself,
Gamer
like,
Master.
just
I appreciate that.
what's
Thank
the
you.
worst thing that can happen? Like, maybe they will not reply. That's it, right? The stream ever where you scared
It's been a
yes,
quiet
I was so scared.
first
Oh, yeah.
30
That
minutes,
was
y'all.
scary. Like, when
Quiet
I
first
first
30
time
minutes.
streamed, like, I think from my perspective, the hardest part, the most like scary one, was to press that button in the OBS, which is start streaming. It was like, no, I'm not doing
Good
it.
lord.
But I want to, but I'm not doing it. So yeah, it was scary. The first time it was scary. The next time it was scary, but a little bit less. And the fact like that I met few people over there, of course at the beginning of the first few streams,
Sorry, y'all. Good lord.
because I didn't announce it to my real life
Jesus.
friends. I was like, no, I'm too spooked. It was like, okay, there was me. I think there was one person that I knew.
Let's check
from
in
the
on
beginning.
M for a little bit
Is that
here.
unfortunately because of
A
those
star quartz
updates,
today,
we
Elder.
have
Elder,
so
I
many
might,
lags
I
right now, I'm
almost,
just
I
avoiding
almost was gonna
those
try to convince you to
because it's
compete
really
today.
I'm getting frustrated.
Be like,
with the
Elder,
hunt,
just do the charity
unfortunately.
hunt today with us.
Ooh, big silver! Give it to me, give it to me!
To fill our 5th spot.
Ooh, 10 of the silver!
And I should have pushed.
I'm
I
really
should have
happy with
pushed.
that
It's
score,
fine.
'cause last time when I hit the big node of the silver, you
I
can guess
should
how
have
much of the
pushed
silver I got.
you. I just know
I
you
will
have a
tell
lot
you,
going
yes,
on,
it was
and
less
so
than
I didn't
5.
know.
Yep, Kohaku. Exactly. I've got 2 of the silver from the big node.
Lindsay's gonna be like, I told you, Amanda.
It is what it is. What we can do.
I'm
It
waiting
is our
for it. I'm
RNG
waiting for
of
Lindsay to tell me,
bigger
I
if
told
you
you.
have the number, like from the small from 1 to 3, from the middle one from 4 till like 7, and from the big one from like 7 till 15, 17. I have no idea how much they have right now, but it is a little bit annoying when you're just running around and you just see the big stone with the silver and you're getting like 2 notes only.
Yes.
What we can do, friends, what we can do.
We will be announcing tomorrow our August event and releasing the forms for people to sign up for August.
Please? You're
So
stubborn, so maybe.
Be on the lookout for that one.
No. I'm just trying. There is always a chance. Friends, keep your fingers crossed. Keep your fingers crossed. I'm back my internet poop. Oh no.
Ginger
Like,
is
wait,
working
is
really
that the
hard
first
right
time from a
now.
long time when you had, like, a problem with the
70
internet?
points, but they've also
I didn't
are the
heard
only one with
about that for
platinum.
a
I
really,
think everybody
really long
is
time.
in nope, never mind, not everybody's in Kilima. I think
How many
everybody's in
stones here?
Kilima, and I was like, never mind, I just looked. Ozzy is in
Any
Bahari.
stones? Let's go. How we doing? Ooh, beetle. I have that feeling that might be that we'll get the beetle plush today. Is there any rock? Nope. Is there any?
Beautiful
Nope.
disaster. Hello, love. Welcome
I don't even have a
in.
phone data. I was in the void. Oh no, that's the worst. Like, I have no idea.
Let's check in on
I
Slug
should-
here.
Ooh, almost
Check in
ran
on
out.
Slug. Butterfly Garden Gaming is here. Hello. Ooh, a start Sapphire today. All right. All right.
That was the wrong button.
Hello, love. All right, y'all. We are 30 minutes down. 30 more minutes in our first hour. If we can get to $32,600, I will release our first twist into the game. It is $15. We need 15 more dollars to get our first twist into the game. It is $15. We need 15 more dollars to get our first twist into the game. Kimmy got a starred Ruby! Let's go! Kimmy! Let's go! Dividends, hello, love.
You could
Welcome
twist.
in.
I don't know if that was worth it coming over here.
Choo choo! Thank you, Elder, for that
Fear not.
raid train or the hype train. I appreciate it. Thank you for the gifted subs.
Yeah.
And now you got your little badge. I'm doing good, Ash. How are you doing, love? Welcome in.
Fine then.
You've got to let your freaking bar grow. Slug. Face it. Trying to stay cool but doing amazing. I feel that. Oh, I feel that. Water. Lots of water.
Wait. Oh my god, I can't believe I just did that. Oh.
Slug is
I'm
also in
so sorry,
Bahari.
y'all. I'm just
Took my kiddos for the splash pad. To cool off. Nice.
There's one.
Nice. Heat advisory. I don't even. Are we in a heat advisory right now? I mean, it's hot. I just know that. I figured as much with being 100-degree weather. Yeah, it's 90. What is it? What is it? It's actually surprisingly going down. It's 90 degrees right now. Feels like 100 at this current moment. Whole state is burning around me, but we're luckily pretty cool.
Thought I'd never make it out of there.
Under a heat dog. Ooh, excuse me. Boogie! Hi, Boogie! Welcome in.
Oh, that was worth it.
$89 degrees, feels like 100. Crazy. Crazy.
$30 minutes. Like 5 minutes ago.
Look. Oh my goodness.
Locked in. Locked in, chat.
Feel like this right here, y'all, sometimes. Today. Cookie!
Just ask this person, hey, can I follow you?
We got some random chaos. Random chaos. Random chaos.
Oh, that was not a stone.
Random chaos.
Ah.
Let's see what we got. Let's see what our random chaos wheel gives us. And then we'll do our twist. Oh, all right. All right, y'all. We had a random chaos go out. And I actually have to respin the wheel. I just realized that. Give me 1 second. We'll see what this random chaos does.
Manifesting.
Forgot, y'all. We don't have a streamer 4. We don't have a streamer 4 today. So we gotta respin the wheel. Alright. And the random chaos wheel has decided that, Slug, I need you to stop what you're doing and go talk to the nearest NPC, please. The chaos wheel has decided that,
Alright, sounds good.
I need you to stop what you're doing and go talk to the nearest NPC, please.
Alright, sounds good.
Ginger. Love, I need you to catch me a starred bug, please.
Okay.
Ginger.
Thank
Good luck,
you.
Ginger.
Thanks. Okay. Thank
Good
you.
luck, Ginger.
The kryptonite of the Great Palia Charity Hunt.
No,
The
guys,
starred bug.
This is the starred bug.
I know
cannot
this
smash the
pain,
rocks until
so
we'll
good
find
luck,
it.
Ginger.
Palia Charity Hunt.
Thank you.
Starred bug.
Oh, where is I was
I know
close to the
this
Magi,
pain, so
Magi's
good luck,
Hollow, so
Ginger.
not a lot of bugs there.
Also, y'all,
I
we
was
have
close to
reached
the
that
Magi's
600
Hollow,
mark
so
that I was
not a
looking
lot of
at.
bugs
So I'm releasing
Let's
our
go.
first twist. And that twist is going to be your Kilima or Bahari pile. One or the other. If you get something rare out of the pile, it'll be 20 points. Bahari pile. One or the other.
I talked to Najuma in Bahari Bay.
Friends, do we know where
Thank
the
you kindly.
Kilima pile is today?
No, thank you. I talked to Najuma in Bahari Bay.
Thank you kindly.
No,
Do
thank
we
you.
know? Okay, this is not the start bug. Oh no.
We're listening into Ginger right now, y'all.
I think I've got the random chaos. I'm not sure though. Maybe someone specifically decided to give me the start bug, which is fun. Let's look around. Start bug. And also the ramage pile. I don't see any silver. Oh, you know what? Maybe if I'll see it and I'll still have to smash that bag, I can mark it on the map for myself. Maybe it will not disappear. I think a lot of bags are there, right? Let's check.
The bait. I know, Emmy. I know, love. I'm sorry. Hey, but you know what? Just letting you know. Plucky capped on starred bugs. Plucky got 10 starred bugs on Saturday. 10
No starred bugs.
starred bug sabotages on Saturday. And still ended up winning the round.
I'm about to pick up my loot from Kilima.
Perfectly, go ahead.
Wait.
I see.
Oh, freaking wheat.
Loot from Kilima.
Perfectly, go ahead.
Wait.
Yeah, Plucky got 10 starred bugs. We will do it again if necessary.
Yesterday I picked up the loot bug, guys. Like the silver disappearing.
I know that starred
so
bug.
I picked up my ramage
I'm tempted to
yesterday,
raise that
right? And it
price,
was
y'all.
5
Y'all are making me
ores
think about
of
raising
gold,
that
and I was like,
starred
why
bug
is
price
not
up.
today? It would be perfect, but we don't know yet.
It might
Maybe
be
we'll
more
find something
expensive
nice.
next year.
Maybe we'll do.
Lurk away, love. Lurk
Where should I
away,
find that
Jicky.
bug?
Love you. Not for charity.
Hard bag. Nothing. Oh no.
Hi, Napkin
What if I
Mav.
will not
Welcome
find
in,
it
love.
during this round, and then the next round will start, and I will have to. Do I have to? I passed one. No way. I passed one starred bag. No. Okay, probably it disappeared already. Oh, the big
Well, they
silver.
didn't
No
cap
way.
in
Okay.
groundings. It was
Need a
just too
starred
late
bag.
to the end in groundings
Where
to
are
be
you?
able to ground them again.
Go, go.
Because of
Was
what
it
all,
on me?
everything was
Okay,
going
let's
on.
try. And yeah, does anyone knows where the
Feisty is the streamer that has capped on
I think
grounding this month.
the hardest. This is the most sabotages of all of the sabotages. Here. Let's check.
We have
You
20
have to learn
minutes
scope.
left
You
in
mean
our
the ramage
first
file?
hour.
Should
20
I,
minutes
should I,
left.
get it right away? Because I remember
We
that.
have 20 minutes left in our first hour. 20 minutes left.
Know that Amanda said like we unleashed the first chaos, right? So we should get the ramage pile. I would try along the water.
I am at my
that's such a
Bahari
good
pile.
idea. I saw there's a lot of dragonflies over there.
Go ahead.
That one? Is that one the starred one?
10 glowworms.
Wah, wah, wah.
Go ahead.
No, they are not starred.
And then probably the number one reason why I'm not in the top 5. I don't know, Feisty, but yeah. You did get 5 of them.
Here.
But you got ungrounded, right? A few of those times. So that's helpful.
Is it
That was
here?
helpful. Smexy,
time.
hello, love.
Oh
Ooh,
my
a starred
gosh.
amethyst for
Oh,
Feisty
yes.
today.
We did it. Angel, you're the best mod. Thank you. My other mods. Amanda, I finally found the starred bag.
Perfect.
And now I'm looking for the ramage pile. Let's go.
Well, instead of going to get that rummage pile,
Amanda,
love, I need you to go
finally found the
home. You
starred
are
bag.
grounded for
And
10
now I'm
minutes.
looking for the
Oh
ramage pile.
no.
Let me know
Oh,
when you're
that's
loading and the
silver.
screen is up, and I'll start your timer.
Okay.
Oh no.
Loading screen on.
Okay, timer has started. Don't forget, we do have the ungrounding reward incentive.
Loading screen on.
You will still at least have the first 10 minutes of your groundation, but if somebody ungrounds you, we'll let you out in 5 instead of 10.
Guys, I'm grounded.
Have the first 10 minutes of your groundation, but if somebody ungrounds you, we'll let you out in 5 instead of 10. Maxie, it's all good, love. I'm just
Okay,
glad
guys,
to see you.
but I
Hopefully you're
have
doing
something fun
okay.
for the grounded time. I have, you know that I wanted to doodle blindfolded. We will doodle pottery. So let me open the Paint app. Oh, but do I have to show that I'm here? Do you need me to show you my screen in game? Let me try. Palia screen. Copy paste. Doodle time. Copy paste. I'll show that I'm
That
home.
works.
Like all this time.
Yep, that works.
No cheating. So yeah, am I allowed to doodle the Hodari?
That looks fine to me.
Okay.
It's on the
Try.
screen still. That works. Let's head and we'll check in
Because I will
on
set up the timer myself. I
M.
need to
Oh my
set up
god,
the
not
timer.
for us. I don't care. I can be lost. I can just like, you know, rub all of the start stones, like with the star, of course, for my crystal painting in the future. So I don't mind it really. I really want to collect this goal for a really good cause. It gets better. It's like amazing charity, amazing foundation. So like we are helping. That is the most important part. And of course, like friends.
Oh
if
my
you're
God,
here,
look
if
at
you're
the jerk.
lurking,
You gotta get her
if
screen
you're
back on,
just
though.
watching, if you're in the background, don't hesitate. Like
There
just
you go.
if you want to, go and support our other friends who are streaming today. Here are the links for everyone. So even
was
with
like,
a small
"Grounded,
lurk on
sure,
your
let me
stream,
do this
that's making a huge difference, and
instead."
also on Amanda's stream too. So the numbers, which will go higher, might help with the new people who want to donate some money in the future for some rewards, like any fundators of the rewards. So we just collecting right now the numbers. So Amanda will have some help to go and fund some rewards for participants also. So it's really, really important. Okay. I think I missed some stuff.
Let's check in on Slug here. And see how Slug is doing. Hi, Rat. How are you doing, love? Welcome in. Rat, are you going to be ready for July 18th? Because it's looking like you might be in it. Exclamation mark charity rank. We'll get our top 5 currently in the event. We have Joopy, Coaster, Chi, Rat, and then Never. So, but these streamers have got to get over 308 to make it in. One of them at least 308, and then after that, I think it's 329. I think that's what you had, Rat, right? 329. Thank you for feeding my dragon.
Whoa, wrong screen. Oh, why am I all the way down here? It's all good.
15 minutes left in the hour, y'all. 15 minutes left. We have $35 away from 32.7. Can we get $35 more in before the end of the hour? We have $35 away from 32.7. Can we get $35 more in before the end of the hour?
I'm just exercising, don't mind it.
Refresh my dragon here.
Getting my cardio on. I don't know why I took that.
Yeah, we have the 69 cents.
Impulse pickup.
We still have the 69 cents. It's still there.
Stone. Oh, I'm glad I came in here. Huzzah!
Nice. Nice. Don't forget, guys, also, if you all want to help and support the charity hunt itself, we do have some merch. We have a bonfire page with some great Palia charity hunt merch, like this one right here, this shirt. So shirts, tank tops, hoodies, all in the bonfire area. We also have a fourth wall shop
Picking those up.
that has my behind the last streaming merch. It also has some great Palia charity hunt merch. Also, I will be releasing some more merch tomorrow for this year's Great Palia Charity Hunt. So make sure you guys check out and hang out with us tomorrow to see that new new merch and some other announcements and some trophy giveaways and all kinds of fun tomorrow happening while I try to beat that top score, which I don't think I'll beat it, but we're gonna try. We're gonna try. Let's check back in here on Ginger, who is
I want to make sure
I
that
don't
I'll
know
be able to fill the gaps.
what that
This
is,
is the her.
but
Her.
direct
Here.
deposit my check to you. I mean, I do have an I don't what was it, exclamation mark tip, exclamation mark PayPal, all of those work too.
What is that? Face. We have the her. We have the face.
Y'all seeing this? Ginger's bacon.
Beautiful. And the collar. The first approach to the doodle. Okay, let's say that this is the right. Beautiful Hodari. Perfection. Mwah. The nose. Where's the nose? Is that the nose? I think that's the nose. Beautiful inspired space. Let's go, Picasso Daddy. The Picasso Daddy. Okay, guys. You know what? We have enough time to save it. First, Picasso Daddy.
That's priceless, y'all.
Picasso Daddy. I will add it later to the Discord, I guess, though. Let's hide it away. Let's go back to the...
Picasso Daddy.
That's okay.
Let's check in on M now here.
That's good. All good. Emerald, come on. No. Switching those for a bit may help. I know. I will switch like soon when we'll have like the break. I will go to the different map and I'll come back over here after some time. Might be worth it is to try somewhere else and then try. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking. Like, how much time do we have? We have 10 minutes, right? Bahari Bay. What are we thinking about that? Maybe Bahari Bay right now? Let's just check if we have any stones over here. Yep, 10 minutes left to 1 hour. Okay. I can see any stones over here, so I'll just go. Oh wait, there is one. Oh, that's true. That's true. But you know what is the best part? We have the same
Getting there.
brains
We're
with
getting there. I'm hoping to get to 35k by the end of my round tomorrow.
She'll go to
But
Bahari.
we gotta get this round up as far as possible because again, it's only just me tomorrow. So I don't know how much money we can raise by myself. But we'll see. We're gonna try and find out.
Oh, it's good that we are here.
10 minutes left in the hour. 10 minutes left, y'all.
Okay. Let's go.
10 minutes left in the hour. 10 minutes left, y'all. And then I was already told by Chi
And here we are.
that I should raise it to 50k
what we can get
for
over
the
here.
Grand Championship round.
We can get
Because we're gonna keep the same tiltify. It'll be the same stuff.
Not the amethyst.
So
Oh my
we may
goodness.
up it to
Oh, come
50k.
on. I'm sorry if you can hear that. Oh, first garnet. Let's go. Sapphire, aquamarine, and garnet. So we already got the garnet. Aquamarine, and like last time I was just struggling with the sapphire. Gold,
All right,
guys.
Ginger, are you
First
feeling
gold
like you're
over
ready to go out back in the world? Are you feeling like you're gonna be a good human? All right, and not get grounded anymore? Because you're free to go. Have fun. I also need to let you know, because I let everybody else know when they hit it, you're not allowed to get any more points. Because you are at 69 points. I'm kidding, though. You're not allowed to get any more points. Because you are at
I hear that I'm free, right?
You are free, but you're not allowed to get any more points because you're at 69 points. I'm sorry.
Ooh,
No, I'm kidding,
let's
though.
go. Hear that I'm
Have
free.
fun.
Let's
You are
go.
free. You are free. But
Thank
you're not
you.
allowed to get any more points because you're at 69 points. I'm sorry.
Ooh,
No, I'm
let's
kidding.
go.
Have
Let's
fun.
go.
You are free.
Thank you. Guys, great news. Okay, perfect. Perfect timing. Go
to it, potty
We're in
first.
69 club. Let's go. And now I went to the Bahari. I'm not sure why, because probably I should go to the Elderwood.
Don't forget again, guys, if we get 35 more dollars, I will release another twist into the game. 35 more dollars. Don't forget again, guys, if we get 35
Let's go, friends.
more dollars, I will release another twist into the game. 35 more dollars. That's a random chaos, a horse ability for someone, and then a small sabotage.
Can I
we
wait,
can do
or
this.
do I have to do it right away?
That's a random chaos, a horse ability for someone, and then a small sabotage.
Let's
We
go
can
to
do
horse.
this.
Hi, Velo. Hello, hello. We can wait? Okay, perfect, Angel. Thank you so much. I just need to remember about it. Let me write it down. Ramage pile. Okay. Run. And hi, Velo. Good to see you. How are you today? I'm the part of the charity hunt today, the Great Palia charity hunt. So we're raising money for It Gets Better. If you'd like to donate, friends, the link to the Tiltify link is on top of the chat. You can sabotage me or help me. You can sabotage other streamers as well. So yeah, this is the first hour of the competition. We will have 4, and I think we have last maybe 5 minutes with the first round. Are we allowed to tell Ginger where the piles are? I'm not sure. Yeah, that's a good question. Angel, are we allowed to know the location?
That is
Or
correct.
do we need to find them
Your
on
community
our
can
own?
tell you where the piles are for the day.
That's
Thank
a good
you.
question. Yes? Okay. So we can know
That's
that.
correct. Your community can tell you where the piles are for the day.
Thank you. Perfect, guys. So if you'd like to share, you can let me know. Right now, I'm in the Elderwood, so...
Also,
Probably.
Ginger, I just have to let you know
Just
that
wait.
doodle was beautiful.
Okay, give
Thank
me,
you,
give me,
Amanda.
give
Thank you. I
me,
did
give
my
me.
best.
Also, Ginger, I just have to let you know that doodle was beautiful.
Oh, thank you, Amanda. Thank you. I did my best. Ooh, it's our lucky day. Look
We're
at
gonna look in
that.
on M and Ginger right now.
Ginger
We're gonna listen to both.
changed her plans.
4
What?
platinum. Nice.
That's something new.
It's good that I went
Oh
here.
wait, gold. Gold needs to go in here. Okay. Gold needs to be in front.
Thank you so much, Bello. Thank you, thank you.
If you're wondering, by the way,
I'll be
here
right back
is
from
all
Mars.
of
It's
our
another
streamers
time.
today. If you want to go give them some love and hang out with them a little bit too, you can.
And in the Elderwood,
I
I
see,
can
I'm
find
already
the
reading in
amethyst
your
and
minds
the
too.
ruby. They are the
5
so
minutes left
I
in
almost
the
missed it.
hour. 5 minutes left. 5 minutes left in the hour. 5 minutes left.
Of course, when I'm coming over here, there is no rocks here. What's going on? Let's give up on this side. Let's go in here. Don't recommend that you live in my head. It's kind of weird in there. I know. I know. No, I just remember that we were talking about it. That it would be good to have it in front so we'll be able to just like know how many I have already. Because I hit 2 of the rocks with the gold. I was just like, yeah, let's go. Let's put it in front. Don't fall down. Don't fall down. Don't fall down. I don't want to climb over here again. Whew,
That was
close.
close. Real
That was
close.
freaking close. I mean, I'm friends with me. So take the wherever you feel it is. Okay.
Don't forget again, guys, while we're here and in a moment. Check out Lindsay's books. You can go to that link right now. She's got 2 books out right now. You got The Bodyguard, which was really good. I finished this book. I'm super excited with
We're
it.
doing
I
really
love
good,
it.
friends.
It needs to be a movie, and
Pick it
I
up.
keep saying it needs to be a movie until we make it into a movie.
Fair
And this one
point,
here,
yeah,
I am almost
absolutely.
done with. You can see my deal right here. I've got
And
just
see, 'cause
this
I don't
much
remember how
left.
many points did you've got.
But
there in your
it's
run.
been an amazing story, and I cannot wait to finish it up. Can't wait for her to release more books, but make
What's
sure you guys get
doing
your all's
during your
books.
hunt?
The link is right there
What we are
for you
able
all
to
to
get
grab.
here, we are able to get few, and at around 143.
If you like MLM
this one
books,
too.
you'll love these stories.
Like I set it up those goals for today, and I know that it will be really hard to get there. But yes, just in case, like remember, friends, we'll give away some plushies if we'll get every of the milestones.
Lots of great stories. Very, 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 very
And
good.
of course, friends, it doesn't matter if we'll get like any. Anyway, if I'll get them on my own with help, it is still counted. Only dropped in the last 10 minutes. Okay. Think here, nothing there. So let's
Checking
go
on Slug
down.
here. They are. It's a very quiet round this round. Quiet round, but it's fine. They're having fun. They're enjoying themselves. We're getting a little bit of money raised. Every little bit counts. Every little bit helps.
Which day my other half's middle child turns 30th on the 4th? July 4th? Oh, nice. America Day.
That's correct. That's all that matters.
Yes, Mondays are rough. Yeah, I gotta go back to my vacation officially ends today. I gotta go back to work tomorrow. Womp womp. Well, happy birthday, everybody. I feel like the time is almost nigh.
All right, if you're hitting a node, finish that node, pause, and put up your inventories. We are done with our first hour. Mods will double check the inventories to make sure everything is good. So make sure you guys' inventory is up on the screen. How y'all doing? Y'all good? First hour down.
Everything's great.
All right. We'll go over scores here in just a second and see how things are, and then we'll go into round number 2. Don't forget again at halftime, depending on what time it is in the game, will depend on whether or not we do our lucky coin and hot pot round, or we do our break first. But one or the other will happen, and then we'll do the other one after that. So just depends on that in-game time. There you go. That was a very fast first hour.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. I was fast.
We are at $32,665.69. Again, I did say that as soon as we get to 32.7, I'll release another twist into the game. So we're a little under $35 away from that next twist.
We can get it, friends.
I would love to see us get to like 33.5, or even better to get to 34. But we'll see. We'll see what we can do. Every little bit counts. Every little bit helps, and that's all that matters. Waiting on the go ahead that our mods are good. Are we good? Are we not good? Are we still waiting? Hi, Mama. Welcome in.
Mom! 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 Mommy! 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 Mama! Mama! Mama!
No commuting. Oh, I'm assuming we have a problem with the mods or something. Hi, Becky Boo. Welcome in. All right, we are good. So let's go over our scores at the current time for our first hour. We've got Ozzy at 23 points. We got Slug at 36. We got M at 69. We got Ginger at 72. Looking at our ore counts again, don't forget ore. How that works is the top person gets 20 points. Whoever has the most gets 20 points. Second gets 15, 10 for third, and 5 for fourth. So that means you'll want to make sure you get something in all three of those to guarantee you at least 5 points because there's not a fifth streamer. So so there is you'll get points as long as you get something. You do not get any points if you get a 0 in those rounds, just or in the ores. So in silver right now, our leader is M at 31, Ginger at 29, Slug at 6, Ozzy at 0. In gold, our leader is Ozzy at 23, Slug at 22, M at 9. And Ginger is the only one with platinum right now at 5. So there are lots of points still open in our ore counts. All right, do y'all have any questions, comments, or concerns before we get into our second hour?
I'm good.
I'm also
None
good.
except OBS needs to start being nice to me.
Oh no, I'm so
Um,
sorry.
Ozzy, a little bit of advice. I think you should exit out of Bongo Cat. That might help you lessen the amount of stuff on your computer. I don't even do Bongo Cats at all when I'm doing this event. Like, I would love to have my Bongo Cats open, but because I have it already pushed in all of the streams that I have on my computer and everything, and that's also why I make you all do the tour and board instead of me being in the game. So I used to be
Yeah.
in the game, so you all can come to my plot and everybody can see everybody. And that's why I had the chairs and the gazebo for everybody to sit down in there, but it was just getting too much. So
Yeah, hopefully that'll help. It's just weird because the past few streams, I wasn't getting that stupid little disconnect and reconnect, but now, for whatever reason, it decides to.
yeah,
I think it's that weird mercury being thrown in the microwave or whatever.
yeah, it happens. It happens. All right, before we do get started, I do have to let a slug know you got gifted a ruby. And that also means we have unlocked another twist. So I'll bring out a twist here in a few moments once you guys get
Oh,
started.
awesome.
So if you all are ready, let's get going. You all may begin. And the second hour is off, y'all. Second hour is off. Let's see what we got. Y'all's time started. Y'all may begin. I'll go.
Do I have to let you know if I'm using an ore compass?
When you get the donation of an ore compass, yeah, you have to
Oh,
let me know.
okay. Got it.
But yeah, you have to have it donated to use it.
Aye, aye, Captain.
All right, y'all. Second hour is off. Where are we at? All right, y'all. I think our next twist is going to be a tree amber. The first streamer to get a tree amber will get 20 points. 20 points for a tree amber. First streamer. 20 points. 20
Oh,
points
this is
for a tree
good.
amber. First
This is
streamer.
good. Okay, I'll just grab those stones and I'm taking care of the trees. If that will be possible to get those really quick, that would be amazing. And of course, if I'll see anything that I can just grab with me. 3 amber sounds difficult some days. It is, but I can try. Like, it not hurts. Only one thing, I'll need to just get rid of everything from my
Nice,
inventory.
unicorn. That's exciting. I've gotten
And
2
there is
so
a
far. I want to get more.
stone.
I like
No.
them. I want to get more of
Many
them.
things.
It's
So
not
many
the
freaking
stone I was
things. I will
hoping
just
we
give
would
up on
get.
this one.
I'm not gonna lie,
Unfortunately,
but
this one is with the star, so it might be really hard to get it. So let's leave it as it is. Let's just leave it. If you grab the
So,
trees
but
as you go, it shouldn't be.
I'm
too
glad they
hard.
added a new stone. I hope we get more new stones.
But yeah, if I'll get the amber, I'll just clean my inventory anyway. Ooh, the chance for the bee plushie. No. I'm not lucky with the plushies today. I'm just unlucky.
I was expecting
Maybe
a
it is not the day
diamond.
for our plushies today.
If I'm being really honest, I was expecting a diamond.
Thank you so much for the plush luck. It is really needed. It is. Yeah, come on, plushie gods. Come on.
I've
We
got a
were
Bahari
really
Bee
lucky
plushie.
last time. Daring.
The plushies don't matter at this current moment.
Maybe if I'll use.
There's no twist yet for the Bahari Bibia plushie. It's just the Kitsus and the rainbow ones.
Okay. That is also a chance, but I don't want to waste my time for that. Bee plushie! I've got a Bahari Bee plushie. Let's go!
The plushies don't matter at this current moment.
Okay.
There's no twist yet for the Bahari Bibia plushie. It's just
Okay.
the Kitsus
Just the
and the
Kitsu,
rainbow
okay.
ones. Alright, y'all, everything's freezing on me. Alright. Right, we've got a party up for Slug. Party up for Slug. Party up for Slug.
Why I'm picking that up? Why? Well, maybe that means that RNGs is...
Oh, the legs.
Anyway, yes, that's true. How you doing, Bougainvillea? Yes, plushies
Awesome,
are
thank you.
always welcome. That's so true. We love them. And we'll have even more in the next week. Next week? Is it the next
I think I'm
week?
partying
Yes,
up
it
with
is next week.
Feisty.
With the new update.
Yeah,
How
you just
you
gotta
doing,
let me
Bougainvillea?
know
Let
when
me
you
know.
are ready for your
How's
party
your day
up,
going?
and then you'll just
And of
move
course,
down to
friends,
your
we are
party.
going with the great Palia
Awesome, thank you.
Don't
behind.
only move down when you are absolutely ready to go, and I'll start your timer when you
Okay,
move down.
know
I think
about
I'm
it.
partying up with Feisty.
Yeah, you just gotta
Nice.
let me know when you are ready for your party up, and then you'll just move down to
There
your
is no
party.
stones in here.
Don't only move down when you are absolutely ready to go, and I'll
All right,
start your
I'm going
timer
down
when you
now.
move
And friends, of course, like we can
Go ahead, I'll
also
start your timer.
go and give away this plushie after the stream because we've got it during the charity hunt. Why not? It will go for the first bundle.
All right, I'm going down now.
Where is the amber right now? Which tree would be the
Go ahead,
easiest
I'll
one
start
to
your
get the amber? What you thinking? Nope. Not this one, definitely. Jerry B.
Alright, we're gonna get a refresh here on our streamers. And then
I've got the
we'll-
pine amber.
Who got the pine amber?
And
I have to actually ask now because both you and Ginger have the strong.
Our goal.
Alright, M got the
And if I just
amber.
reach this goal,
Amber, go 20 points to M, and
I
that
got
is
the
now
pine
off the
amber.
table. Who got the pine amber? I have to actually ask now because both you and Ginger have the strong accents. Just letting you know, the amber is now off the table. Amber has been received by M. Go 20 points to M, and that is now off the table.
Let's go.
Thank you.
Because we're partying.
Throw it. Did I mute myself? I muted myself.
I just realized we're
Okay.
all in the waiting room and
Muted
not
myself, yeah.
actually in the live stream room.
I was just like, but I did it. Let's throw that away. Let's throw that away. Let's throw that quick. Let's throw that one too, and let's throw it too. So, yeah, we're doing good. Thanks to you, we're going to give up. No.
Alright, we're gonna move the slug so we can refresh.
What about repair kit?
You can repair whenever you want. If you
Okay.
want.
You did hear Feisty. Feisty is partied up right now with Slug during their party up time.
Go to town and do it.
Sorry, I'm just gonna leave you a little bit here.
No, you're all good. Thank you for the help.
Oops. I hit the...
Damn buttons.
Did you want to go to a different map?
Get a little refresh there on them.
I'm not as comfortable. I'll do Woods or Royal Highlands while you have me for a few minutes.
Sure.
Okay.
Refresh them all, and then they all lag. My life. It's my life!
We're making our way to the checkpoint.
Okay.
So we're gonna go...
Go to Elder.
Royal Highlands.
Okay.
I would go to Elder Feisty.
Central Stables.
But that's a choice.
Yes, go.
He wants gold, Amanda.
I love gold.
What?
Yeah, if I could get the most gold. I think that's what I'm going for, personally. The most gold.
So you're gonna want Royal Highlands, and you're gonna
Good luck, because Ozzy's also going for that.
I just did a run in Bahari, so I was like, just good to go. Ride that horse.
I can't.
Why? Oh, you can't. Oh shit, I forgot. I can't. Oh, I should have unlocked your horse.
It's all good. Cotton will be waiting when I get off the charity.
No, this needs to happen. For some reason, I thought you had your horse. It's okay.
I mean, I technically have it. It's just forbidden. Forbidden horse.
Yes.
Forbidden cotton.
We're on it. Whole horse.
I have no idea where you went.
You have the little kid on the
Yes.
screen.
The horse is available. The horse is available now for you.
Oh, cool.
Also, if Dark
you.
Queen is in your chat, I need to see them, please. You also got gifted 4 pieces of gold, an ore compass, and
Nice.
another party up. Also,
Oh, wow.
Dark Queen is in your chat. I need to see
Aw, thanks,
them,
chat.
please.
Right?
You also got gifted 4 pieces of gold.
Oh, I'm not in the right
an
place.
ore compass and another party up.
Oh, wow.
Feisty got in there just before you did, Dark
Right.
Queen, for that horse ability. So that $30, let me know what you want it to be
I'm
used
not in
for,
the
okay,
right
love?
place. To the horses. We ride.
I'm coming.
Also, so you all are
The
aware,
silver
those
slug shall
donations
ride
were
again.
a horse ability for Slug. Slug also got gifted 4 pieces of gold, an ore compass, and another party
You're
up.
down below me. Okay.
Yes. Just jump off the cliff with your horse. Yeah, you.
The Feisty got to that horse ability before you
don't know if
did.
you can.
So that $30 donation, what would you like it to be used for? Because
Back up.
Slug already got his horse from Feisty's
You
donation.
went on the other side of this big ass mountain.
So just let me know what you want.
Oh, and I can't climb up that way.
Ore compass, and then another ore compass, and then the rest in gold. So ore compass
I
is
have to go all the way around
$20,
this mountain, so hang on.
and then 2 more pieces of gold. Okay. Ginger, you have your horse ability.
Oh yeah, you went completely the opposite direction I was taking. Okay.
Me
I've
too.
heard Ginger,
but not the rest you
of
were
it.
cut out.
See where people are.
What
happened?
Of course I was. Ginger, you got your horse ability.
Okay.
Did that come through this
I'm
time?
not sure.
No.
You.
Oh my god.
Now I can hear you. Yes, perfect.
No,
What happened?
cutting it out. You have your horse ability now.
Did you get this one up here already?
Oh, let's go. Thank you.
Nice.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
That's the green one. Okay.
That's the green ones. Yeah, you don't need that at all. So the amber thing that it was cutting
Also,
the
to let you
trees.
know, you got 2 pieces of gold and another ore
Already got
compass.
claimed or something? Is that the amber?
Oh wow. That's not the same
So,
thing.
do you wanna put an air
the
compass
amber
on?
that it was cutting the
Also, to
trees.
let you know, you got 2 pieces of gold and another ore compass. Also, Slug got
Oh,
2
wow.
more pieces of gold and another ore compass donated.
Sure.
You have to tell Amanda if you are.
Okay.
You can get Kathy to tell Amanda.
I'm lurking, I heard.
The channels.
Go.
I'm lurking, I heard.
Okay. Thank you. Kathy, could you tell Amanda that I'm using my ore compass, please?
I'm lurking, I heard.
Okay, thank you. Activate. Activate ore compass.
That's so bad. I was there too. I remember.
Let's check in on
Like,
M,
I know
and we're
that
gonna
our
listen in
friends will
on
remember.
Slug as well.
Yeah, I got all
Is
those.
there anything
Yep.
good in here?
I can't see
Nothing.
those, so I'm following.
No
whatever
flowers.
course.
Gold. Let's go. I almost missed it. Sounded like a slug. Yes, that's slug, but I don't I think they got an ore compass. Gold. Nice. Really nice. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Oh wait, everything is lagging again. Even the stream is lagging. Thank you. Unlag for me. Ginger, you have an ore
Yeah.
compass.
Yes, like I
Oh,
had
the
those
ore
problems
compass.
too.
Let's
I
go.
didn't
Thank you.
end up
I'm not using it
I
yet.
had
I'll
like a
let you know.
stream
Thank you
when
so
every
much.
hour my
Thank you so
internet was
much.
just out. That was
By the way,
like,
y'all, we're
no,
at $32,979.
After 5 hours.
$25 away from
It was
33K.
It was really hard. And I changed
Ginger,
company.
you have
Yeah.
an ore compass.
Oh, the ore compass. Let's go.
Lindsay,
Thank
you want
I'm
to
not
check
using it
on
yet. I'll let you
Imka?
know.
Something
Thank
has
you so much.
messed up. Let me know if you can fix it. If not,
I just
I'll go in
changed
there and
the
look at
number
it.
of the internet,
$32,975.69.
Ooh, let's go.
$25 away from 33K.
Let's go. We're doing great, friends. Like, it's amazing. It is amazing. Any rocks here? Nothing. Any rocks here? Okay, let's go on the other side. Let's just go on the other side.
There we go.
Let's hope
Thank
there
you
will be
kindly.
something nice. Oh, maybe I can go
I'm assuming
to
a letter
the
got put
cave.
in instead of a number on one of
Let's go to the
the
cave. Let's
one of the
just go in
things.
here.
It's the most common
And
probably
we'll just
situation that
run
happened.
on top. Oh, and I can hear.
Thank you for letting
I
us
can
know.
see
I
a really
appreciate it.
juicy rock over here. Let's go.
Yep. It happens.
Let's
It happens.
manifest some of the starstones over here. Let's go, Citron. Beautiful. And maybe that is a good place. Oh, I know where I've not been. Oh, another starstone. Garnet. We've got the garnet, friends.
M is on a hot streak right now.
Another one, please. Oh. It would be too good. Too good to be true to get another one in a row. But it's good. No. It's still good.
You're all good, T. It happened.
9 stone. I'll just check this part. I always live in that part, like in the back, because I've forgotten about we are able to get some stones here too. And can I just...
Emma, you are not allowed to hit stone-only nodes for 10 minutes.
Have windows open.
Which means you can
Okay.
hit iron, copper, platinum, gold, silver. You just can't hit only stone or white stone nodes.
I have so many different...
10 minutes, starting now. Emma, you are not allowed to hit stone-only nodes for 10 minutes.
Okay.
You can hit iron.
Got it.
Slug.
Okay.
Your
job.
party
No, I didn't.
is
Yeah.
up. Would you like to continue with your second party up? Stone or white stone nodes.
Oh.
10 minutes, starting now.
Do you want to continue?
Wait.
Sure.
I
Alright,
can
I'll
hit
start your
only
timer.
the stone, or I can
Thank you.
hit only the nodes, because I just got like bamboozled. Only like iron, copper,
So you can't hit. So what it means is you can't hit.
or nodes. So I can leave the stone, and I can. Sounded like you can't hit stone. Okay. If we are not able to hit the stone, it's
So yeah,
even
so you
better.
can't hit
I'll just leave
stone
it
only
over
nodes
here.
or white stone only
It's
nodes.
good.
Anything else you can hit: iron,
I know
gold,
that people
platinum,
just
silver,
love to, poop
copper,
them.
clay.
Oh my
Any of
God,
those you can
I
hit.
Okay. love that. I'm good.
Alright.
We are raising money.
Yeah.
I know
So
nothing
yeah,
about
so you can't
this
hit
nation.
stone only nodes or white stone only nodes. Anything else you can hit: iron, gold, platinum, silver, copper.
Okay,
You can hit.
I'm good.
All right.
You don't know anything about this donation, Tonya. Whew. Ooh,
Also, so you
let's
know,
go.
Slug
I'm
is
happy with that,
continuing
Brian.
his
I'm
party
really
up
happy with
for
that,
his
'cause
with his
we
second
are
party
able
up.
to raise money. It doesn't matter what. It's like just important
Okay,
to
I'm in front of
raise
my
some
rummage
money.
pile,
I'm much more of a
picking it
ahead.
casual
up,
player for
right?
this
Yep, go
reason.
ahead.
The
Rice.
words, it's like
Rice does not
bad
help you, love.
stuff.
Sorry. Is second party up.
I did not hurt
Okay, I'm in
anything.
front of my rummage pile,
I am
picking it up, right?
gonna
Oh,
strangle
Cassandra
Rice.
did
Discord.
not pick up
Eh,
the
Rice
rummage
does not
pile
help you,
yet.
love. Sorry.
Cassandra did not pick up her rummage pile. But yeah, like with the rummage piles, we know how it is, friends. We really know how it is. We are not able to get anything good. Sometimes it is like a lucky day. There is not too many of those lucky days. Yeah. Do we have anything in here? Can I have like a small speed up over here? Do we have, like,
$15
a
away
little
from
bit to run?
33K.
Good. 2 of the iron. Where are all of the start stones? Who just grabbed them?
$15 away from Why
No,
does Discord keep
Amanda.
doing this to me? It's gonna
Oh my
piss me the fuck
goodness.
off.
Oh my goodness, the worst moment ever. The really worst moment ever to have like the
Try this
internet
again.
problem.
We
Is that
are
a stone?
$15
Yes, it is a stone.
away from
Like the worst part
33K.
of that, like I'm not able to hit the stone. Sometimes I'm not able to see if that is a stone. Thank you, Tonya.
Try this again. We are $15 away from 33K.
We can do it. I couldn't tell Eva. Yeah, like it is sometimes quite hard. What I've noticed, if you're going with a really low resolution, like you're going with the really low, you are able to see everything, but the game look like a plastic. So no, not for me. Not for me. I can never tell either. Yeah, it is hard, and especially during the nighttime. Especially
Why?
like
It's a
during the nighttime, it's even
sabotage.
worse.
I'm
Whoa, guys! Jackpot! We have 2 of the silver. Is that the third one? No, this is the-
You just got gifted a garnet.
Thank you.
Wait. We should go to the Elderwood, right? Oh, there are so many rocks. Okay, we'll go to the Elderwood, but slow. Let's go! $10, so we're $5 away from the next goal, right?
You just got gifted a garnet.
Let's go!
Thank you.
How to get the garnet? Here we go.
Let's look
Next.
around. Never mind. There is nothing
Only so
important.
much.
Ooh,
2 points
another
and small
dono. You and Ginger are
Whoever just
what? I don't know.
donated, I need to see you in my chat, please. It was anonymous. You know, let me know what you donated and who it was supposed to go to. There's no comment. Reminder in the comment sections to put
If
who
someone
it's supposed to go
donated,
to.
please go to Amanda's stream.
Who it's supposed to go to.
Yay, 33K. Let's go. Let's go with hype, friends. We need to go with hype for
Also,
that.
we have hit
33K.
33K.
Let's go. Let's go.
Let's go! Let's go!
I'm gonna unlock another twist.
That's
This has to be
amazing,
done
guys.
before the 30 minutes of the end of the event. The metal choppa. Whoever
Okay.
gets the highest score in metal choppa will receive 20 points.
Oh, freak out. Like the metal chopper? I'm the worst with it. You know how long it took me to get the
I wanted
really
to let
high
you know
score
we
in the
hit
metal chopper?
33K, and I've
4
unlocked
hours.
another
Hey.
twist. This twist has to be done before
I know,
we hit
but
the
some,
30-minute
like,
mark of the
another,
event.
yeah, I know.
You have to get a metal
know.
choppa round, and
But it's
whoever
fun.
the streamer
We're
with the
good.
highest score in Metal
On the
Choppa
whole
will
for the
receive
hidden
20
cave,
points.
yeah. Rip Metal Choppa,
Okay.
I can get to maybe 5 points.
Okay, thank
No,
you.
like I will try to do it really high, but I know myself, it will be quite hard. And
Now, you haven't ever done the arcade game, right?
No. Yeah, the shooting
where-
one. I'm not very
the-
good at it, but
Yes, it's the full arcade game. Okay, you're going towards a. Are you going towards a thing?
Yeah.
Okay. There could be on top of the mountain way up there too. I mean, if you had confidence in that, there's.
Also,
It's up to you, but
also just so you know, I have an anonymous donation. I need that person, whoever did that donation, to come into my chat, tell me what it was and who it's for. Or it's gonna go into the abyss.
Oh, they wasn't me. I swear. Oh, they wasn't me. I swear. Okay, where's your...
This is my last call for the anonymous donator to come into my chat and let me know what it was and who it's supposed to go to, or it will end up going into the abyss.
yep, I got it for a little bit longer. Ooh, garnet.
Slow, Sarah's fast travel to try the Elder Woods.
This is my last call for the anonymous donator.
So
Come into my chat and let me know what it was and who it's supposed to go to,
Yes,
or
so
it will end up going into the abyss.
friends, I know that there was some anonymous gifter, so make sure to just join Amanda's stream. Let me just give a shout out here. Behind the live streaming, this is our host. So if you donated, no worries. Just let them know that Amanda, I know it's someone from my stream. It's Armenia, so they will reach out to you. Random chaos.
Thank you.
Maybe something else. Make sure to just let us know, like Amanda, know what to do with that donation. It was you, Armenia. So yes, go
Right.
come over.
So just let me know what it was. That's how I confirm, because it's
Amanda, I know
anonymous,
it's,
just to
someone
ensure
from
it.
my
And then let me know
stream.
who it's
It's
supposed to go
Armenia, so they
to.
will reach out to you.
Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Sarminia. You can let Amanda know what do you want to do with your donation.
Perfect.
Here.
Thank you. I just had to have a confirmation on
Okay,
it.
how much time do we have? Because what if
All right, Ginger, you got gifted a citrine.
Ooh, thank you
so,
so much. 10 minutes left at least, or like 15? Should I use it later?
We have 33 minutes left in the hour. 33 minutes left.
33 minutes. Thank you so much, Ash. Thank you. We have enough time. Perfect.
All right, Ginger, you got gifted a citrine.
Ooh, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Tarminia.
33 minutes left in the hour. 33 minutes left.
Let's go. That's amazing. Okay, so we should have some travel port
There
over
is
here.
something important. What is that? There's a stone. Do we know how much longer on that no stone timer? We will know when it will finish. Amanda will tell us. So no worries, we'll hear that. There is a timer on Amanda's stream, so 3 a.m. You know what that means? Rainbow tips. I'll just run around. Maybe we'll find a rainbow tip.
You don't
it
need a
will
rainbow
give us
tip,
the
ma'am.
plushie. I don't think so, but you know, we can
That rainbow tip
try.
plushie ain't gonna help you.
Nothing here. Of course, I am blind when it comes to that.
All right,
Maybe
you're
I'll
allowed to
just
hit whatever
run
you like
around
now.
The rainbow tip, and I will not even see
Thank
it, so-
you.
All right, you're allowed to hit whatever you like now.
Okay, Amanda,
Thank
I will use
you.
my Or Compass.
Oh yeah, we are.
Start.
Thank you.
able to
Do I
use the rock
say
paper.
when
Amanda,
exactly?
I will use
Yep,
my
just go ahead and use it. You let me ask me if
Okay,
you can use it. Just
start-
make sure the
do I
timing is right,
say
and then
when
just let me know when it's
exactly?
done. Yep, just go ahead and use it. You let me
Okay,
ask me if you can
perfect.
use it.
Perfect. 3, 2,
Make sure the
1.
timing is right.
Sure. Perfect.
Three,
Party
two, one.
is
I'll do
over.
Yes.
Party's up.
timers. Yes, I know.
Party's
come on.
up.
Oh,
Thank you, Feisty.
I gotta leave.
I just want to
Thank you so
climb
much.
over there. I'm just looking on the Discord, and We are just free and oh, because they have like a party up, right? They have a party up with people, so that's why. Ooh, the sticker pack. And when we'll have that, and right now, I just got the sticker pack. Freak out. But we have another gold over here, so I'm happy with that. I know they are not worth anything. Like, if we'll get that as a random chaos or like something to just catch during the after some time, yeah. Hi Glaze, how is your internet? Is it back? Friend, you just disappeared from here, and all of my luck with this news just disappeared too. No, no worries. I'm joking. I'm just joking. We're doing great. I'm still like I have a lot of fun. The bugs on the pole outside is fried, I think. Oh no, yeah, like with this weather.
That's a bug. That's a bug. It's bugs. That is not a bug. I will let place you update you on scores. Okay. Oh, I need to eat too. I did not think y'all would want that.
Let's
Closer.
follow the marker. And in Elderwood, it's really, really tricky. It's inside, okay. And then it's in the... Okay, let's do that. Yes, thank you. Yes, it's cute, right? And Kells Bells, enjoy your first daily brand, the brioche with chunks of sugar bun. Enjoy, enjoy. Simple and delicious. Welcome in,
Sweet tea
friends.
sounds good. I had so
hope
much
that your
sweet
day
tea on
was amazing
Sunday,
so
yo, or
far.
Saturday.
And yesterday we're
I drank
raising
a
the money for
whole
the
gallon
charity.
of sweet
This is the
tea
event, which is
during
called
that
Great
doubleheader.
Palia Charity Hunt. It's hosted by Amanda. Their name is behind the live streaming. And yeah, you can see
Drinking
the
water
stream from their
today.
perspective. They are streaming all of our
Right
screens
now,
if you'd like
anyways.
to see all of us at the same time. I also encourage you, let me go with the streamers command. Streamers. So yeah, oh no, I made the typo. Do we have any mod or anyone who would like to type in chat ! Streamers so we can see all of them? Multiple streamers. Yeah, perfect. A good start, Ancient Fishy at the market. Let's go. Let's go, Deja Vu. Congrats. Thank you so much, Tanya. So yes, and here you can see all of the streamers that are
Closed
our
space pool on in
M.
town, and I'm not a huge fan of it because there is a lot of people. Like I would need to go at 6 in the morning.
Thank you for the
To
follow.
be
I
able to swim
appreciate
at
that.
least.
Welcome
Because
in.
I'm not a person which is just like, yeah, I want to stay in the swimming pool. I want to chill a little bit. I love to swim. That is the thing. So I'll just give up on that. But if we'll have the chance to go to Poland on the holiday without any problem, like if we'll find someone who will take care of Milka, we'll definitely go to swim a little bit. And I have a plan, like maybe if I'll have a chance tomorrow, if I'll have a little bit of time.
We're checking on Slug.
Oh, cool. Yeah. That did look important. You have time to use it, but will you get more? Yeah. I should probably wait then. Because I think that one lasted long, like about 30 minutes. 20 minutes?
Nobody I know.
Running the nodes pretty well without them at the moment.
Nobody that I know won the top model. Hi, baby. Hey. Hey. You gonna mess up my rug on me?
Oh, I thought that was a node. I haven't even looked at a map in this space. They last 15 minutes? Oh, well, I'm popping that thing then. Oh yeah, the horse. I keep forgetting. That's totally.
Can I? No.
Stones down here.
No, you cannot.
Ah!
Feisty. Well, Lizzie came in and say hi to me.
Am I like stuck here now? Ah!
What?
Things can hurt now.
What? What?
I wasn't ready.
What? Huh?
My gracious host,
Yeah.
I'm
What?
using my other ore compass. Tell him Andy you're
Thank
sorry.
you.
Okay. My gracious host, I am using my other ore
Hi,
compass.
Sky. They both came in and say hi.
All right, let's rock.
Hi. 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 Oh, don't put my... Yes. Hi. 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 Why are you so hyperradial?
Horses should
Get
be
out.
able to swim. They're
Come here,
excellent
Sky.
swimmers.
Come here. No, Sky. Come here.
But I get it.
Come here. No, I said Sky. Come here. Sky doesn't want to get up here. Yo, oh, yo. Did she hide your shit? Did she hide it on you? I'm sorry. I can't help you. I can't help you, young love.
War
Okay,
shall
we
be
can do
upon
some
us
doggy
soon.
treat. We can do some
There's
treat.
war in this game now? What?
Oh my god, he's experiencing the war for the first time. Down.
Am I going the right way? Yes.
New treats. Back it up. Get back.
Jump. Not over that.
We got Sky and we got Lizzie. Well, these are big treats. They're big treats. Yeah. Up. Right. Up. Oh. Up. Good girl.
Can't climb on that. What?
That's it. Those are big treats.
What?
That's it. That's all the treats for you today, for now.
Oh, way up
That's
there.
it.
Okay, I'm going back to find my chopper machine, like the heavy metal chopper machine, and I'll
Okay.
just go with the try.
Good luck. Also, y'all, we have 23 minutes left in the hour. 23 minutes left. Callie! Your love and support, we're here to stay. Shout out to the streamer. Thank you for the rain. Let's have some fun streaming throughout the day. Hello, I'm Amanda Lay. How you doing today? With your love and support, we're here to stay. Shout out to the streamer. Thank you for the raid. Let's have some fun streaming throughout the day.
No frog is safe. Behind you, never mind. The tube is a cave.
Welcome in. How was your stream? Hopefully it was wonderful.
And I might zoom past.
Hopefully it was wonderful. We are on our last round of the Great Paley Charity Hunt streamer round. And we've got 4 amazing streamers participating today. Right there are our 4 streamers. We are almost at our halfway mark. Having a lot of fun. We have raised over $33,000 for It Gets Better. Ooh, mix it up to lots of different games today. Nice. Nice.
Gold back back there? What was that? I ran right past it.
By the way, y'all, I just noticed. I just looked, y'all. We hit 3,333 followers. We're right now at 3333.
Get yourself a snack.
It's just a cool number. I just had to point it out. I just saw it. I was like, yes, that's awesome. That's awesome. And I pointed it
Okay,
out now.
I'll
because it's
start. I'm starting right now.
Go ahead. Y'all want to hear it?
Okay, I'll start. I'm starting right now.
Go ahead. Y'all want to hear it?
Okay. Okay. Fingers crossed, friends. Fingers crossed. I've got 2 points.
Oh no!
Do you only have one try, or you can try
Only-
and try? How
Only
does it
one
go?
try. You get one try at it. And the score
That
is
is the
2
thing.
Only
points.
have
That
one
is
try, or
the
you
Good
can try
job.
and try?
score to beat
Yeah,
now.
I forgot
One
the
try.
the
One
keys how to
try
play
at
it.
And
is
You're
the
all
thing.
good, Emta. You're still better than I think.
Yeah, I forgot the the keys how to play it.
You're all good, Emta.
One of
you're
the
still
twists
better than
I
I
released
think.
today is the metal choppa. Whichever
Yeah, that's
streamer gets
true.
the highest
2 points
score
and
gets
move on.
20 points.
Oh, press F to exit. Maybe on else we'll try.
I know, right?
Maybe. Who knows? Who knows? I'm going back, friends, to Kilima to try with the stones, and then we'll go back to.
It happens.
Harrison.
It happens.
Let's just go with it, and maybe we'll get some nice stones in here. Repair. I repaired my tools already. Thank you, Kohaku, for the reminder. For a minute, we'll not have a camera. No worries, friends. I'll be back soon. Oh no, again. Oh, wait. We're here. How are we doing on the timer?
Why do you think I
We should
didn't
have
do that
something around
twist,
20
ma'am?
minutes, right?
You dropped your phone. That's all good, love.
Let's run with my normal path. If we'll find any of the
It was
rocks
like a
here.
tower
Let's
run.
go.
A tower run would be unfair.
First one. Will we get something good over here? I need something good. We need an emerald. And I hope that if we'll get all of the stones, maybe I'll go to the highlands for a little bit.
Ramrod will be deciding the
We'll
twist.
get those stones, which we should get in the Bahari too.
So, and then if he uses any of the, like, what's supposed to be like a first come first serve twist, like the tree amber or whatever, it'll be a time frame. So I will have like 30 minutes to
it would be nice
to get that
a
amber
Kitsu
to get the
plushie.
points. Red egg. I know, shush with the dang red eggs. I'm gonna have a nice talking to my bird today.
Oh, nice. We've got a quartz.
Oh no! Long as
One
is he
extra point
okay?
to our goal.
Love you, Jakey. All our love to Alex too. Send him some love from me.
I think the highlands would be difficult without your horsey. I know, but I think I have more luck in there with the start stones. I know it is so huge, but I also have a place where I'm just running around even without a horse. Because there is like a really quite good path, so...
I have two really good paths in Royal Highland.
But also, if I remember correct, we can just teleport there. If there is the board, I will be able to teleport there.
Hey! Oh, hey. Thank you, Jen.
Oh,
We'll keep an eye out for the rocks.
Thank you so much for giving away the stuff. Thank you. Enjoy your bot, friends. Enjoy.
By the way, guys, don't
Free
forget,
bot.
today is the last day to get your creator
It's a
badges.
button. Thank you so
If you've
much,
not been
babe.
watching the streams beforehand,
Like, really,
you
it
probably
would be
won't
really
get
good
the
to
Great
have a
Paley
horse.
Charity Hunt
It is a
one, as you had to watch
huge
8 hours
help in
of.
the game. There's a huge difference.
And then,
travel pretty quick.
you have, if you donate 2 gifted subs, you'll
Come on,
get
Emerald,
the
yes, come
Pride
on.
Crown badge,
Emerald.
which matches the, excuse me, the channel point redemption. The channel point image.
Let's go. Every stone you
I'll
need
tuck
it.
up, save. Oh, okay, good.
You don't.
Sounds good, Jakey.
You know, you can get a really cute badge. I was working on those badges, and friends, I will work on the new badges soon, for the next month. Because I was just thinking about
They
this
end
badge
tonight at 11
only for this
p.m. So when we
event.
end the stream today, those creator badges will end.
Ooh, I was thinking that is a silver. It was looking like a silver.
We got 16 minutes left in the half. 16 minutes left.
Amanda, my ore compass is done.
Thank you kindly. 16 minutes left
you.
in the half. 16 minutes left.
It would be good to reach 100.
Amanda, my ore compass is done.
Thank you kindly.
Thank
Thank you
you.
kindly.
Space, I see that you're really happy with that button. Oh, another quartz. Let's go. Okay, let's go back with the camera. We're good. We're all good. Any silver anywhere? Why it is so hard to find any node of silver? Oh, it looks so pretty. It is. It is so cute. Like, I was freaking happy when I was doing them. And you're so freaking colorful. And I love this vibe of the colorful. And it's like, of course, there is a small kitty on it. There is a small kitty. It has to be. Everything related with cats over here. Thank you for it, Denja. No, thank you so much for your subscription, friend. You know, that helps me a little bit. I'm collecting money right now for a small doll for Milka to just go with her teeth.
Been on Ginger for a little bit.
Yeah, exactly, right, Angel? So you have to enter the Japu. We are very curious if it's rigged indeed. If it's indeed rigged, I will try to get 3 times. Yes, 3 times the charm. Okay, Froggy. I think we need some chapots in the chat. Maybe we'll get some plushie here. Okay. Plushie. No. And yeah, when we'll go home or whatever, like, I'm not sure if during the break we should go home this time, because it will be the longer break, right? Should we play the metal chapa after the break? Thank you for manifesting. Thank you for the chapot, friends. Okay. Let's see. I love these dots over here, like these lights in that cavern. Mr. Rock. Technically, we could also try fishing, but do we want to? You know what? Maybe we can try. What if I'll go to... You know what? Let's do this. How much time do we have? 30 minutes? Something like this? 5? I don't know. I have 2-second memory of the goldfish.
13 minutes left in the half. 13 minutes left.
The rainbow is not rainbowing yet. It will not get the that rock. So
13 minutes left in the
13.
half. 13 minutes left.
Perfect. 13 minutes. I think I'll try to fish. Thank you so much. I did a one-time Chapa game. I get 3. Let's go. That's better than Emcha. And probably that's better than I would have. Good job, Chapu.
Did you have another cake
You're
party?
first on Discord. No one else tried yet.
Or not today?
Okay, so I'm home. I think I will sell just the trash. All of the trash. That gemstone will stay. Oh, it's so good that I didn't misclick. Because imagine if I would just, you know, if I would just put it in the bin. That would be awful. I would cry. Emerald is, like, worth the most. Okay, I didn't though, so we're fine. Okay, let's go this way. We'll go to the lake. Do you have metal chopper at home? Yes, I have. But I think for now I will go to the lake, and then next time, will you remind me, guys? I'm too hyped. I think I'm too nervous to try yet. Oh, that's so much better, Deja Vu. And yeah, remind me, please. The metal chapa. the heavy metal
What is
chopper. We
Slug
need to go to that
doing?
expensive arcade machine, and then we
Slug
go
had to go
to,
potty. Couldn't wait 10 minutes for a
basically,
break.
we need to go up, down. Like, oh my gosh, we need to jump. We can go down, and that's it, right? Or do we also have the weapon? I think we can release some bullets. I'm not sure. I think we can. I didn't play in a long time. Thank you for manifesting. Thank you so much, Space. Okay,
You
we
just
have
walk
0
right-
gold ores. So at some point, I think next time we should go also to the Bahari. Okay. We need to go to the
You
lake,
gotta
not
go,
to
you
the
gotta go.
pond,
I
right? To
mean,
get the potential
I just know how to hold.
rainbow fish.
It came from working at a mental facility. And happened to,
My character
I
is
had
running
hour
back and
slots,
forth,
so you
left
couldn't
and
go, you
right.
couldn't leave, you couldn't just leave.
Like I'm a drunk driver or something. Oh, look at that! 2 of the silver. Nice. Let's go. Here. I'm OP with that horse.
Had to let the cat in.
Okay,
By the way,
where's
y'all,
lake?
chat, if you have not mined your rock,
Go this
we're at
way.
1,299 points for chat. One more point, we'll hit
Aura's
1,300 points.
Okay, where are the...
My second ore compass is done.
These are the regular
Okay,
ones. I
does the
will
cat
ignore
steal
them
it?
'cause they will not give me emerald. And I just want to make sure that I will
My
try
second ore
fish.
compass is It did.
Okay, does the cat steal it? Smokey Gerbil, hello, love, and a Jasper right there.
I gotta eat.
Lens,
It
do
did.
you have that, or do you want me to get that? Because Jen had to step away for a moment.
Another one. Will we make it to the lake?
I gotta eat.
I'm not sure. Because we have some priorities.
Okay. Second on Slug here.
Oh.
And that'll put us over 1,300 for chat. GG's chat. Bravo.
Yeah, I found some flowers I didn't have.
All right, y'all. It has been over 25 minutes of quietness. Kenyatta wants to twerk, y'all. Kenyatta wants to twerk for us. So let's get some donations in. Let's get that Kenyatta twerking away. Quietness. Kenyatta wants to twerk, y'all. Kenyatta wants to twerk for us. So let's get some donations in. Let's get that Kenyatta twerking away.
I got the badge. Let's go. You've got it. Yes, friends, for 2 hours of watching today, we have a badge of this cute kitty. And for everyone who will give us up or who will subscribe, they will get also the badge. But yes, friends, you know, that is not about it. We are collecting money. So if someone wants to spend some money for the donation, feel free to do
Osmo,
it.
welcome
There
in.
is some links in the chat. I'm doing good. And yes, like I started to talk about that. My weekend was quite busy. I was working on my Etsy store. I was working on preparation for the charity hunt with all of the comments, with the scene, which I've done for today. And it was quite busy that time. But it was so much fun for me. It was really so much fun. Who wants to shake the booty? Yes. M is currently at 2nd in silver. Oh my goodness, that's so good. Thank you so much for letting me know. Thank you, thank you. We have 46 of silver. Oh, and we've got a citron. And yes, those are our friends who are participating with us. Thank you so much for all of those links. Amanda, the behind the lashes streaming, is our friend who just did that cute, amazing event where we can raise some money. Oh. We have a furball on the floor.
Mackenzie, hello,
Ooh.
love. How are you? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. We are working on raising
How
some
much time
money
do we
for it
still
gets
have
better.
till the break? Because I'll need to check on Milka. I'm just like, what's going on? And also, when you think asking how was the time, how was the weekend, what I did also, friends, yesterday, for the first time from a long, long time, I decided to plant something, and I planted the catnip. I'll try it,
Catnip,
and I'll
nice.
make Milka some tea
Checking
later.
on Ginger. Actually, we'll check
6
on
minutes.
Ozzy.
If you are donating for any of the incentives, do not donate for a party up because I will not be doing party ups. Platinum. Woo,
You gotta hit
I
the
can do it.
platinum.
I do
Hey,
play
Ozzy, you
RuneScape.
gotta hit the rock. You gotta hit it to get it out.
I occasionally. Ooh.
Hey, Ozzy, you gotta hit the rock.
I,
You gotta hit it
I
to get it out.
I know, Amanda. I know. I gotta hit the rock. All right, let me get rid of this.
I know.
Stone.
I have Ozzy up too.
Yes,
What do I have?
yes,
What do I
Amanda.
have
I
Ozzy
know
up
I
to?
gotta hit the rock.
10.5.
Lag is saying you're not allowed to hit the rock. Since like 30 now. Since about like 2000, like mid 2000s. I can't remember the exact year off
Like
the
to
top of my
stay on the
head.
first place. Oh, there's another silver. And then the first place of the monthly score wins the bandoodle. One of your animals can be turned into the bandoodle. Like I made some of them here, you can see them. Also, whenever I go for my be right back, some of the buns are floating around. Now I've got 2 silver from Big Chunk. Scam. I call it scam. Let's go. And yes, for the first place, there's 3 plushies of your choice from the bundle that I have on my plot. Then 2 plushie, second place 2 plushies, third place 1 plushie. And yeah, next month we will start the brand new score. Oh no, not the wheel. Wagon wheel.
Thank you, Ginger, for finding my
I think
wheel
I will
for
try
me.
until the end of the
You're welcome.
of the hour.
Spring Dweller, if you can see me in my
Thank you,
chat,
Ginger, for finding my wheel
please.
for me. You're welcome. Let's go. I see some another donation.
Spring Dweller, if you can see me in my chat, please.
I think it will be for Emcha.
If you
I
want
know
to
them from
donate
Emcha's
something to the charity, you need to tell what you want to donate for someone. So if you can go to the first link right now and tell what you want to gift, please do so. And I have no idea what you're going for.
Welcome back, Princess
But I'm really
Jen.
happy that you
You should be
donated
caught
for
up
the
and good to go.
charity.
We hit
So
1300
nice.
though. Look at that, Jen.
Emeralds come your way. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Glaze. What do I need to do? Okay, so just go to the chat of Amanda, and just in case, I don't know if you want to go with the sabotage or if you want to go with like any help. You just need to choose what you want. So if you want to help with something, there is the link with all of the helps. This is all of the sabotages, which you
You just
can
need to
just
tell her
use
to come to
on
my
me
chat.
or on someone
Let me do
else.
all that because you don't know what it
Also, you
is.
can go with the
But it's
random
fine.
videos. But you know what? I don't know who you're donating for, but I would like really love to have a horse. I will not tell that. Like, yeah, I would love to have a horse. But also, if you're unable to donate towards the event today, don't worry. Just yes,
I
that would be
figured.
good. So just go to Amanda's stream.
Ooh, we got a
But
citrine,
because you
Jakey.
used, I think the horse is for 30 pounds. Pounds. Yeah, for the $30. I think you will need to choose something more. So you can go with any of the start stones, or you can go with the ore compasses or something like that. I have no idea. I don't remember what cost what amount. So you can go just on the on the website. Like on the website, there is a link which is just heading straight away to the graphic of the insensitives and the sabotages. My brain is just off today. I'm sorry. Yeah, so just make sure if you will want to just go to just go and tell Amanda which one to give. You just have to make what you wanted. Yeah. Which link do I click? There are so many. Okay. Do you want to help or you want to put some sabotage on?
Just have them come to
Oh,
me.
no,
They
not
already
in this
said
way,
what they
not in this way.
wanted.
We'll just make some. Come on,
You're
Kat,
making it harder.
please.
Just have them come to me, and
Let's
I
go
will explain to
the
them
top
what
of the
needs to be
account.
done. I love you, girl.
There is a
but
donation link. Help always. Okay.
just
So
come
if you
to
want
me.
to help, here it is. Here it is, and in there you have like give a silver or gold for $5.
They've already submitted their reward. I just need them to confirm who it goes
or
to.
garnet is $10. Use
You're making it longer, wow, and not necessary.
Come on, Milka. You're so bad today. I can see. What is the price for the horse? Horse ability is for $30 too. Yeah, French already donated. So hi, Manoli. So the horse will be for $30 and you can use
If you are hitting a node, finish that node and then pause, please.
And yeah, I stopped for a second. I'm sorry.
If you are I'm still waiting on Fringe Dweller to be in my chat so I can ask them the question I need to ask them about their donation, please.
I did not even okay, French will be over there soon. But we're all good.
I'm still waiting
just didn't know what they wanted because they didn't know that they had to choose something.
Oh, they already chose something? I just need to know who it's going to.
I think like I don't know what they chose yet. French, if you're in the
they've
chat,
already chosen what they're
let me know.
chosen. I just need to know who it's going to because there's not a name in the
Oh
comments.
yeah, I think like I don't know what they chose yet. French, if you're in the chat, let's
come over to the chat. We'll get it taken care of. I probably already know who it's going to, but I need the confirmation. All right, make sure we get our inventories up and we'll get an okay from our mods real quick. Friends, so I'm assuming it's going to MKM, is that correct? Alright, thank you, that's all I needed. Alright, M, you got gifted an amethyst.
Thank you.
Simply done, easy done. As soon as we got the go ahead with our mods, what we're gonna end up doing is you guys will go home and get your guys' lucky coin and then head to the underground. But I want to get an okay with their mods that we're good with our scores first.
Do we have to go to our house plot? Because we can use our lucky coin without taking it
I forgot
out.
you don't have to have it on you anymore.
Okay, so we can go straight to the undergrounds, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mods are good, so go ahead and go on to the undergrounds. And then once you are there, go ahead and turn your coin into a box and then hold for us. Yeah, I forgot they changed that, so my brain is already habit of y'all going to get your coin and then going to the underground.
And yeah, Amanda, which things are counted? Like how many points and for what we can get? Like what's nice?
I'll go over all that as soon as we get a chance. As soon as everybody's ready to go. Yeah, just grab your box, but don't open it. Timer has stopped. Don't delete anything out of your inventory.
Sorry, I forgot about it. It was just a stone. I'm stopping right now.
Can we move the things around? No.
You can
It's all safe.
rearrange your pockets, but you can't delete
Okay.
anything. You have to wait until the timer is active to delete things out of
Perfect.
your pocket.
Thank you.
All right, so what we're doing now is our little halftime twists, which will be the lucky coin box and a one
The
round
inner
of hot
machinations
pot.
of my mind are
When
an
we go
enigma.
to open up the boxes, I'll call out each one of y'all to open up your box. If you get a furniture item, it's 10 points. If you get a plushie out of your coin, it's 20 points. And then we'll go in and do hot pot. The hot pot, if you win your round of hot pot, it's 10 points. If you win, then you'll get to spin the wheel there with those 2 coins tokens you get. If the wheel lands on deco, you get 10 points. If the wheel lands on plushie, you get 20 points. So that's the point system here for you. I'm just waiting for everybody to be loaded up and have their box, and then we'll go in and get that done. After we get done with that round, after you guys start your hot pot rounds, win or lose, you'll end up going to wherever you are wanting to start your next round in. So the central stables of the adventure zone you want to start your next round in, you'll go there. And then you'll pop up your inventory again, and then you can go on your 10-minute break. Keep in mind that your inventory screen needs to be visible during that break. You can turn your cam off, do whatever you got to do with that, but the screen of your game has to be visible at all times.
Can we stay in the underground during the beginning of the first round? Because I would like to try the choppa, the metal choppa.
Absolutely. That's fine.
Okay.
Yep.
Perfect.
All right. I see. Slug, did you get your box? I don't see your inventory up, so I didn't want to make sure you're good to go.
I spin the wheel, right?
No, you're gonna take that lucky coin, and there is a box inside the shop area in that room. So you're gonna continue where you came in at, or you come in for the sewage. So you're gonna go through through that door there, and then to the left. There you go. Or did you not pick up your coin? Did you not grab buy anything to get a lucky coin today? You can go to that
Where do I pick that
register.
up at?
You can go to that register and buy. They can buy something there. Go to that register and buy a lucky coin.
Okay. Got it.
Did you get a lucky coin there? Okay.
And then hit the lucky box?
Yeah, then get your lucky box, but don't open the box.
Okay. Got it. Sorry about that.
Nope, you're good. All right, we're going to start with Ozzy first. Ozzy, go ahead and open up your box.
Darn thing. The Palia tab's doing that stupid thing where it'll suddenly wipe away the top and bottom of the tab.
What'd you get?
Did Silver Wing Plus.
Silver Wing plushie.
Let's go.
That's 20 points
Congrats.
to Ozzy. You can go ahead and start your
Nice.
hot pot round. We're going to go to Ginger. Open up yours, love.
Okay, let's go. 3, 2, 1. Oh, the carrot seeds.
Carrot seeds. All right, M, go ahead and open up yours. Ginger, you can go ahead and start your
Okay.
hot pot round.
I got the purple cracking fireworks.
Dang, fireworks. All right, go ahead and start yours. Slug, go ahead and open up yours.
Okay, here we go. Lucky box. 20 dispel arrows.
Sparrows don't give you any points. Go ahead and start your hot pot round as well. While you guys are doing hot pot rounds, I'm going to go over the current scores and where they're at right now for y'all. This way, those are taken care of too. Okay, so where we're at, Ozzy is at 77 points. Slug is at 88 points. Ginger is at 103, and M is at 110. So Really close,
Let's
y'all.
go.
Very close. In silver
Yeah,
count,
we're really close.
in silver count, first place is M at 54, Ginger at 52, Slug is at 16, Ozzy at 11. In gold, Slug is at 87, Ozzy at 52, and M at 35. And in platinum, Ginger is at 22, Ozzy is at 10. The other two are at 0. So there are our scores currently for you. We'll get these hot pot rounds done, and then we'll end up having our mystery outfit giveaway for our 10-minute break on my chat. And we'll come back and get our last 2 rounds done. Also, y'all, we are now at $33,065.69. So we hit our 33K. Hopefully we can get that a little bit higher. I would love to at least get us past 33.5 in this round. So that would give me about 1,500 to try to raise tomorrow on my own. But the more you make, the better. Lilu, hello, love. How are you? So you're home. How are you doing? I'm doing okay. I'm doing all right. We are at our halftime spot. We got the hot pots going. And then we'll start our halftime break and get our second half done. We've got to 33,000. I've showed off the trophies over here for our special awards tomorrow. Albus with a 7 stream streak. Let's go. Nerdy, I saw your stream streak as well. See how our hot pot rounds are going. Let's check in on them.
So yeah,
Let's see.
let's go with it. Oh, Nerdy and
feel
I
like
would
I'm
not be
playing
able to
some
play in
poker
the
or
same
some-
round. Oh no, but like, you know what? It's fine. Corn, please. Corn, please. Corn, please. I think there would be a blue deep idea. It might be possible. It really might be possible. No, we are chill. We are just chilling.
We lost.
Together.
I think like I lost.
We're mostly chilling.
I
together,
lost
so-
too.
No.
We've been in
I
the
could
same
take that
table.
potato.
Oh, and both of y'all at the
No.
same table?
We lost.
We
we
are
both
always
lost.
in the
Oh,
same. We are always in the same
no.
servers.
Are we?
Oh
my gosh.
Yeah,
So-
like
yeah.
when we go into
Yo.
Kilima, we are in Kilima together
are
because
all-
servers are just kicking us together as always.
Oh.
Yeah, the European servers at that
You all
time,
had
like
a
they are not very
50% chance of
crowded.
one of y'all winning, and neither one of y'all
Yeah,
took
It
it.
is what it is. Hi.
All right.
Okay. So
So-
we can go to the place where we want to start the
Right.
next
So
round.
you'll
right?
go to the adventure zone, the central
Mhm.
stables of the adventure zone you want to start the next round in. If you're gonna do the hot pot or the choppa, you can stay down here. That's fine.
Okay.
We are
just-
not allowed to clean our pockets yet, right?
Correct. You
No.
have to
It's
wait
the
till the
poster.
timer starts. Yep.
Mhm.
so
Pull up
okay.
your inventories, and then you all can take your all's break. I will start my 10-minute timer when the last hot pot is finished.
Okay.
Perfect.
Alrighty? Oh my god. Cannot believe they were on the same table and neither one of them won. Rude. Absolutely rude. Also, just a heads up for other chats. If you have not gone into my stream and minded your rock, if you don't mind doing that while we're doing this halftime and you're coming in, get your mystery outfit. Mystery outfit's open for anybody. Anybody can enter as long as you do have to be following my stream. Unfortunately, to do that, it just makes it easier for me to be able to get a hold of people. Streamers, you also can enter. Don't be afraid to enter yourself as well. But yeah, make sure when you guys are in here to also mind your rock. It's 1 channel point, and your stones, if you get stones, will get added to the chat points in their chat totals of the whole month. It is currently at 1307. So also a quick shout out again to all of our sponsors: Elder Gay Guy for sponsoring the trophies, Jay Allen for sponsoring the mystery outfit giveaways that we're giving away during the event, and Vanilla Crafting, aka Lulu Paws, for designing and building the trophies. Was that a non-win, Ozzy?
Not.
Wait, did you win?
Okay, I'm going for my break, so see
right ahead.
you
Yep,
soon,
you're good.
friends.
Ozzy, did you say you won or you lost?
I lost.
Oh.
Just in case. Oh,
Yeah, I heard
Ozzy,
you.
never mind.
I won.
Oh.
I won.
Ozzy won. That's 10 points. And then when you're able to spin your wheel, to spin your wheel.
I have lost my hot pot.
Wah, wah.
But they gave me a coin.
Yeah, you get 1 coin, but not 2 coins. All right, go ahead and go to the adventure zone that you start off at. And I saw ingredients from Ozzy. So, but you got 10 points from winning your hot pot round, Ozzy. All of y'all will go ahead and head to your all's starting point. Put up your inventories. I'm going to start the giveaway and our 10-minute timer. And we'll be back in 10 minutes from our break. So enjoy y'all's break. Soon as Mix It Up starts it. Mix it up a little slow for me when it starts my timer. There it goes. Nope. There it goes, y'all. Hi, music. Ooh, an emerald. An emerald for music. GG's. All right. Timer has started. Exclamation mark. It gets better in the chat. I will be back.
Charity hunt. We're digging deep, no time to front. Mining for star stones while we raise some dough. A fun competition, let's put on a show. Streamer versus streamer, the journey unfolds. Sabotages and incentives, stories untold. We're all in this together, united we stand, making a difference, letting in a difference, lending a helping hand. Fighting for our game, trans youth. It gets better, it's here to tell the truth. Good luck to all the streamers. Remember, this is for our LGBT youth members. Mine for star stones, let's dig it up. Shining bright like a ruby in the rough. This charity hunt, we'll make it count. Having a blast while we raise money from around. In this world so vast, we dig through layers of time, uncovering hidden jewels, a treasure so hard to find. We're raising money for a cause, a charity with a heart. It gets better, spreading love and hope with no pause. Fighting for our gay and trans youth. It gets better, it's here to tell the truth. Good luck to all the streamers. Remember, this is for our LGBT youth members. Mine for star stones, let's dig it up. Shining bright like a ruby in the rough. In this charity hunt, we'll make it count. Having a blast while we raise money from around. In this world so vast, we dig through layers of time. Uncovering hidden jewels, a treasure so hard to find. We're raising money for a cause, a charity with a heart. It gets better, spreading love and hope with no pause. Fighting for our gay and trans youth. It gets better, is here to tell the truth. Good luck to all the streamers. Remember, this is for our LGBT youth members. In the great Palia charity hunt, we're digging deep, no time to front. Mining for star stones while we raise some dough. A fun competition, let's put on a show. Streamer versus streamer, the journey unfolds. Sabotages and incentives, stories untold. We're all in this together, united we stand. Making a difference, letting in a difference, lending a helping hand. Fighting for our gay and trans youth. It gets better, is here to tell the truth. Good luck to all the streamers. Remember, this is for our LGBT youth members. Mine for star stones, let's dig it up. Shining bright like a ruby in the rough. In this charity hunt, we'll make it count. Having a blast while we raise money from around. In this world so vast, we dig through layers of time. Uncovering hidden jewels, a treasure so hard to find. We're raising money for a cause, a charity with a heart. It gets better, spreading love and hope with no pause. Fighting for our gay and trans youth. It gets better, is here to tell the truth. Good luck to all the streamers. Remember, this is for our LGBT youth members. Mine for star stones, let's dig it up. Shining bright like a ruby in the rough. In this charity hunt, we'll make it count. Having a blast while we raise money from around. In this world so vast, we dig through layers of time. Uncovering hidden jewels, a treasure so hard to find. We're raising money for a cause, a charity with a heart. It gets better, spreading love and hope with no pause. Fighting for our gay and trans youth. It gets better, is here to tell the truth. Good luck to all the streamers. Remember, this is for our LGBT youth members. In the great Palia charity hunt, we're digging deep, no time to front. Mining for star stones while we raise some dough. A fun competition, let's put on a show. Streamer versus streamer, the journey unfolds. Sabotages and incentives, stories untold. We're all in this together, united we stand. Making a difference, letting in a difference, lending a helping hand. Fighting for our gay and trans youth. It gets better, is here to tell the truth. Good luck to all the streamers. Remember, this is for our LGBT youth members. Mine for star stones, let's dig it up. Shining bright like a ruby in the rough. In this charity hunt, we'll make it count. Having a blast while we raise money from around. In this world so vast, we dig through layers of time. Uncovering hidden jewels, a treasure so hard to find. We're raising money for a cause, a charity with a heart. It gets better, spreading love and hope with no pause. Fighting for our gay and trans youth. It gets better, is here star stones, let's dig it up. Shining bright like a ruby in the rough. In this charity hunt, we'll make it count. Having a blast while we raise money from around. In this world so vast, we dig through layers of time. Uncovering hidden jewels, a treasure so hard to find. We're raising money for a cause, a charity with a heart. It gets better, spreading love and hope with no pause. Fighting for our gay and trans youth. It gets better, it's here to tell the truth. Good luck to all the streamers. Remember, this is for our LGBT youth members. In the great Palia charity hunt, we're digging deep, no time to front. Mining for star stones while we raise some dough. A fun competition, let's put on a show. Streamer versus streamer, the journey unfolds. Sabotages and incentives, stories untold. We're all in this together, united we stand. Making a difference, letting in a difference, lending a helping hand. Fighting for our gay and trans youth. It gets better, it's here to tell the truth. Good luck to all the streamers. Remember, this is for our LGBT youth members. Mine for star stones, let's dig it up. Shining bright like a ruby in the rough. In this charity hunt, we'll make it count. Having a blast while we raise money from around. In this world so vast, we dig through layers
y'all,
of
30
time.
seconds left
Uncovering
in
hidden jewels,
the
a
mystery
treasure so
outfit.
hard to find.
30
We're
seconds
raising
left.
money for a cause, a charity with a heart. It gets better, spreading love and hope with no
Dancing here, we will
pause.
dance around.
Fighting for
Dance on around. 30 seconds left. 8 seconds left. There it is. And Eden Dari. All right, y'all. Our 10-minute break is up. Congratulations to Eden Dari on winning the mystery outfit halftime. Eden, just make sure you add me in the game behind space Lash. And then also, if you can also post what your in-game name is here in chat so my mods can write it down for me, and that'll help me out immensely, and I'll make sure you get that mystery outfit. Congratulations. Streamers, how we doing?
Congrats.
Y'all doing okay?
I'm doing good.
We're doing great.
Is everybody
Yes,
back
it's so fun.
and ready?
Just munching on some apples.
Do you
Munching on some pretzel
Apples,
crisps here.
it's funny
Enjoy.
that I picked up, I have this like frozen pineapple treat bill that I can, so I got me some pineapple.
Oh, I would love to have it
I'm
too.
going to go ahead and where's that?
I'm it is Pride Month, so I just would, pineapple, you know what they say about pineapple, right? So it's good. Men,
Yeah.
eat your pineapples. Just so you all know, men should be eating their pineapple. Okay. Are we all ready? Everybody back? I've heard everybody but Slug, so I just want to make sure everybody is back and ready to start our second round. Or our second half.
I am ready. And I'm waiting.
Yep, I'm here. I'm back.
All right, yeah. So we're at $33,065.69. Let's see if we can get a little bit more in there. And let's get us into it. You guys go ahead and get out of your all's inventories. When I see everybody's out of their inventory, I will get started with a timer. All right, you all may begin. Have fun.
Okay, so I'm up to play that heavy choppa.
No
Keep your
pressure.
fingers
We're
crossed.
watching.
Thank you.
I-
Oh no.
Good
I
luck.
am also
Okay,
playing
so
it.
I'm up to
No
perfect. Good
pressure, we're
luck,
watching.
Slug. Good job. Keep your fingers
No
crossed.
pressure, we're
Crossed.
watching.
Thank you.
I-
Oh no. Oh no.
Good luck.
I
Good
am also
luck.
playing it.
Perfect. Good luck. Perfect. Good luck, Slug.
Never mind.
Ooh, okay. Okay.
Slug, that
Guys,
was the
I
wrong
went into the
machine.
I have 0
I went into the tower.
Okay.
Wrong
How do
machine.
we do it?
Never mind.
This is okay. Okay. Okay.
Slug, that was the wrong machine.
I went into the tower.
1, 2, down. Oh. 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 I've got 4 points. 4 points, guys. Am I on the top right now? Oh,
Yep,
never
4
mind.
Yes, you
points is
are.
the current top
Okay,
score.
I'm
Okay,
playing it
got
now.
4
All right.
points. Fingers crossed. Am I on the top right now?
Yep,
Yes, you
4
are.
points
Yes, you
is the
are.
current
Okay,
top score.
I'm playing it now.
All right.
Fingers crossed.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ash. Even
Add
if
be a big old 1 point for me.
Oh, Slug! You got a duck, Slug. You got a duck.
1 point. Yeah, I'm bad at the ducking. Add be a big old 1 point for me. All right, thanks.
All right, so right now 4 points is the thing to beat,
Yeah, I'm bad
and
at the
Ozzy is
ducking.
our last one to do it. So when Ozzy gets it done,
All right,
we'll
thanks.
divvy out those points. All right, so right now, Britva, hello. How's Britva? Welcome in. So I'm curious, Ash. I'm actually really curious about this. So even if it's like your partner eats it, I guess it still would affect you in that way. I guess, right? I don't know. I've never. I love pineapple though, so it works for me.
Yep, oof. I slid too soon. I'm usually really good at that too. Oh, I have to go home.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
Then I get
Y'all
it.
realize why I said men should be eating their pineapple.
Oh, citron, nice.
Ah, gotcha.
Yeah, it said I had 1 minute 30 seconds. That's the time I have.
Oh. Look, Britva, we are at $33,065.69. I'm gonna say what, because obviously, you know, different allergies, right? So I was gonna say, what does it do to you? Does it just make you puffy?
Ah,
You're gonna get to meet Britva, Feisty, Jelly.
I went to the wrong machine. Funny. Almost there.
Jakey. I love pineapple, so it's so good. Grams Bear, hello, love, welcome in. An official Wits Vancouver meetup. That's exciting. That's fun. Let's check in on M here.
Carmenia, you've got a unicorn kisses mojito. Let's go.
All right, y'all.
Enjoy,
Look,
enjoy.
M's at
How you doing?
120 now.
Oh, do they so? Yes, I almost missed it. Almost. Thank you. Someone just helped me.
Just a friendly reminder, don't
didn't
forget,
have to just smash it
308
again.
is the score
That's
to
all
beat
good.
if you want in that
Friends, we
top
have a
5.
little bit less than 2 hours for this charity
Just
hunt
a
right
friendly
now.
reminder, don't forget, 308 is the score to beat if you want in that top 5.
It is hard. It is hard. We are on the score of something around 100, if I remember correct. And this could all few bucks if you go to the
Last
case.
year,
I will go there. I'll go there soon,
$26,775.
Like if I have some stones
So
over
we
here,
have
maybe there will be some
surpassed
more.
last year's score, or point system, or
there
money
was
raised.
something. Hi Supreme, how
And we
you
still have the rest
doing?
of this
How
round.
was
We
the
have
rest
my
of your
round
stream?
tomorrow
And how
and the
your
grand championship
fundraising is
round
going?
in
We are also
July.
taking a part in the charity
So,
hunt today. So we are playing Palia.
after we are done with my
smashing
round,
all
I
of the
will be
rocks
raising
to
that
get some
goal
points,
up to
but everyone who wants
50,000.
to, they can donate.
I was gonna do
to help us
40,000,
to just make
but
us,
chilling
like,
with
a
She,
small
who is
sabotage,
currently
or
in that
maybe,
top
like, a
5,
random chaos wall.
has said
And I
that
think
she
it's going
thinks I
for the
should
good
raise it to 50, and
cause.
I said, okay,
Thank
I'm
you.
gonna
It
raise
is
it to
nice to
50
hear
then.
that. I was watching your stream
So,
when I was just working on everything for the Etsy and for
See,
today's stream.
I'm gonna
And
say
I
if
had
you're in
such
that
a
top
lovely
5
time
and
to just look how you
you
create
think
and
you can get
everything.
50, we're gonna do
That was so
50.
good. Like I'm pretty surprised like how quick you
Also,
can make those
something
cards.
really cool as well.
It's going very well, thank you. That's
Let me
so
open this up in a
good.
new
That's so
tab
good
so I
to
can
hear
look at it
it.
actually and see.
I appreciate the lurk. I know,
We
I
are less than
appreciate all of our
$8,000 away
also. Thank you so much, Evie, for
from
the shout out. Thank you.
$100,000
Really nice to
raised
remember about our friends.
with
Another shout out which I need to
the
add
Great
to
Paley
our
Charity
auto
Hunt over the
shout-out.
last 2 years.
Not all
2
my
years and a
cards
month.
are that fast.
We have
I
raised
know, but I was just watching your stream one time. I was so
$92,043.45 so
lurky, I did
far.
not even set anything
In
in
all
the
of our
chat.
Great
I
Paley
was
Charity
just
Hunt
like
runs.
looking, what you doing? And like, I think
We're
1
so
minute
close to
or less than
100K.
1 minute. My goodness, you're so freaking quick with it. And also, friends, I saw Supreme Doom playing the Palia for the first time.
By the way,
And
these
it was
are
so
our 4
much
streamers
fun.
today
I love to see new players in the game. And I was
that are
just like,
competing
yeah,
in
let's
this
go,
round.
friend. You
We've
can
got
do
Ozzy
it.
in
You
the
can do
orange.
everything.
We got
There's
Ginger
nothing.
in the
So just like
yellow,
what we doing
M in the
today,
green,
we are
and the
smashing all of the
purple
rocks to get
is
those star stones,
Slug.
the Pallium, Platinum, like
In the
Pallium
blue,
Gold,
you're
Platinum,
looking at the
and
camera. This
silver.
is the Grand
Everything
Championship trophy
counts
in the
to the
center.
goal, and
And
you
then
will
these
get the
are
most
our
of the coins in this
7
round.
specialty
But
awards that I will be
also, we
giving
are
out
so close to
tomorrow
reach
during my
really
round.
high
We'll be
motivation
celebrating,
level, like almost
and
we are at 33,000 right now.
we'll be celebrating
The whole of
the month
so
and giving
amazing.
out some
And
specialty
there is
awards and
one
things like
stream
that
left tomorrow
for
to raise
the
our
event.
money. I really enjoy it. Me too.
M
Me too.
and
Like, I really love to just
Ginger.
go
I need you all to
with,
catch me
like,
a fish,
making
please.
cards, and I love to watch it on your end. Like,
Both M
making
and Ginger,
cards
catch a
on
fish.
your
Ooh.
end.
And Ginger.
Perfect.
Go Ender.
I need you all to
Thank
catch
you.
me a fish,
Thank you,
please.
Kohaku. Amethyst, let's
Both
go.
M and Ginger, catch a fish.
And
Perfect.
go Ender.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kohaku.
We're at
normal fish, right?
33.75.69. If we get to
Can I catch fish over
33.100,
here? I think I can.
I will add another twist into the game. We're at
normal
so
fish, right?
$25 more. If we get to
It needs to be a normal fish, right?
33,100, any fish will do.
Okay.
Into the game. So $25 more.
It needs to be a normal fish, right?
Any fish
Okay.
will do.
I've
I
got a
know,
lake
It's
shark.
good. Well, I love that. And I
Ooh.
really love that. It makes our life a
I'll
little
take
bit
the
harder,
shark and we'll
but
make
it's
some
going to the goal. It's going
shark
to the
steaks
really
I've
for
good
got a
dinner.
goal.
lake shark.
And I
Let's go.
got
The
turn pike.
fish steaks.
I'll
Delicious.
take the shark and we'll make some shark steaks for dinner.
Just in case, I got my fish
Let's
also.
go. The fish steaks.
Thank you.
Delicious.
Gotcha.
So yeah, just in case, I got my fish also.
Thank you. Flasher, welcome in. Hello.
There is nothing. And yeah, Supreme, like, of course, if you're lurking, feel free to lurk. But let me know, how did you enjoy the Palia run? It's like Palia, for me, it is a little bit addicting. You know, that's like
It's
probably
Pixel
already.
Boy. Aw,
Like,
you
if
changed
you
your
played just a little
name.
bit.
I was
It's
wondering
okay,
why I
I
haven't seen you in a
myself,
while.
yeah.
How have you
I
been?
really enjoy it. That's good. If you have any problems, if you want to know anything, feel free to just ask, cause like I'm playing for a really long time. From the beginning of the
I
open
was
beta,
just thinking
so-
about
and
you
we have a
because
lot
I
of
saw
people
your
over
mug
here
in
who
my
are really happy to help.
cabinet. And I was just
like,
thinking
just
about
not
you.
today, just not today, because we are concentrating on smashing rocks, and I have to do it on my own. So, like, if someone will wants to,
We got an
don't need anything
emerald
for,
heading
maybe for the
to
app, and then I'll be
Ginger.
able to go with someone. I also can.
Thank you so,
click
so
We
between
got an
much.
emerald heading
let's
to
go.
Ginger. Needed a
Let's go.
rebrand. Pixel was always my pup
Yeah,
name,
the
and I'm not a
fish.
pup.
That's good.
Thank
Oh,
you
that
so,
makes
so
sense.
much.
It
That's
makes
good.
sense. I'm excited though.
And
I'll
you
have
know,
to
I'm pretty happy.
look out for you
You know
going
that
live now.
It is all about the
should-
fun.
Wait, did you make a whole new
We are
account?
like, I know that it is like a small
No, okay, no,
competition
I'm
between
still
all
following.
of
It just
us
took forever to
today,
load back up. I was like, wait a
but
minute,
I
what?
don't treat it as a competition. I just treat that
I
as
will
a lot
definitely
of
keep
fun
an eye
with our
on you. Can
friends,
we get a shout
and
out
we
for
can do
Slasher Boy,
something good for the good
please?
cause. So this is the most important.
Let's see.
Let's go. Another Polium ore. Okay, Polium, give me. Like, we already have the amethyst, right? So we need the emerald. We need... What else I need? Like, I forgot already what stones I
Yeah,
need.
it's been a while, I know.
We need a ruby.
It's been a while. I'm glad to see you back, though.
Is that a
Hopefully
rock?
everything is going well for you and doing
We need a
okay.
ruby. We need an emerald.
Where is
Ruby,
everybody?
sapphire, and emerald.
Alright, y'all. I was able to release another
I think-
twist.
Wait.
This twist requires you all to open
Yeah,
up
and we
your
need the light blue one.
requests right now for me. Alright, y'all. I was able to release
Aquamarine.
another twist.
Aquamarine,
If you are
yeah.
able to
This
fulfill a request, your requests right now for me, you will
I
receive.
don't have anyone.
If you are able to fulfill a request, I just lost it.
I don't have anyone.
So the first person who will fulfill the request will win, or
No,
what?
if you can fill a request, fill it, and you're gonna get points. I just gotta look to see what it is because I don't
Mama, how
remember.
you
There it is.
doing?
Okay.
20
so the
points.
first
I had
person
no
who
one.
will fulfill the
No.
request.
I
will
also
win,
have
or
no
what?
one.
request for me.
No.
No one.
I'm checking on my plot right now. Let's
I can
see.
fill a silver
20 points.
ore
No one.
Fill it.
to somebody.
I also have
No.
no one.
Oh, is that all you
Right
have
now.
to fill?
No one.
I'm checking.
I mean,
on
it's
my
worth
plot
20
right
points.
now.
I would probably fill
I
it.
can fill a silver ore. I did.
Fill it.
Somebody.
Okay.
I
20
filled it.
points goes to Slug. Oh, is that all you have to fill?
Awesome. Thank you.
Nice.
I mean, it's worth 20
Yeah.
points. I would probably.
So do we still need to fulfill some requests?
If you can't fill a request, you don't get the points. If you're able to fulfill a
Okay.
request, you get the points. That's kind of the gamble of it. So they had nobody. Ginger, you said there was no requests available.
Yeah, on my plot there's no one, but I'm changing the location, so I'll try
Yeah,
again.
do we have to be in the same place, or we can go back, for example, to plot or to the different mob?
It's like right where you're at now, wherever you were at.
Okay.
Ozzy, were you able to fulfill a request? Maybe.
No request for me,
Okay.
sadly.
All right, so just 20 points goes to Slug for that twist. Sorry, guys.
It's
Yeah.
fine.
If we get to 150, I'll release another twist. So more chances for more points. We just got to get those donations in. We're at $33,115.69. So when we get to 33,150, I will release another one. I mean, but the silver I requested, it was what, it's two ore? Was that what it is, or one ore of silver? It did drop his silver down, but honestly, 20 points and nobody else got those points. That was probably worth it. I think it was worth it. All right, let's listen in on Slug for a little bit here. I mean, it put him in the hundreds now. He needs to get some platinum. I'm surprised he didn't get any when y'all were in Oh, you all went to Highlands instead of Elderwood. Dang. Yeah, he's gonna have to get in Royal Highlands or the Elderwood to get some platinum in. That's a. I mean, it's 5 points just for one piece. He gets 1 point, one piece in there. It's at least 5 points. Oh, last round of streamers. Don't forget again, tomorrow I will be live. Tomorrow doing my round. I will try to see if I can beat that top score. Exclamation mark charity rank right now will let you all know our top 5 streamers at this current moment.
Already went up.
I'm gonna see if I can't try to get myself into that top 5. It doesn't matter. Even if I beat somebody in that top 5, I don't take anybody out. I don't matter. But it's just fun for me to try to see if I can, you know, what I can get in score-wise. We're gonna do that tomorrow. We're also gonna give out the awards. These fancy awards over here that you can see under the blue border. Except for the Grand Championship round, Grand Championship trophy, which is that rainbow trophy in the center. That'll go to the winner of July 18th round, which will be the top 5 streamers of this month. But the other trophies will be given out tomorrow. We've got our Jasper Award, our Aquamarine Award, we got our Citrine Award, our Emerald Award, our Sapphire Award, and our Amethyst Award that will be going out. Slug, you just got gifted a piece of platinum.
Another donation. Oh wow! Thank you so much.
Slug, you just got gifted a piece of platinum, which puts him on the board for platinum.
Oh, wow.
We are now $25 away from that next twist of ours. $25 more, and I'll release another twist.
Platinum going.
We are now $25 away from that next twist of ours. $25 more, and I'll release another twist.
Whoever gave me that platinum, thank you so much. You're supporting a good cause. I should have put the bot for the charity information and the donation information. I have to physically type it in. It's not thinking ahead on that one. You know what I can do right now.
Check out Ginger here.
Thank you so much. Here.
Guys have food, y'all. Jen made food today.
I think
Chicken
that
tortellini.
There is some cake.
And some veggies.
Oh, I think it's close by. It's behind like that.
Look at this, y'all.
cliff
Look at it's so
over
pretty.
here. Okay, let's go. Do we have the boosters for my horsey? I should get the faster horse. I didn't think about it. I need to get my sleep now. No worries, Tonya. You're all good. Thank you so much for all of the help today. Fingers crossed. Yes, and no worries. You'll be able to watch the rest of the VOD if you'd like to catch up later, like tomorrow or whenever you'd like to. So yes, sleep well, Tonya. Thank you so much for all of your help today. Thank you so much for donating as well. Okay, this is it. Let's enter that cave. Night, night. Yes, sleep well, Tonya. Sleep well. Okay, and yes, friends. Double check if
Don't
you
forget,
can
guys, those who
over
don't have their horse abilities.
Watching like the
horse
patch
ability
that,
did
you
go
can
on half off.
Watching my stream for 3 hours because it's only limited by time
Guys,
today.
those who don't have their horse abilities, the horse ability did go on half off.
Nice. Okay, yeah, that's true. Guys, so if you'd like to help someone else with the horse, it's not $30 anymore. Right now, it's half price, I guess, right? Because the 2 hours, like the half of a hunt is behind us. So it's cheaper for the horse. Oh, there's one more gold.
Let's check in on
nice.
him a little bit.
For our goal, if I would love to go over here, am I allowed to do it? It is counted as a Bahari, right? I know sometimes over there we have some rocks also. The amount of incentive is $15 right now. Thank you so much for the info. Thank you, thank you. Friends, let's go with the huge model for our friend. Because our friend is just making a crazy good job in here.
Ooh, a piece of gold for Grim. Hello, welcome in, love.
Coming to wish you all good luck. You got this. Time for the sleep for me. Oh, have a good night, friend. Sleep well. Thank you so much, Cutie, for using the good night command. Didn't Fringe already give empty? No. Fringe decided to give me the start stone, which will give me quite a lot of points. I think it was an amethyst.
I wonder. This is for later down the road, but maybe I can get a like a little horse icon, a little slime potion icon, and put them in
Okay,
their top
let's
corners
go. Give me
of the
some
spaces.
volume
And
or
when they've
platinum,
gotten that
please.
ability, I can
People
just
hurry, be kind to
pop it up
me.
so it shows like a horse
I need.
on their above
I
their
need.
screen, like in the corners.
Hi, Certitude. Hi, friends. Welcome in, Raiders. How you doing? How was the stream? Hi, Cabby. Like, friends, I'm sorry that I will not call all of your names because I'm just taking a part in the Great Palia Treaty Hunt, so it will be quite hard. So I'm sorry, but I hope you had an amazing time. Welcome in, Raiders. Thank you, Kahaku. Thank you, Kahaku, for that message for our Raiders. Like, I will tell you a little bit about myself. So
Let's
I'm M or Emcha.
move to
Like, Emcha is
Ginger
my
while she's taking care of a raid.
So
Great.
next, I think I will ride over there.
Love seeing our streamers get raided. Makes me happy.
I'm not the best with that map. Oh, is that the... Wait. Is that the amphitheater or is that like the mansion? I'm lost. Ooh, wait, I see the big gold. Let's grab this. Picasso Daddy, yes. We've got a Picasso Daddy. And friends, if you'd like to join our Discord, like basically all of the doodles are there in the Artsy and Craftsy, 10 gold, nice. In the Artsy and Craftsy, so you can check. And not always I'm doodling Hodaris,
Let's check in
but,
on Slug.
all of the doodles.
And Ozzy, we'll do both. It's good. Delicious. Of course, I love carrots, right? So having the carrots in there.
Mother Embra, help
Got my
your
focus
child
back.
get out of Elderwood. Please, 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 please. Please, Mother Embra. I'm seeing all these frogs. I want to hit frogs,
Focus it in the
but
mines.
I can't do it in Elderwood. There is too much lag to do so in Elderwood.
Are, I think, below me?
If I'm gonna
Nope,
hit
they were up
frogs, I
above.
want to do it in like Killama or something. I do not want to hit them in Elderwood. Because that will take entirely too much of my time.
Oh.
Come on, get me out of Elderwood. Get me out, get me out, get me out.
one bag was not enough last time.
Let me out, let me out, let me out. Let me in, let me in, let me in, let me out. Let me out of Elderwood and let me into the other mouse. Ooh, big Palium. There's another one over there.
I will see you in the first half.
I'm looking at it correctly, y'all. Ozzy needs a ruby, a sapphire, and an
Another
aquamarine.
amethyst.
But,
I need
well,
a
no, because he got gifted, right? I'll have to double check that.
I will take the amethyst.
I forget my
though.
stars. This list over here has the star stones donated too. But I actually have to
Please,
go into detail and look at it.
please. Get to
Well, we don't have anybody really close to a starred a rainbow set right now in this round.
The outfit that I am wearing is ethereal from the Soothsayer group. If I remember correctly.
The mind will be kind to me this way around.
Oh, so okay. So all they need is ruby, sapphire, and an aquamarine. That's not bad.
Or
I mean, getting that ruby, obviously.
if you're still around.
I remember there not being a lot of
Ginger
money.
needs an emerald, a sapphire, and a ruby. They're pretty much the top one in each adventure zone.
I just made it. And
M is the same way, but she also needs an aquamarine. And Slug needs an emerald, sapphire, amethyst, and a ruby.
It seemed a little too neon for my taste, so I did this one instead. Yeah.
Let's check in on Ginger.
Like by now. At the goals. No. It's hard to tell, like, when it's covered with amber. But yes, guys, every time I look at my preview in the OBS and I see my own face, I'm like, who is that person? Who is that? So I'm not blaming you. If you're scared, if you jump scared, every time you go back here, I'm sorry. It's just a Ginger Daddy. It's me. You're terrified, Teshapu. Yeah. Every single time. You still need another 27 minutes? I wonder why, because you're here from the very beginning, right, cutie? Set up for 3 hours. Luckily, no worries, because you're still good. We will be here for 27 minutes and more. So no worries at all. We'll get there. Here. Yay! Okay, what do we have? I need.
I keep looking at the blue box. It's like, what is going on over here? I don't say, oh yeah, never mind. It's my camera, not anybody else's.
Which rubbed me like always. Oh no, cutie, no. And yeah, like for me, it's tricky because I set it up for the first time ever, so I'm not even able to, like, you know, tell you from my experience. But as long as, like, as much as I know, it's the kind of the drop on Twitch.
We got 30 minutes left in the hour. 30 minutes left in the hour, y'all. Kenyatta wants to twerk for y'all.
42.
Let's get
Ooh, that's not
Kenyatta
bad.
twerking. We got 30 minutes left in the hour. 30 minutes left in the hour, y'all. Kenyatta wants to twerk for y'all.
Yeah, twerk, twerk, twerk.
Let's get Kenyatta twerking.
Let's do it, guys. If anyone would like to donate, you can donate for our charity cause, for the It Gets Better, And we have a lot of incentives here. If you type in chat exclamation point incentives, you'll be able to see what's going on in there. There
Would
are
be
a
really
lot of
lucky
Click
to
on
get the
M.
ruby. Oh my goodness, that would be a starred ruby. I can't imagine that. I really can't imagine that. Do we have any stones here? Let's just run around. It's so hard to see anything here. Nope. Nope. I don't remember. Did I been everywhere already? Usually me sitting at my desk means that they are getting treats. Oh, that's so cute. I would love to give my kitty some treats, but she's yep, I will eat when I want to. So if you'll give me a treat, I'll just leave them. It is what it is. But when my boyfriend has given her some treats, she's just like in heaven. She's just in heaven. And I have no idea why. It's like, normally I'm her favorite human. I know that, because I was raising her from a really small
These
baby.
points, y'all, are so
And
close. Look at
I
this.
know
Ginger
that
at
she was
138,
really...
M at
I'm so...
124, Slug
Oh,
at
damn. I
123.
almost missed it.
Ozzy's almost at that 100,
Almost.
100 point
It
mark.
happens. I get the start one when I played in the October hunt last year. Oh my goodness, that was lucky. That was lucky. They have a treat problem. They have a treat problem, definitely. I know that my kitty is a little bit like, yeah, I will just eat what I want. If you will have a raw chicken, she will be first close to you, and she will start meow. She will just look at you and give it to me, please. One time she even just sneaked into the kitchen and she just grabbed the whole chicken breast. So she ate it all. And of course, like, it was already on the floor, so we just gave it to her. We've made it on small pieces, and she was really happy and enjoying that, so really good. It was good for her. But yeah, we're trying to avoid that situation, so every time when I'm just going with it, I'm just covering that, or I'm just closing my breast in the microwave, so it will not
Check
happen
in
again.
on Slug.
Wrong button. It's all good. We got this. Can I request things? Like, could I request platinum from somebody? What the heck
No.
is that?
No, you cannot. That would be cheating, Slug.
Double X. Okay. I wasn't sure if I could request something or not.
That would be cheating, Slug.
Okay. I wasn't sure if I could request something or not.
Nice try, though. Nice try, though.
Oh, I need Palium. Okay. Thought it said platinum.
It is
I
platinum.
think you're right.
You need to hit Palium so you can get Amethyst and Ruby.
Can I climb over that?
Oh. Oh. That would be fine. Yeah, platinum is...
Higher up.
You can request Palium. It doesn't factor in the game. Platinum, however, does Palium. It does go into the game.
Ah, okay.
Request Palium.
Good to know.
It doesn't factor in the game. Platinum, however, does Palium. It does go into the game.
Ah, okay. Good to know.
He forgot to repair his tools, didn't he?
Palium. that pallium? No, it's fused wood. I think I already have to have it, though, don't I? I need 5 pallium bars. I'll request 1. Keep hitting the wrong button.
I mean, if he goes to Elderwood and gets some pallium going.
Need 5 pallium bars. You can only request 4 a day. Well, shit.
Slug, I need to stop what you're doing and head to a repair center. You need to repair your tools.
Roger that. Good to know. Once it breaks,
Slug, I need to stop what you're doing and head to a repair center. You need to repair your tools.
Roger that.
Central stables. Well, yeah, but they have to upgrade. They need to upgrade their tools. The problem is they let their tools, they let their tools go down. They didn't repair in time.
My tools have been repaired.
Thank you kindly. Also, y'all, we are $10 away from another twist. 10 more dollars. Thank you kindly. Also, y'all, we are $10 away from another twist. 10 more dollars. Oh. Well, how many... No comment. Poor Slug. Poor Slug. He tries, y'all. He tries.
Kept hitting X and it wouldn't work.
I mean, he should have known. Like, I don't know why he doesn't know that. This is what happens when you don't play it, you know, on a regular basis.
Oh, now?
How's Isabel doing, love?
We got this. We got this. I have faith.
Gotta have faith, 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 faith.
Faith in man.
Lusty hunting. Any luck? Any luck, Isabel?
There's a mushroom.
Ooh, nice. GG's. I was gonna get on tonight and do some running around, but I realized I probably shouldn't get on tonight because of tomorrow's run for me. That, and I have to make a whole new scene for myself for tomorrow. With just my game screen and my camera. So I've gotta work on that tonight after the event.
Thank you, Feisty. I think I have. Oh, there's gold.
20 minutes left in the hour. 20 minutes left.
Plus the one you gave me.
20 minutes left in the hour. 20 minutes left. Let's check in on M.
Cool. Kilima, please. Let's go. Let's just go. Is there any silver? Oh, there is a big silver. I'll just leave the stone. Rainbow fish plushie. That's so true. But I have no idea what to use for the plushie. I was trying to get a plushie yesterday, just to test it out, and I was using no bait. And through half of the hour, I did not get anything.
That might be a good thing. Maybe it was waiting to come out until today.
Onyx, let's go! Another point. Another 2 points for us. Hi, Pretty. Enjoy the lurk, friend. Enjoy, enjoy. And enjoy your delightful chamomile herbal and a sweet leaf tea.
I'll take a little more. I didn't even say no, it was delicious.
And Pretty gifted away coffee 90
Delicious.
times. Good job, friend. There is nothing, no way. No bait needed, just like I know. I'm not lucky with it, I think. When I'll be close, I'll try it out. No blanket, please. Oh my goodness, it is so
Check
hot
on
on your
Ginger
end.
here.
Check the VOD later. Because yeah.
I think
I was
unless
stressed
something
about it,
crazy happens,
but it
y'all,
went,
we have
very
our
well.
5 streamers for the Grand Championship round.
Yeah, me.
There's gonna have to be some really major donations coming in. Some rubies left and right.
Not today. I'm not sure,
For
maybe
any of these streamers to
overall, and
hit
during
that 300 goal.
cosplayers as well.
I mean, I'm not gonna say it's not
I felt
possible,
like
but it's gonna take
it
a
had
lot of
to.
work
It's
to
just
get
meant
any
to
of these
be,
streamers
right?
in there.
This is my
into
one
that top
and only
5.
cosplay that I did so far, and it's a Hodari
So it is
cosplay,
gonna
so
look
I
like
just
our
had to.
top 5 will
There
be
was no other option. Couldn't imagine
Joopy.
myself like in
Joopy's
a different,
guaranteed. There's nobody
different
gonna beat
outfit
Joopy.
today.
There's 4 of them here. We would need 5 streamers, and all 5 of them need over 500 points.
Lots of streamers
So
cosplay during
Joopy
the
is
event. Oh, I
definitely
love
in it.
that. This is so fun. So yeah, do you remember what was the most
Let
fun
me
so far, like from your
see here.
perspective?
Thank you, Lens.
The
Toasters at
cosplays, were they related
405.
to the Palia
Killing
only,
with She
or
at
maybe something else as
400.
well?
Rat at 329. And Never at
Yes,
308.
enjoy the lure cover, of course, of course.
I said, it
Thank
looks
you
like
so
that's gonna be our
much.
top 5. It's not obviously 100% confirmed. Because it, you know,
Fish and Hodari are the
anything can
popular too.
happen
Oh,
for
okay,
sure.
okay, good. So I'm not the only one. And yeah,
But
I think one
it is
of
definitely
our
looking
streamer
like
friends, I
that.
carried cake. She cosplayed in the past.
Next
I
year.
know that
Next
for sure
year.
she cosplayed Tamala, but probably not during like this charity event, right? It was on her regular stream, I think.
So,
Let's go. Let me check here. Tish
but
would be
we have an
such a
hour
very
left. They
cool,
said anything is
like,
possible, but
villager to cosplay.
Feisty needs to be up against
Such a
Joopy next year. I don't know.
Sapphire, please. No. I think she did it in the event. Oh,
Lurk away,
perfect. I love
Ash.
that.
Lurk
I love
away.
that.
Thank you
Good
for
job.
being here, though. Appreciate it.
Let's go this way. I remember.
I mean,
that
it
there's
is
a
possible to be
sandwich
kind of
at
be
the
with
back
somebody
and
you
have
know
a
that's
nice
gonna
view
have
of the
a really
rocks over
good round
here.
of scores because it
Nice
helps
little
boost
trail.
yourself up too. That's true.
I see no gold. Thank you for that hydrate. Thank you, Deja Vu. I will get my water, and you know what? Maybe I can put it in front of me.
Sounds good, Ash. Sorry for your migraine, love. Hope it gets to feeling better.
I have the straw.
Let's
Thank you
check in
so,
on
so much,
M.
Deja Vu.
Yeah, MJ Milk in the box. Like normally during the stream we have a channel redeem with Milka's picture, but because we are taking a part of the Great Palia charity hunt, we are just going without those redeems today.
you.
So they will be back on the next stream. So that will be on Wednesday. That will be on Wednesday, friends. And all of the sound alerts also will be back on Wednesday. It would be good to get this emerald. But probably going in the direction when I have no stones to hit. Or maybe, never mind, there is a silver. Is that a big node of silver? He also has an emote, that's so true. We have an emote of Milka. Another Citron, friends, let's go. Another 2 points for the goal. They has been good. Okay. Wait, I'll just go to another rock. um, busy Monday.
I'm
How's
taking
your
a
day
care.
been? It's
I'm assuming a
going good.
mod
Like,
took
friend,
care
my
of that.
weekend
I
was
didn't even get to read
my
it.
weekend was
Oofed on
really
me.
busy. Um, but right now everything is fine. I finished everything, so now I can work on some more.
Froggy!
Again.
Give me the raid!
Have been working for mother. Haven't had much.
You should let me know what it said.
I
Text me.
know. I know it is
To the
hard.
streamer,
And also,
thank you
like,
for
don't
the
have to
rain.
because I
Let's
had,
have
like,
some
quite a
fun
lot of
streaming
rain.
throughout the day.
Just bring
Hello, I'm a Mandalay. How you doing today? With your love and support, we're here to stay. Shout out to the streamer. Thank you for the rain. Let's have some fun streaming throughout the day.
On fire.
Welcome
I
in,
love your
Raiders.
name.
How are
I
you
really love your
doing?
name.
Hopefully
It's so
everything was
fun.
good for you. Hopefully you had a great stream. What were you all up to?
Okay,
Hey,
manifesting
every
emerald.
raid matters. It
Manifesting,
doesn't matter,
friends.
love.
And friends, did Emerald, let's go!
Welcome in.
We
Every
can go
raid
out
matters.
of
It doesn't matter the
here.
size. Don't worry about that, love.
Let's
Hopefully you had a great
go.
day.
That was a good manifestation.
What were you streaming? Some
So
Palia?
now I need to manifest.
Did it tell me
I
what
have
you
to
were streaming?
manifest? You know what? I'll go back to the Elderwood. And
I don't know whatever happened to my raid in deal because it
for,
used to tell me
the ruby. I'll try to go with the ruby.
what
some
you all
cool
were
staples.
doing. Can we get a
Let's
shout
manifest the
out? I
ruby
don't
this
even think it
time.
does the shout out anymore.
And
Weird.
on the end,
I just didn't
without
see
the
it come up
horse,
right.
I'll go to the highlights.
Well, welcome in.
I'll do it. So
We
maybe I'll
are
get the aquamarine
raising money
and I'll
for
get
It
a
Gets
sapphire
Better
over
today.
here,
We are
like
in our
over there,
last
and I'll
hour and
just focus
13
on
minutes of this
diamond holders so we
round.
can get a lot of gold, and I will just give up with the
Oh, I appreciate that, love. I appreciate it.
Definitely, it is
How
not
was
needed
Palia
me
for
right
you
now.
today?
How we doing with my pickaxe?
Ooh, we got a
Everybody
piece
good
of
to just fix it?
platinum.
Then we are
Welcome
over here.
in,
Yes.
Pilarith.
Friends, just in
Hello.
case, if someone would like to donate anything to the
We got
charity, feel free to do so
13
on
minutes
the
left
we
in
have
this
a
hour,
link.
y'all.
Of
13
course, you
minutes
can go
left.
with
Again,
some
we're
sabotages,
$10
you can go with
away
some
from another
incentives.
twist
Of course,
being
because I
released.
sold it in
We
the
got
front.
13
yeah.
minutes left in this hour, y'all. Weeklies in 13 between minutes cooking left. parties.
Again, we're
Ooh, $10 what away cooking parties did you do from another today? twist being released. Some
You can hear that,
sashimi, some
friends.
bean
You can hear
burger.
that. And the twists are really fun. They are really fun. There is nothing. Did I came back to the same server? I would not be surprised. You have to manifest the ruby sapphire and the aquamarine. I'll do it. Let's manifest it, friends. You can help me with manifestation for that. And of course, friends, remember, if we'll get 150 points, we'll go with another giveaway. If someone doesn't know what we are giving away today, $10 can buy your streamer too small.
Oh, look.
Incentive or an
Look at
incentive.
doing some giveaways to help us raise some funds. By the way, here are all of our streamers today. Masumi, nice.
I'm sorry, friends.
Getting ready for some pumpkin
yes, you can
curry and have a
definitely
burger
help
later. Ooh,
some
all the
streamers,
cooking
or
today.
you
You
can
were
just go with
cooking
some,
theme.
some
Making all that
people,
money.
some sabotages. It is up to you. Oh, there is a platinum. One. Listen, English is hard language. Did you ever try to speak in Polish? I can give you a try.
No thanks.
Polish is definitely harder one.
Really?
Because all of the she, it's like, yep, you're just trying to break your tongue. Nom, thank you so much for the raid, friend. Thank you. How was your stream? Hi, Ilya. Hi, Anavi. Ooh, Paulium. Friends,
Let's head on over and we'll listen in on Ginger for a little bit.
And then spacebar and
If you're wondering where they are, by the way, if you look at the color of their color in of their box, so Ozzy is orange and Ginger is yellow, M is green, and Slug is purple.
Going into shop that has AC, yeah. And
Blue
go
was
to
a streamer we unfortunately did not have
fridges
today,
zone,
so I turned it
right?
into the camera to show you all the
You look and
trophies.
think about, oh, what
The
kind of
trophies that
video
we've
do I
got.
need
The Grand
today?
Championship
And
trophies
then
there in the
stay
center.
over,
That'll
like,
be
4
whoever wins
hours.
that Grand Championship round on the 18th, which is the top 5 streamers of this month will be competing in it. The other trophies you see there are our specialty awards, which we'll be giving out tomorrow during my solo round.
The spacebar between the amount and the... See. 38. That was the same like temperature, Britty, on our end today during the day. Like, of course, right now it's dark outside. It's almost 2 a.m. on my end, but yeah, it was the same temperature. Yeah, and high humidity. It's even worse. That's awful. Okay, friends, I think I need to focus. Where do I go? Let's check. So now my amount of
It's a
gold
very
is
close
59.
match, y'all, for the winner of
Still
this
have no
round.
sapphire. And we almost have one last hour left. Like, I think maybe 8 minutes left of the... Oh, aquamarine. Okay, perfect, but...
9 minutes left in the hour, y'all. 9 minutes. Can we get that last $10 donation
well, so it's
before we
cooler.
hit
Okay, so now you have
into our
17
last hour?
Celsius. And was 26 Celsius.
9 minutes
Okay.
left in the hour, y'all. 9 minutes. Can we
Yeah.
get that last $10 donation? Ozzy is behind. Ozzy's at 102.
Would be fun.
Slug's at 123. M is at 138, and Ginger's at 147.
Let's check. I was in the cave already, I guess. Sure. And there's no other rainbow plushie except the rainbow butterfly in here. There's no frog, there's no fish. So the only option would be that butterfly. Oh, and it's at midnight already, so the grove is somewhere. And not close to me, because I didn't hear it.
I never said the rainbow tip butterfly fish or rainbow tip butterfly as a rainbow plushie.
Isn't at the moment,
But I mean, it is
the
technically a rainbow
playtime,
plushie.
it was awful. Yeah.
Are we gonna
I
let
don't even
that,
try to
or should
go
we let them
outside,
know that
you
it was just
Today
the other
it was
three?
way too hot, so I didn't even try. I
Let me
stayed
know,
at
mods.
home. I stayed safe. I have all of the food that I need. So, why risk? But yeah, one time, like today, during the day, I went outside to the balcony. And that was even hotter, because we have our AC unit outside, like on that balcony. And it's also like divided with the glass. Of course, like the glass panels.
I just want to make sure we're all on the same page and we're good.
Imagine like the AC unit outside, it makes it even hotter. So it was 38 Celsius plus the extra warmth from the AC. Yeah, it was like the sauna or something. Yeah. Go up. It's really nice here. Give us the rocks. So yeah, right now I'm still missing that
Ozzy just got
sapphire,
gifted a piece
emerald,
of
and
platinum.
ruby. So one worked. Let's go. We've got a fun thing.
Ozzy
coming.
just got gifted a piece of platinum.
Nice. Should I repair soon? Oh yeah, that's true. My pickaxe is almost like
That released another
less than
twist.
half
This
of,
twist is going
HP.
to be
So much, Angel.
your Elderwood
AC
pile.
is required in
One
every
pile.
house.
You can go to that pile. If you get an ancient item, it will be 10 points. If that ancient item happens to be machine 1, you get an extra 20 points. A possible 30 points there. If that ancient item happens to be machine 1, you get an extra 20 points. A possible 30 points there.
Ooh, nice, guys. So at some point, for sure, we'll go to the Elderwood. I think we don't have to do it right away, right? And someone won the giveaway. Let's go, let's go. Who is it? Oh, I know now why there's no... Suck little angel.
I'm so glad. I'm
Let's
waiting
go over
for
to
my
M.
class to start. Okay. Okay. But remember.
Go to Slug, actually.
Have a lovely, lovely time.
Let's listen on Slug. And thank you for the donation, Ruggy. I appreciate you, love. Also, y'all, I failed at refilling my drink during the break. I went to the bathroom. I stretched. I walked around a little bit. Failed of the drink. Slug is focused, y'all.
Nice. Aquamarine.
I know, yeah, I was watching the water boil. But I was literally in there with the cup. I could have filled it up when I was doing that. I'll do a quick fill up at our break. We'll do a quick break here.
Okay, I have my elderwood
All right,
pile.
go ahead.
Okay, I have
Urban
my
loot,
elderwood,
unfortunately.
pile.
Wah, wah. 3.5 minutes left in the
Urban
hour,
loot,
y'all. 3.5 minutes left.
unfortunately.
Wah, wah. 3.5 minutes left in the hour, y'all. Three and a
Just
half
3
minutes left.
minutes, and I don't have any stones here. What's going on with this elderwood? What is going on? Where are all of the stones? I will be lucky and get the aquamarine.
I'm at my elderwood pile, Amanda.
Go ahead.
You missing stone to get the... Yes, I need a ruby. I need the amethyst.
I'm at my elderwood pile, Amanda.
Go ahead.
Aquamarine and the blue, the dark blue one. You know, I'm so bad with the names. I am so bad with those names. Although the stones, I'm sorry. No worries. No worries. We're good. If we're on the
War
budget, I
torn
have
banner
a lot of fun,
too.
and that is the
Wah,
most
wah,
important part.
wah.
No!
Sorry, love.
War
Palia,
torn banner
please.
too.
Wah, wah, wah. Sorry, love.
No one is lucky today. Okay. Right now we need to lock. I had when looking for a kitsu, yes. And kitsu? Oh, I didn't even tell him about the kitsu.
What's
Rainbow
up,
kitsu would be so
Mora?
good. It would be so freaking good to have
Look
it
at
right
you
now.
with a starred
Hi,
emerald today.
Deja-Vu. How you doing, friend?
Pretty sapphire in here.
Enjoy
Hello,
your
love.
watermelon mint lemonade with ice. And thank you for contributing 2,000 points towards the goal. Oh, there was...
Second Ginger,
Only for this channel. Really?
who is our leader at this current moment.
Is it only like across this channel, like the same way like you can use the regular followers emotes, the badges?
The competition's been a little slow today, but
Oh, and cutie,
they're
look at
having
you,
fun.
you
They're
have
enjoying
yours.
themselves.
Let's go. It looks cute on you.
We're at
Yeah,
overall
good to know. I had no idea that it cannot be
$33,150.69.
used
So
anywhere else. That's a bummer. I
amazing.
think, you know, anyway, you will have your brag rights that you were here for that very event, because we will not get it anywhere else, like in any other stream. Channel specific. Okay, yeah, you know what? Now when I think about it, I think it makes sense, because imagine all of the badges from all over the places, like every single streamer will set up their own. It would be such a like chaos, right? I think it makes sense. Pretty! Oh my gosh,
Pretty
Pretty!
B3 gifted a tier 1 subscription to Cutie Patootie 2069.
Pretty, thank you so much for the gifted sub for Cutie, and that way you unlock
This is the last streamer round.
badge, the gifted
I will
sub
be doing
badge,
my round
which
tomorrow.
is
It'll be my solo
our
round,
Bandaddy. You can
where
try
I will
to
try to
put-
see what I
put
can
it
get
on.
score wise, and we'll be giving away
Thank you
these
so much, Pretty. And yes, because it's
specialty
the hunt
trophies that you
time,
can
I
see
will
over
get your
here under the
sticker
blue
in the
box.
Book of Memories after the hunt, or maybe during the break. If you don't mind,
Also,
Cutie. And
obviously,
thank
the
you
Grand
so much for
Championship
being
trophy
so
is
kind.
there,
Thank you
but
for
the
gifting
other
a sub
trophies,
to Cutie. Cutie, enjoy your
we'll be giving out tomorrow. The Garnet Award
And then
The Jasper Award, the Citrine Award, the
thank you so much.
Emerald Award, the Aquamarine Award, the Sapphire Award,
We'll post the reminder for the sticker.
and
Thank
the
you so
Amethyst
much,
Award will
April.
be given
Sorry,
away
thank you.
tomorrow. They're just
There are
special
some
fun awards that we're giving
stickers,
away
basically, for the Book of Memories. Maybe one day we will use the
based
Book
on
of
things that
Memories
happened
for
this
some
month.
specific event, but next month I plan to switch to the digital stickers.
So,
On Thursday, it will be the first day of our digital stickers.
let's go on over to M.
Donna Groove. I saw the video. I'm so excited. Yes, like this video is so good. I'm just excited about those new items, new decoration, the teleport. The path of the mouse looks so amazing.
That is
They'll
going to
have
be
so
really
many
cool,
new
y'all. I'm actually
plushies.
kind of
When I
excited for
saw
the
those
teleporting to your
cute
friends.
crab plushies, I was like, yes, I need to
Um,
have all of them. We were waiting for them for so long.
as long as it's working the way I'm hoping it works.
Yes, the crop plushies. The crop plushies will be amazing. And I'm curious if they release those straight away after our goal from the crop wars, or it is like something that was prepared before. I hope we'll get some nice crop plushie, but we did not have a poll in the Discord, I think, right? Someone checked it. I know that I've been over here. I know I've been over here. How much time do we have? T, if you wouldn't mind to tell me.
I got distracted.
I don't know if I'm doing a good thing to run over here.
If you're hitting a node, pause. We're a little over the time because I was distracted.
There is nothing. Where's those stones? Come
If you're
on.
hitting a node, pause. We're a little
Never
over
mind.
the time because I was distracted.
Never mind.
Just a minute and a half over at the time. It's fine. All right, y'all. We're into our last hour. How y'all feeling? Y'all doing all right?
We're doing
Doing
great.
good.
All right.
We're having fun.
Oh yeah.
Mod's gonna double check our scores. We'll go over the scores again. How this last hour works. We'll have another pause at the 30-minute mark. At that time, all timed sabotages and incentives will end. So there'll be no more grounding, no more ore compasses, no more party ups, any of the other timed sabotages. All of those will end at that 30-minute mark. Also at that 30-minute mark, you're going to hear a lot more from me as I will be going live with you all and telling you all the scores live as they change. So the last 30 minutes will be a lot of talking from me, just kind of keeping you guys updated so you all know where the scores are, where the ore is at, so you all can have a live reaction and live game plan of where you all want to be to hopefully take the win at the end. At 10 minutes till, all regular sabotages will end. And that last 10 minutes, the only thing that will be available for donations are the ore and the starstones. Up until the very end of the game, of the round. Also, don't forget, I think Ozzy's the only one that's left. You have to get that metal choppa done within this next 30 minutes. The score is 4, which was Ginger's score. At that 30 minutes is when we'll dish out those points for that twist. I think only Slug is left for the pile. The Bahari or Kilma pile. And then of course we have I think what is it? Ginger and Slug on the
Elderwood one.
Elderwood. I shouldn't be echoing. I don't have anybody live. Let's see. I think that's everything there. I will release one last twist if we can get to 33.2. So $33,200. So we need $50 more to get to that marker for one last twist to be entered into the giveaway or entered into the event. Do you all have any questions, comments, or concerns before we get into the scores?
I'm fine.
Okay.
I'm good as well.
All right, our scores as they lie right now: 107 to Ozzy, 138 for Slug, 141 for M, and 157 for Ginger. Very close match, y'all. Very close. In our ore counts, in silver, our leader is M at 68 pieces, Ginger at 52, Slug at 15, Ozzy at 11. In gold, Slug is at 114 pieces, Ginger's at 70, Ozzy at 55, M at 35. And in platinum, our leader is Ginger at 27, Ozzy at 15, M at 9, Slug at 1. That is where we're at on those. I'm just waiting because I saw somebody's loading somewhere. All right. Are y'all ready to get into our last hour?
Yes,
Ready.
let's go.
Yes, we are. Let's go.
All right.
Let's
you
do it.
all may begin. Our last hour. Let's see how much more money we can raise for It Gets Better. Get those donations in. Let's get some twerking Kenyattas going. And let's help these streamers get these scores higher. Again, don't forget, 308 is the score you need to beat if you want to get into that top 5 and that grand championship round July 18th, which will be featured on my stream, and It Gets Better will also be streaming it. And we might be getting some front page exposure on that grand championship round. I'm not sure yet, but I think so. I'm not sure yet, but I think
No!
so. I saw that, Ozzy.
Stupid box.
Are we okay to run already or not?
Yeah, you're good to go.
Okay.
Yep. And Ozzy finished their metal choppa, which being Ginger. Congratulations on winning the metal choppa twist. 20 points. Heading to Ginger.
Let's
Congrats.
go. Thank you.
Ginger, congratulations on winning the metal choppa twist. 20 points. Heading to
Let's
Ginger.
go. Thank you.
And I'm sure Feisty is somewhere saying, if only it was me competing against you all. But, you know, all y'all need to practice a little bit. Y'all should totally keep working on that and get that trophy.
I'm amazing
And I'm sure
at it.
Because
I love
there
it.
is a special trophy you get for beating that game.
How does it look like though?
There is a special trophy you get for beating the next time
The
you're in
metal
my
choppa.
chat, I can show you. I have it on my plot.
Oh, nice. I don't remember. Metal
The next time
choppa.
you're in my chat, I can show you. I have it on my plot.
Oh, nice.
That's making dinner. Whoa, all right, Feisty.
I know that Noma is right now lurky turkey the streaming, so definitely she'll be able to just go with that badge. But I don't know, like April, probably you got this badge. Like if Nomal wants to get it, she will need to give us up, or she will need to just go with this beautiful. But yeah, you've got it. I'm so happy for you. Yes, friends. Like my brain doesn't work anymore, so I'm sorry. I just want to concentrate on the rocks over here, so that is everything what my mind is going around. I need 3 stones to get a rainbow. So I'm pretty close. It will be really, really hard. It will be hard. This much into yes. Aquamarine, let's go. We are two stones away.
2 stones. The 2 stones she needs, by the way,
And the
is
best part is
the sapphire and the ruby.
I am so freaking happy that we are able to do it together. Less talking, more smushy. M's brain. Yes. That's me today. That's me today. What there is? What is there? Like, I know that I'll waste a lot of time over here. But, oh, guys. Oh, it's good. I have, like, the
Do I have the Elder
Fairness
one?
Renee, hello love, how are
Relic? Pack of Illusion.
you?
Okay, we're good. Because I thought that I have the ring on me. It's not. It's good. Enjoy the lurk,
How is Fairness
April.
Renee
Thank you so much for the
today?
lurky.
Welcome in, love.
I appreciate all of our lurkers here. Thank you so much, friends, for all of the raids today. It is really nice to have you here. I really appreciate you guys. Why this map needs to be so freaking big? Why? Ilya, thank you so much for giving away the sub. Thank you so much, friend. Enjoy your new badge. And for our friends, the Jenny Miter, of course, friend, enjoy your ad previewing. And we have a hype train. Oh my
Look at you
goodness
getting a
me.
ruby
Oh my
today.
goodness me.
GG.
Oh, thank you. You have the cute badge right now. Where's all of the stones, guys? Where it is? I'm unlucky today. I am completely unlucky. I am a little bit unlucky. Thank you so much for gifted subs. Thank you so much, friends, for the hype train. This is the second one today. It is so nice of you guys. So nice. And of course, for 2 hours of watching the stream, you also get in the badge over here. The cute kitty badge, which is colorful. So everything related with our events today. Everything about the Pride Month, and of course, everything about our charity stream. I am really unlucky. There is no iron here. Oh, wait, there is some. There is some. There is some.
We got a piece of platinum heading to
Second
Ginger.
rank. Let's go. Yay, the new buff.
Thank you
Let's
so much.
go. I was taking a little.
We got a piece of platinum heading to
Oh,
Ginger.
let's go. Look at this cute
Thank you so much.
badge. Let's go with this cute badge. Amanda just got the really cute badge, and it's amazing. It is really amazing. Oh, go away. Right now, I'm not able to handle. Like, I am, but I don't want to waste my time on you. Yeah, I was taking my time to just draw them. It took me a 1 full day, but I'm really happy how they look in. Really happy. And probably on Wednesday morning, I'll take care about the new one for the next month. So, yeah, definitely, it will be something new to just get in here. Through the watching, through subscribing. It's up to you, friends, you know. No pressure at all. Everyone is really appreciated in here. Friends, how we doing with the goal? We are at 33,160. I'm blind, so if we are so far, then we're doing great. We're just doing great. Okay, where is the really beautiful blue stone? Manifesting, friends. Let's manifest. We've got the aquamarine already, which is like 3 points. And if we'll get like 150 points, we'll get another giveaway. Sapphire, let's go! I've got it!
Thank you, Amanda. Okay. Ramage pile is here. And the rocks, one is here. Second. Perfect. Oh, guys. Let's go. Okay. Nothing. This is a regular stone. Looking all
We got a
around
piece
me.
of gold heading to M.
Another Kenyatta twerk.
Thank you!
April. Let's go. Is it? What is it? Is it
We got a
sabotage?
piece of gold heading to M.
Let's go. Thank you,
Thank
April.
you.
And MT will get some gold. That's so cool. Thank you. And yes, I wonder, like, how far are we from the next goal of like another fun twist? Is it 30?
Alright, y'all. $35 more needed for our last twist
Okay,
to be entered.
I
We got
see that
50
Ramage pile,
minutes
and I
left.
forget about
50
it.
minutes left.
Let's go there.
Alright, y'all. $35 more
Okay,
needed
Amanda, I'm
for
in
our
front
last
of the
twist to
Ramage
be
pile in the
entered. We got
Elderwood.
50 minutes left. Go ahead. 15 minutes left.
35. Okay, perfect. Here we go.
Okay.
I'm in front and of it is in the Elder War-torn sword.
Wah, wah.
Wah, wah. Thanks.
No ancients for y'all today, apparently.
War-torn sword.
Wah,
Wah, wah. Thanks.
No ancients for y'all today, apparently.
Wah, wah. Okay, so it was unlucky. It was unlucky.
But we got less than 20 minutes left of time, sabotage incentives. Less than 20 minutes left of random chaos. You know how much I love random chaos. If we can get, even though we have $35 short of that 200 mark, if we can get one random chaos donation, I will unlock that twist. I want some random chaos, y'all. I'm outside. I'm out requesting. Let me get some random chaos in this house. I will unlock that twist.
Oh, nice.
I want some random chaos, y'all. I'm outside. I'm out requesting. Let me get some random chaos in this house.
We love the chaos.
I see. If you were listening, can they give me a ruby? Yes, that's so true. Palia, please be nice to me. Just give me a ruby. Like, how many points we can get through the rainbow?
You're not gonna get a ruby in the
like
Highlands.
30 or this 20? Because I don't remember.
Remember that? If she wants
I
that
don't really
rainbow,
remember.
is that all she needs now? She needs to be an Elderwood.
My memory of the goldfish. Yep.
Yeah, she needs to go to
If you
Elderwood
find
if she
the
wants that ruby.
You get an additional 20 points with the rainbow bonus. But what is the rainbow? So 30 points altogether. Oh, nice. That would be amazing.
She needs to be an Elderwood to get it.
Whitestone? Can someone tell me? Why? Friends, remember about the hydration. Remember about stretching.
She in the
friends.
wrong adventure zone
yes,
for
I
a
know.
ruby.
Unless the ruby is 45 points, that would be amazing. But I don't think so. I am so lucky. But yeah, we can try. We can try. I'll just clear this area out. If we will get anything good, I will be happy. If not, we'll just go to the Elderwood and we'll just try to find a lot of platinum and maybe volume also, or maybe in the other way. So we'll be able to have the chance at least to get the ruby. But as you saw, I'm not really happy. Like, I'm not really lucky with those stones, unfortunately. But yeah, friends, I have so much of the energy today, and I think I'll stay a little bit longer after this stream. So, when we'll finish the Great Palia Charity Hunt, I'll just stay in here for at least 1 hour, I think. To just run around.
Let's go. I didn't realize it's 2:30 AM. Yes, cutie, I'm sorry, because we are together in the same time zone. It was the beginning of the stream because work. Yeah, I'm sorry. No worries, Sardinia. We're all good friends.
You made it, Luna! Yeah. Hi, Luna! Hi, Kayla!
You'd like to check how
are you all doing? Welcome in, y'all. Welcome in.
No worries at all. And I think like we missed one more.
46 minutes left. Ooh, an aquamarine and a citrine. Look at y'all.
Oh, the big one is there.
Silly slug, you've already been up that way. Womp womp.
We got a piece of platinum ahead of the ginger.
Thank you so much, friends, for the hype train.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. That was so kind of you.
We're now $25 away from releasing that twist of platinum ahead of the ginger.
Let's go. Another one.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the sub. Let's go. No,
we're now $25 away from releasing that twist.
Where is Elderwood Central Stables? Let's go. Manifesting the ruby from
Ozzy, you got gifted a ore compass. You can either pop it right now or you have to wait until after the 30 minutes. A break. Ozzy, you got gifted a ore compass.
I'd like to pop
You
it
can
right
either
now,
pop it
please.
right pop it right now, or you're gonna lose a lot of time out of it.
Here we are.
Oh,
Here we are.
okay, then
Because you're gonna lose
I
a
won't
minute
pop
at
it
this
right
current
now.
second.
I'd like to
Manifesting.
pop it right now, please.
Manifesting
Pop it right
the
now, or
ruby.
you're gonna lose a lot of time out
I'll
of it.
use
you
it
for
in
the
the
plus
second
log.
half
Oh,
then.
Okay.
Okay, then.
45
We got
minutes left, so
45 minutes left, y'all.
y'all.
And that means we've got 14 minutes, 14 and a half minutes
I'll
left
use it
in
in
the
Ruby.
time sabotages and incentives ability. 45 minutes left, y'all. 5 minutes away, $5 away from hitting that 33,200 where I release that last twist.
Come on.
5
Where's
minutes
the
away,
platinum?
$5 away from hitting that 33,200 where I release that last twist.
My air conditioner is misbehaving itself, which is why I was off for a bit. No.
Could we go to Kilima for a while? But it's a daytime. I think I should stay in here. This is a hard task, like a hard decision. Where else with the metal? Regarding the metal pieces, am I? Because I think we're good with the platinum right now, right? We will have that rather. I think there's a big chance that I will get that like first place with platinum. Are we close with the gold or silver or like anything like this? Maybe I should go there, like to Bahari or to.
I mean, for Ginger, I would say getting that silver would be her benefit. He's close from that silver.
You know,
How much does she need for that
you can use your
guard, though?
money.
Yeah, she's a little far away. Emma's the only one that's really close. And she's got to get that ruby.
I'm Hodari Doodle. I'm a Hodari Doodle today. Hi. Hello, darling. How are you? We're raising money for charity today. We're collecting, like, we're helping with, like, we are the part of the competition.
It is funny, but yeah, our air conditioner also can have enough of that weather.
Has Slug gotten any of the pile of twists? Hasn't even gotten the Bahari or Kilma pile yet, has he?
Don't fall down there.
I didn't think so. I mean, he's doing good to keep up with them, but those bonus, like, if he's able to get something rare out of those piles, that's super helpful for him right now. The golden slug this time.
It disappeared. Aye, the Highlands be playing tricks on my eyes. Just like the sea. Aha. Hey, are you gonna go check the files and see if you get the bonus points? I wouldn't know where to look in the Elderwood. So I don't.
10 minutes left for time sabotages and incentives. If you're wanting to send any of those out, now is your time to get them in.
Stick to gold. I'm sticking to Bahari Bay and the Highlands.
10 minutes left for time sabotages and incentives. If you're wanting to send any of those out, now is your time to get them in.
yesterday during the stream it was 30,000. So community was so generous to give even more. So it's amazing. It's really amazing. Like, oh, there it is. There it is. Manifesting a ruby. Like with the emerald, it was working. Let's go with the ruby too. Give me a ruby, Palia, please. S6, if you're listening to me. I don't know if that would not count as a cheating, but please give me a ruby. Does ruby summon the... Oh. You know what? I have no idea. I did not try it, and I don't think so I'll try it. No. No. Come on. Come on. We can do it. I think all of those rocks are just hiding from me. Probably they are so like closed and those walls. Some of those are unfortunately are working in this way. They're just hidden in the rocks. After some update, they're just hiding. Thank you for dancing.
That's why.
Checking on Ginger.
There. And I still cannot believe that we are the winners of the Chapa, the metal heavy Chapa minigame, that arcade game. Because I suck with it. But apparently we sucked the least. So yeah, here we go. The master of heavy metal Chapa. Today is a spinning in Palia, yes. All of the spins. Okay, let's jump over here. Oop. This is just a regular stone. Probably I should just ignore them, right?
Never ignore them.
Should we try?
All
Okay,
stones
right.
matter,
No, it's a
Ginger.
tricky
All
part, but
stones
maybe
matter.
we can try for that
Unless it's
rainbow fish.
Jadium, then it doesn't
Like
matter.
with the rainbow fish plushie, we can have, I think,
All
30 or
stones
20 points.
matter.
Yeah, we don't like Jadium right
All
now. Yes.
stones matter.
Oh yeah,
Unless
that's
it's
true.
Jadium, then it doesn't matter.
Jadium, we don't like Jadium. Yeah, we don't like Jadium right now. Okay. So I think I will smash these, and then we will try to fish. Spinny chaos. Okay. Ooh, silver. We have a lot of them. Oh. No. Let's go back. I don't care about the bloom. Not right now. Okay.
I'm
Chopper's
trying to
in
get
the
that
chat, guys.
rainbow
We need some like
fish.
Chopper, God's luck. We need some rainbow fish plush. Maybe silver as well. And emerald. And to win. Thank you. Thank you for manifesting. Thank you for the chapots. Oh, chest. Okay, give me rainbow fish. Let's go. Any silver? Not really. No, I don't need you. No, no, I want. Oh,
Just one. Did he already get one of them?
another try for little sprouts butts. Yeah, because imagine maybe we would be able to find one. But yeah, in this competition this time it doesn't matter. We don't need them. You got 2 booties today. Let's go, Deja Vu. I'm so low on them. I only have 1, I guess. I have 2 more, but as the decoration, and just 1 in the giveaway bundle. Oh no, another fish. This is not the best idea, I think, but at the same time, it can give us a lot of points if we'll succeed. Let's try 5 more times. 5. Just 5. Okay? First. Mentioned.
5 minutes left in the half. 5 minutes left before we take our last little
first one.
break.
Okay, so
And
4
all
more.
time sabotage and incentives will end. 5 minutes left in the half. 5 minutes left before we take our last little break. And all time sabotage and incentives will end.
Friends, if you'd like to donate still, like to the charity, help us, or sabotage us, like you can decide what streamer would get the sabotage or the help. And of course, you can try like check all of the incentives here. Let me write it down.
We've been over here already. There is a slightly chance. Maybe if I'll go to Kilima to just restart myself and I'll stay in there for like 5 minutes.
I have found my
to go
Kilima
with
pile.
fishing,
Perfect,
and
go
maybe
ahead.
get the rainbow fish. That would be a
A
good
small
decision.
handheld device. I have found my Kilima pile.
That is a quest item.
Let's
It
go
does
ahead.
not count.
Darn.
I
Thank
can't
you.
see
A
any
small
stones.
handheld device.
That is a quest item. It does not count.
Oh no.
Darn.
Oh no.
Thank you.
It is what it is. It is what it is. Oh, where we've not been yet. I have not been in the Metana Grove. I think that will be a good idea. Friends.
All right,
if
y'all. Again,
someone
if we
still
get that
wants to donate,
$5 more
remember,
in,
let's
I'm gonna
go for
unlock
toss
the other
and
loot pile.
we
So
can
y'all
help
have gone to
them.
one pile.
Right,
The
y'all,
other
again,
one will
if
be
we get that
available, whether that's the
$5
Kilima or the Bahari one.
Yes.
We gotta get $5 more in and another chance of you all to get another 20 points. The other one will be available, whether that's the Kilima or the Bahari one. We gotta get $5 more in and another chance of you all to get another 20
Free
points.
of the platy. Whoa, that was a good call in here. Emerald, like Emerald. Ruby, where are you? Ruby,
Yeah, Froggy, it was.
where are you, Ruby? It's definitely no one to give us this rainbow today. Nothing. Nothing.
All right, y'all, we got that donation. So the other pile is now released. So whichever pile you didn't get to earlier, that new other pile is available. So the other pile is now released. So
Okay.
whichever pile you didn't get to earlier, that new other pile is available.
So I need to go to Bahari, right? Okay, we'll go to Bahari.
And we got some random chaos.
I'll just go through this side and just check it. What do we have here? There's a white stone. No. Nothing. Oh, wait. There is a platinum. And Palia, sorry. We have Palia, friends. And also we'll have an outbreak soon. We'll have an outbreak soon in around 3 minutes, friends. So let's go with an ad reminder for everyone. And yes, friends, go stretch yourself, grab something to eat, grab some good snacks, and take some water. It will be really, really needed for you. To just stay. Oh, no, don't stuck in there. Okay, manifesting a Ruby. Ruby, where are you? We need you. Nothing there. Oh, come on, leave this rock. Leave that. Do we have any stones here? Nope.
All right, y'all. 1 minute left, and all time sabotages and incentives will end. 1 minute left.
That will be
y'all.
a good
1 minute left, and all time sabotages and incentives will end.
Bougainvillea, let's go.
1
Thank you so
minute
much.
left.
Thank you so much for giving away the coffee for everyone. Thank you. 1 minute left, and I don't have any pallium or platinum here. Oh, there is something. There is something, but it is just a stone. Oh, there is something. There's madness here. Friends, 1 minute, 1.5 minutes till the outbreak. So definitely remember about that. Take some good self-care time. And I hope you have something delicious with you. Nothing. Okay, I'm losing my hope.
All right, if you're hitting a node, finish that node and then pause. Pull up your inventory so the mods can double check their scores.
I've got a rainbow.
Let's go.
Wait, what happened? Oh, did you get
I've
your
got
ruby?
a rainbow.
I've got a
I got the
rainbow.
last ruby.
All right.
Let's go.
Oh, so the rainbow
Let's
rocks,
go.
not the flash. Okay,
What
okay.
happened?
Good job.
I've
Yep.
got
Did
a
you get your
rainbow.
ruby? All right, I do believe that does confirm their rainbow. We'll double check to make sure the mods confirm it for me. But yeah, I believe that did give M their rainbow set, which is an extra 20-point bonus. Geez, look at that! Like right at the second timer of the end of that round. Jeez. All right, we'll let our mods get our score situated done. Also, let our Tiltify mod Lindsay get all of the time sabotage incentives ended. Ozzy, you will have that ore compass when we start. And then don't forget that we have the other pile available. You'll have to get into this sometime this hour if you wanted that chance for that 20 points. We also had some random chaos. And that random chaos wheel had also released another twist. That was what the random chaos said. So, the first streamer to get a sticker pack will get 10 points. So you have to, and it starts now, like when we start this round. The first person to get that sticker pack will get a 10-point bonus, okay? So that's the two twists now we have left in this half.
Okay, just to confirm, we need to just grab the Ramage pile from Bahari or Kalima, right?
Both of them have been activated. So,
Okay.
if you haven't gotten either one of them, excuse me, if you haven't gotten either one of them, both of them are available to get at this current moment. And then of course whoever gets that the first person to get the sticker pack gets 10 points. We're just waiting. Mods are good. Perfect. Are you good? All right. Scores just so you all know where they're at now. 112 for Ozzy, 147 for Slug, 180 for Ginger, and 181 for M. This is a
So
really
close.
match. In
We are
silver, our
close.
silver score currently is M in the lead at 68. Ginger at 60. Slug at 15. Ozzy at 11. In gold, Slug is at 124. Ginger is at 70. Ozzy's at 55. M's at 36. And in platinum, Ginger is at 35. Ozzy at 18. M at 14. Slug's got 1. So, yeah, this is a really tight match, and so is the ore counts. So it could be anyone's game. Are we ready for your last 30 minutes?
I'm very ready.
All right,
I'm
y'all.
hyped.
I'm very
We're
ready
at
too.
$33,225.69. Let's try to get that to 33.3. Let's see if we can get to 33.3, y'all. All right, you all may begin your last hour. Your last half hour.
Huzzah!
All right, we're off. We are off. Magnificent. Hello, love. How are you? Can you get a shout out for Magnificent, please?
Ore compass is activated.
Thank you kindly. I appreciate that. M getting that ruby right there at that last second was awesome, y'all. That was amazing. Ooh, nice. Double dipping, getting some stuff done. Don't forget again, tomorrow, y'all, I will be doing a solo round. You'll be able to sabotage or incentivize me as I try to see if I can beat that top score. It's not going to happen, but we're going to see how high we can get. And we're also going to be giving away these amazing specialty trophies that you see in the blue box, minus the Grand Championship trophy, obviously. But we've got the Jasper Award, the Aquamarine Award, the Citrine Award, the Ruby Award, or the Emerald Award, the Sapphire Award and the Amethyst Awards. Those will be given out tomorrow. Don't be giving me no groundings. That's not any fun when I'm by myself, y'all. Y'all shouldn't be grounding me. Y'all should be helping me. Tomorrow, 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We probably won't actually start the round until 5 o'clock. But we'll be doing some chit-chatting, some talking. I do have Mia from It Gets Better coming in. She's going to chat with y'all for just a little bit, talking about It Gets Better and all the things that they're doing and all of that stuff as well. Ginger is at 181. We are now tied for that first place spot currently.
What happened? How?
There might have been a mix-up. They had to fix the score.
Sabotage.
Nice. Thank you. Okay,
No,
we have the
I
tie.
have no idea. It could have been anything.
Yeah.
Who knows?
What happened?
It could have been anything.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Okay, I'm in the front of the rummage pile from Bahari.
Go ahead.
Oh, 10 worms. Wah, wah.
G8.
Oh, I found it. I found it. Oh, 10 worms. Wah, wah. Okay, so no. Boo, worms, boo. You know what? Maybe that's the clue. Maybe I need to go to catch a fish to find a rainbow plushie. Sure. Let's go. Where should we begin? Sunny. Oh my god.
I am at the Bahari pile.
Thank you
Go
for the
ahead.
You
resub.
so cute. Hee hee hee.
Go
I'm
ahead.
your favorite color. I'm pink.
Here we go.
Ginger Daddy. Hi, Sunny. Thank you for the resub.
I am at the Bahari pile. I have one wheat.
Yes, I would stay in
Wah,
Tulum as well. I want to try
wah.
for the silver.
But it's my wheat.
You know,
So it's
the
special.
silver.
All right,
Could
thank
be
you.
special, but
I
not
have one
rare.
wheat.
And yes, Sunny, I will get you a sticker. After the competition, we have half of an hour left
All right,
of the
thank you.
smashing
Could be
rocks.
special, but not rare.
Yes, thank you so much, April, for putting the sticker reminder for
M
the
is at
Sunny. Thank you so much.
183.
So we're trying to get some more silver. Thank
M
you.
is
Tony
at
in the shade gifted 1 subs to the community.
183.
Oh,
Hi.
nice. M is on top. MTA is leading now. But yes, Sunny, thank you so much for gifting a sub to our friend Bougainvillea. Thanks to that, you'll also be able to enjoy your dedicated badge on my stream.
If I have
You'll be
anything
able
on
to
top
have the
over
little
here.
bun daddy doodle.
If there
That's so
would be.
cute.
Oh no, no,
So
no!
Sunny,
Don't jump anymore! Don't jump anymore! Don't jump! And of course, there is nothing. Oh, wait, there is a stone. At least stone. And yes, Milka. Milka, where did you go? Where is my lucky kitty? My lucky kitty just left me on my own.
Yes, I love that.
I'm a little bit sad.
Enjoy, and thank you. Thank you
I
so
won't
much
lie.
for the resub,
I
and
am.
the sub, a gifted sub. How are
He's
you
my
today,
cute
Sunny? We are running
sweetheart.
the...
Alright, y'all, I'm not
Any
focused on these
sense
scores.
here?
I gotta make sure we
Oh,
get them
wait,
updated when we
okay,
get
so we have
them.
extra point again.
Anything. Like,
I think
where
right
are
now
all of the
Amanda
stones?
is
Never
just
mind.
giving us the
Can
update.
I see the
each time
rummage pile from
something
here?
changes.
No. I'll need to run through
So
all
yeah,
of the
that's why we've got the points. Maybe it's on me.
Ginger at 183. We're tied again.
Oh yeah. Hodari.
Ginger at 183. We're tied
Let's
again.
Oh yeah. I love
Can
that so much,
can we
guys.
tell her where the
Words
pile
with a
is?
star.
That is
Okay,
a good
I'm in the lead
question.
now.
That is a good question.
I'm in the
Yeah,
lead.
no help.
And guys, you can sabotage us. No, I think you
Ginger
cannot
at
sabotage us, and, you can
185.
even help, I think.
Ginger at
Like, this is the
185.
last of like half of an hour. So it's not allowed, I think. Silver, okay.
Ginger at 185.
Oh, okay. Okay, let's you know what?
Ginger
I want
Silver
go
is up to
the picture first,
62
so
to
let's do just a little bit
M68.
that, and then we'll climb. I'll look for the silver. More
Ginger
silver.
Silver is up to 62 to M68.
That's the plan. Can gift gems for points. Oh yes, people can give the you can donate some gems for the points. So when you let's go with the oh
You
my
happy
gosh,
with
food
that?
is so-
Like, I really love that event. So that is the most important part, to have a good cause for it. Did I lost the rummage pile? Did I not see it? Ginger and Emtia have run their own competition before. Yes, we were. We were doing so many competitions. Did I miss the rummage pile? Is that possible? Is it possible that I missed it? I think I missed it.
Because it's
How
not
did
that
I
slow
miss
anymore.
it? Or maybe, friends, if it's not showing up to me. No, no way. How is this possible? Did I sew it already? I watched you run by.
12 minutes left of
I am blind. Yes,
sabotages.
I am
12
blind.
minutes left in
And now you can see it.
sabotages.
Now you can just see it.
12 minutes left of sabotages. 12 minutes left in sabotages.
You
Slugs
know
at
that
148.
Bites fingernails. No worries, friends. We'll find it. We'll find
Slugs
it.
at 148.
Nice. Like, this is a really good run. This is a really good run, friends.
Slugs at 150. Ozzy at 116.
Milka, what you doing? Why are you looking at that?
Slugs at 150. Ozzy at 116.
I have like 22 minutes to find it. Oh, hell, you're cold? Are you sure that chat is able to tell us? As I know, we are not able. We were told we can help, yeah.
Chat is allowed to tell you where those
so
piles
bad.
are.
I'm so freaking bad. I am freaking blind
Chat is allowed to
also.
tell you where those piles are.
Okay, so just tell me. Because I am freaking blind. Go the other way. Like, that is how. Oh my goodness. Did they move it?
Ginger at
Did they move it?
186.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness me. I am freaking blind.
Ginger at 186.
186?
Nice. And I'm just wasting my time.
Oh,
Well, they were wrong. So yeah, friends, you can just tell me.
186? Oh.
Thank you for that. I am blind. Where we can have a rummage pile over here. Where we can have a rummage pile. I am so bad.
Ginger's
Did I
silver
miss
is
it
at
again?
65 to M's 68.
Horrible idea. Did I miss it again?
Ginger's silver is at 65 to M's 68.
Guys, just tell me. Just tell me. Other side of the dog. And I didn't sew it? What the hell? I'm blind so badly? Yes, I need the new glasses. They run past of it? I'm not able to see it. Okay, I'm in here. I'm picking Never
up my
mind. I am blind. Okay.
Go
And I'm
ahead.
gonna delete.
I am blind. That
Okay,
is.
I'm in here. I'm picking
Okay.
up my.
I've got a wheat file.
Wheat does not help you.
And
All
I
that
put the
time and
wheat.
all it gives you
I
is a
am
dang
blind.
wheat.
That is.
Hey,
Aw.
we're wheat
I'll
buddies.
do the wheat.
Ginger at 192. All that
Okay.
time and all it gives you is a dang wheat.
Hey,
Aw.
we're wheat buddies.
Ginger at 192.
You're welcome, Pasty. You're welcome. At least we can laugh, friends. At least we can laugh at me. Like, I love that. Just goes, you had it in the camera frame. You know me. I'm just looking in front. I'm not looking on the left and right side. If I'm not moving my mouse like that, that means I'm not looking on the both sides. So that is the thing. But it's all good. It's all good. We can laugh.
Ginger has
At least we
taken
can laugh.
over
Okay,
the
I'm
lead of
going
silver at
to pick some
69
rocks
to
this
M's
way,
68.
And we'll head to Kilima. We'll
Ginger
just go
has
for
taken
it.
over the lead of silver at
Oh,
69 to M's.
nice.
Ginger's at 192,
I
M
need to
at
find some silver too. Now I
178.
need to find silver. Getting all the 18 plus 2 today, yeah.
Ginger's
Wait,
at 192,
I
M
ran
at
close to it.
178.
Ooh, nice. Ginger is
Seven
really
and a
good with
half
rock
minutes left for
dodging.
time
I
sabotages
was
and
just waiting for that,
incentives.
so
7.5
yeah,
minutes
it
left
is what it is.
in time sabotages and incentives.
Do we have anything important
7.5
here?
minutes left for time sabotages and incentives.
There is
7.5
something.
minutes left in time sabotages and incentives.
More. I need more. Oh my gosh. And yes, again, big shout out to the Behind the Lash streaming, our dear host Amanda. Huge thank you to Angel, our temporary mod for that
Yes.
specific event.
Sorry, 7 minutes
Without
left
you,
and
I
all
would have been so
sabotages
lost.
will
Thank
end.
you,
7
Amy.
minutes left
Thank
of
you so much.
sabotages.
And yes, keep your fingers crossed, guys.
Yes. Sorry, 7 minutes left and all sabotages will end. 7 minutes left of sabotages.
7 minutes, guys. If you'd like to sabotage me, help Emcha, or the other way around, or anyone else, you can donate. You can still sabotage. So just a heads up. Thank you, Katie. And yes, Katie, how long did you stream today? What did you do in Palia? Let me know. I'm so sorry. Probably you said that already, but I try to keep up. Like, I cannot scroll the chat. So yeah, let me know if you'd like to share. Okay, here. I need that silver. Where is it? This is Emcha. Oh no, my contestant enemy. She's looking for
Ginger at
silver.
193.
I know that already. Oh no. No, she's not my enemy. She's my
Ginger at
bestie.
193.
193. Okay, let's run. I have a horse. The silver. I need metal. My horse is amazing. Let's go. I will climb, I guess. I will climb. This is stressful. But also, I'm happy. I'm excited. This is fun. It's not like, oh,
Ginger at 194.
but yeah,
M
it's
at
so fun.
180.
And of course, like the fact that you donate. Like,
Ginger at 194.
oh, one more.
M at 180.
Chug is getting closer. Oh no. Oh no.
I figured out what you meant though.
Oh, Luca, do you cheer? Did you cheer for me? Maybe she's hungry. I'm over. I have my little sabotages. Luca is meowing. Let's check. What if I'll get some nice juicy rock? Maybe some emerald. I tend to run around a lot. Yeah, that's true. I'm so lost. I started to panic, I think.
Em's trying to get that rainbow fish.
Don't tell Emcha. There's a silver here. Shh. Let's go, the giveaway! Exclamation point enter! I have the set of stickers. I'm not sure if anyone found some already.
Sticker has not been given out yet. Who was that? That was
Let's go.
M?
Ginger. I have the
Ginger.
set of
Oh,
stickers.
I'm listening to you, but I'm a little blind. All right.
No worries. You're all
That's
good.
an extra 10 points to Ginger for the sticker pack.
Ginger.
M?
Ginger.
Ginger. Oh, I'm listening to you, but I'm a little
No
blind.
worries.
All right.
You're all good.
That's an extra 10 points to Ginger. Putting her at 205.
Let's go, guys. We've got 10 points of advantage.
Once the sticker pack has been claimed,
Okay, so
nobody
'cause
else
that
can
was
claim
the
it.
That is correct. It was a first come, first serve.
Gotcha.
We go,
Thank you.
we go there. And guys, thank
Once
you
the
so
sticker
much.
pack has been claimed, nobody else can claim it.
That is correct. It was a first come, first
Katie,
serve.
enjoy the daily bun.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Friends, I'm not sure. Thank you. I will check that later, or maybe someone wants to share because the chat like goes fast. Thank you to whoever donated like the giveaway today for the pack of stickers, the physical stickers of Hodari Doodles. Exclamation point enter. Britty donated. Let's go. Thank you, Britty. You're the best. Thank you so much. So, friends, if you'd like to get a sticker pack of my own doodles of Hodari, exclamation point enter. And I'm not sure, soon it will be announced who won it. Let's go, Terminia won it.
Day
Exclamation point
equals
claim.
5.
Is it like this? No, you need to just, no, you don't have to claim, never mind. You
Thanks
just
for
need
making my
to,
brain have to actually do that
click
math.
link
It's
to
fine.
redeem. And put your, you know, all of the things there. Guys, do we try to get the rainbow fish or do I try? How's the difference between me and Emcha? Can we know that? Angel, can you?
Aussie's at 120.
How much gold? Like not the difference of the silver. I'm sorry. Do we have?
Ginger silver is at 71. The M's 68.
Is that the silver?
Gold, Aussie is at 71. The Ginger's 70.
Okay, so 3.
Putting Ginger Dat down to 200 in total score. Is at 71. The Ginger's 70. Putting Ginger Dat down to 200 in total score.
Does it what? 200? What? Does it mean that I am higher with the score of the gold? How? I don't know. I'm lost. Let's just smash rocks. I'm here for smashing. Is that the
I'm here for smash.
Sorry, my orc compass ended.
No problem. Thank you.
behind in gold? Oh no! Oh no! Okay.
Sorry, my orc compass ended.
No problem. Thank you.
Where should we go?
M is banking on this rainbow fish. I mean, if she gets the rainbow fish, it's 30 points. That puts her in the
Some
lead.
juicy silver.
So if M gets the rainbow fish,
That horse.
1 minute of sabotage is left. 1 minute.
Ozzy has more gold. Okay, okay. Going with silver. Okay, yes.
You
you
1
so much.
minute of sabotage is left. 1 minute.
No worries, Britty. You're all good. Angel can double check. Thank you so much, friends. Thank you for helping. 1 minute? Did I hear correctly? 1 minute? Before the last half of an hour? No. No. Is that the last? Is that the end? I'm so lost. Oh, of sabotaging. Okay. I don't know. The times just fly so fast. I have no idea. Okay, where's the silver? Minutes total.
All right, y'all. Sabotages have ended. We are in our last 10 minutes of the event. 10 minutes left. Ginger's at 200. M at 180. Slug at 150. Aussie at 125. All right, y'all. Sabotages have ended. We are in our last 10 minutes of the event. 10 minutes left. Ginger's at 200. M at 180. Slug at 150. Aussie at 125.
That's crazy. Let's go. Words. Okay.
Ginger at 201.
Thank you, Rudy. Rudy, how are you today? Thank you so much. Okay. Ah. I'm
Ginger
shaking.
at 201. Ozzy moves up in gold to 81 to Ginger's 70.
Get us to the
Slug is in the lead for
finals.
gold at
So we should have
141.
301 or more points. But I am
Ozzy
so
moves up
happy.
in gold to 81 to Ginger's 70. Slug is in the lead for gold at 141.
Should we switch and try the gold?
Purple Pixie, welcome
Get
in.
back like the second place? 'Cause I think I'm on the third one, right? I'm not sure.
Ginger and silver at 75 to M's 68.
No, okay, let's stay. So let's try that rock as well. I found some extra silver. No, okay.
Ginger and the silver at 75 to M's 68.
This is so fun. I love it. I need more of these competitions. I love them.
8
Like the
minutes
fact that
left
we
in the
also raise
competition.
money
8 minutes left.
charity at the same time, this is the best. The best idea ever. Like, that's such a good.
8 minutes left in the competition. 8 minutes left.
8 minutes left. Oh my. Manifesting all the rocks. Give me Jasper. Is it even possible? Probably not. Okay. Ignore. Run. Run. Silver. Where are you?
M at 184.
Where are you, Silver?
M at 184.
Run. I'm so hyper focused. This is crazy. Okay. Oh, okay, come over. Luca, do you want to check how are we doing? Come over here. She's meowing. I think she's hungry, but I cannot stop. 8 minutes, 7 minutes probably. Do we try for the rainbow? Why I want to get the rainbow fish? Oh, I see Emcha. She's smashing. She's smashing. What is she smashing? Okay. What? Big rock. We need silver to keep going, I think. Let's go. No sabotages anymore, which is good. Okay. Oh, let's not shake. Quartz.
6 minutes left. 6 minutes left. Slug at 152. M at 185. Ginger at 202. 6 minutes left. 6 minutes left. Slug at 152. M at 185. Ginger at 202.
Okay. 100 more points, and we're in the finals. We can do it, right? 5 minutes. We can. Sure. Climb up. There's nothing.
5 minutes left. 5 minutes left in the
I
competition.
disappeared.
Purple, hey, you listen.
They can go back.
Congratulations on your ruby, your starred ruby. Jeez.
Minutes. And I'm running back and forth close to that lake. Do we want to? Should I try? Should I try to fish?
M at 187.
Tell me that I should. I think I should.
Don't forget, y'all, you can donate stones and or help your streamers out in this last 4.5 minutes. Don't forget, y'all, you can donate stones and or help your streamers out in this last 4.5 minutes. Ginger at 203.
She's doing it. She's fishing or she's smashing. Or I'm doing it.
Ginger at 203.
Perfect. Oh no. Not the rainbow fish. Oh my gosh, this is nasty. Deep breaths. Yes. Give me that huge blush that no one wants, but I need. Give me. No.
M is now at 74 in silver to Ginger's 75 in silver.
No more rocks.
M is now at 188 overall. 74 in silver to Ginger's 75 in silver. M is now at 188 overall.
Guys, stop. I need that silver. Oh no. 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 I'm losing it. Get silver. Get silver. Where is it?
3 minutes. 3 minutes left.
Run. Oh no, I'm silly little ginger.
3 minutes.
Silver.
3 minutes left.
Give me silver. 5. Okay, perfect.
Ginger's now at 80 pieces of silver to M's 74. But M is now at 190 overall to Ginger's 205. Pieces of silver to M's 74. But M is now at 190 overall to Ginger's 205.
Nice. Almost 100. 200. Nice.
Ozzy got gifted a piece of gold, putting their gold at 84.
I wonder for who.
Ozzy got gifted a piece of gold,
Wow.
putting their gold at 84. Ozzy's now at 126. We got 2 minutes left. 2 minutes left. Ginger at 205. M at 190. Slug at 152. Ozzy at 126. 2 minutes left. Ginger at 205. M's silver is at 77 to Ginger's 80. Ozzy at 126. M's silver is at 77 to Ginger's 80.
This is the roller coaster, guys.
15-point difference. It could be anyone's game in this last minute. 1 minute left, y'all. Get those donations in. If you want to support a streamer, you got to do it now. 1 minute left. Last minute. 1 minute left, y'all. Get those donations in. If you want to support a streamer, you got to do it now. 1 minute left.
That's crazy.
I'll probably not get it. Where is the last silver for me?
Let's go. I hope M2
I
doesn't
just
put
need
the
a piece
silver.
of silver. Silver, where are you? Where you're needed. Nothing.
Silver.
Nothing
Yes,
here.
everything's fine.
There is nothing. Let's run this way. I will not be able to get anything
Is that
more, I
M2?
think.
It's
Fingers crossed, friends. Fingers
Hi,
crossed.
M2, where are
Manifest
you
that.
running?
Is there? Is that? No, it's not.
Oh my
It's
gosh,
not the
okay.
silver.
Last minute.
It's just
Probably
a rock.
done
It is
already.
another rock. No way. That was a really good run, friends. Anyway, that was a really, really good run.
No. Misclicks.
If you're hitting a node, finish that node and then pause.
That was an amazing run.
Put those inventories
Silver?
up. We'll double check the scores, make sure everything is kosher and correct. And then we will announce our official winner. GG's, guys. That was a great run. Very close. Y'all did it. Y'all survived 2026 Great Paley Charity Hunt.
Huzzah!
Congrats, everyone. Good job.
Yep, congrats. It was a lot of fun.
And all the streamers are now officially complete, y'all. All that will be left is my round tomorrow, which is just a fun round, just for funsies, as we announce the trophy of our special awards. And also some special announcements. And special merch going to be released. Streamers, I do need to remind you, because I've not talked about it all today, Please make sure you all DM me in Discord your address if you all would like to have a It Gets Better sticker that was donated by It Gets Better. And they also gifted us some buttons here. The buttons say, "Queer youth deserve better." So all of the streamers got one. Again, all you got to do is send me your address so I can have that. The other thing I am requesting of you all is from your stats for today. If you can do me a favor and do the unique viewers, that total, that count there, I would love to have that. Just so I can have that for the records when I'm trying to get sponsors for these events. It's nice to be able to tell them what the reach is going to be that they're going to get by sponsoring these events and being able to, you know, say their names during these events. Speaking of which, thank you to our sponsors this month, which is Elder Gay Guy for sponsoring the trophies, J Allen 445 for sponsoring the funds for the mystery outfits, and then of course Vanilla Craft, aka Lilu Paws, for designing and printing our trophies this year. So thank you to all three of those sponsors for me. It's going to be much appreciated. All right, y'all. Waiting on last minute configurations, making sure everything is good to go for our final round. It does look like I don't see any big mistakes that we're going to have the scores. So it does look like our top 5 is going to stay the same. So congratulations to Jupiverse, Coaster, Chillin' with She, Rat, and Never will be our final 5 competing July 18th for the Grand Championship round and the Grand Championship trophy, which you can see over there in the blue box right there. So you'll want to come in and hang out that round because it's going to be a bloodbath. It's going to be so much fun to watch and see these streamers go head to head to head to head to head. And it's going to be live on It Gets Better's page, live on my page, live on all 5 of their streamers' page. And I think, I'm not 100% confirmed yet, but I think It Gets Better might have put in to try to get us on the front page for that round too, which will be amazing. Mods are good. All right, our final scores today goes Ozzy at 127, Slug at 153, M at 190, and Ginger is our winner today at 205.
Yay!
Congrats!
Let's go, guys. Let's go.
The stones, even though obviously the points are what's really matters, but the stones, y'all were super close. Ginger took silver at 80 with M right behind you at 77. For gold, Slug took it at 141. Ozzy had 84. Ginger at 70. And then platinum was no contest. Ginger took that at 37. But Ozzy was at 18. M was at 16. So they were super close there as well. But y'all kept it close and tight, which was really fun. Appreciate all of y'all for participating. Do y'all have any comments, concerns, or things you want to say real quick before we disperse?
Just thank you. It was amazing. I love that competition. That's the best. Like, I love to smash rocks.
Right. And then don't forget, little Ginger, you will, when you send me your address, I'll be sending it over to Lilu for her to deliver and ship you your trophy for winning your round. Because you do
Of
get
course.
a Great Palia Charity Hunt trophy. Looks like this
Yay!
one right here in my hand. But it'll have your name on it and round 10 attached to it. So there is that.
I love that.
All right. After 20, so we had 46 streamers since we had one drop out today. So 46 streamers. You all have raised $33,230.69 this month. Hopefully, I'm going to try to get us to 35 tomorrow. That's a really big task for me by myself, but we'll see. we'll have to see what we can do. All right. Anybody else have anything they want to say before we?
Thank you so much, Amanda. This has been really fun. You're a
Cool.
gracious
It was
host. Thank
amazing.
you.
Yeah. And big thank you to our like temporary mods because yeah, Angel helped so much.
Yes. Shout out to all our charity mods. If anybody else is interested in helping out with the events, I do have a form to fill out to become a charity mod. The link is in my chat right now. It does take a village to put these things on, y'all. It's not just the sponsors that help. It's not just the streamers who participate. I have a whole group of people behind the scenes doing all the modding work. Our admins who does a lot of the behind the scenes stuff as well. It takes a complete village, which is kind of funny considering now I consider my community the village. But anyway, it takes a village to put these events on. And so we can't do it without any of them. Right. I'm gonna assume no, but I'm asking anyways because I ask all of our winners. Ginger, are you staying on, love? I know it's like 3 o'clock in the morning for you, so.
I'm staying just for a little bit more. We have the last giveaway of the plushie, and then I will give the prizes to the winners.
Okay, so, you're
So if anyone would like to enter exclamation point rainbow, 8 minutes left.
All right, sounds good. We'll see you in a few moments. I will talk to you all later. Y'all have a
Thank
great
you.
rest of y'all's night.
Thank you.
Right,
That was
bye,
a lot of
guys.
fun. And one thing.
Yes.
Thank you. Huge thank you for all of the donators. Like you did
Yes.
amazing job and we had a lot of fun. We did that for the good cause. So that was amazing time. And yes, like I'm so happy that we were able to participate together with Ginger.
Yes,
Also.
it was fun.
It was a lot of fun.
Close
We
battle
doing that
between
kind
y'all.
of competitions between each other sometimes, so it was nothing new for us.
But
Right.
yeah, it was great. Like, thank you again,
Yeah.
Amanda. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to the like donators.
To the mods,
Um,
of course, too. So big
yeah.
mod love in all of the chats.
It
And
was a
thank you so
pleasure.
much. And yeah, see you later, guys.
See you later.
Thank you.
Bye, guys. All right, if we can get our raid message ready and set up, we're going to update that raid message to be correct. So that we can, there it is. Make sure you guys copy that one right there. And we're going to go over y'all, and y'all got to see it, but y'all can see even clearer because we're going to be heading on that way. We'll be back again tomorrow around 4 o'clock. If we're a little late, we're a little late, y'all. We won't be actually starting the round until about 5 o'clock-ish because Ram's got to get home from work. But we do have some announcements, obviously, to give. We've got Mia from It Gets Better going to be popping in and talking a little bit about It Gets Better tomorrow as well. So come by, see us tomorrow. Thank you guys so much for hanging out and enjoying the whole month long of the It Gets Better Great Paleo Charity Hunt event. But yes, so we will see you over in the Little Ginger's chat, our winner. Again, make sure that you guys are copying that raid out message. I've got to try to get on my phone. My phone has been acting really, really weird today on Twitch. All right, I will see you all over there. Bye, guys.
Thank you all for joining me. Behind the lash, we've had a blast. We've played some games, we've laughed and cheered. It's memories that will always last. The castle was a lively place, a kingdom full of fun and grace. With every visit, you brought the fire. Let's keep the spirit burning higher. The lashers here are like no other, a family that we have found. Through joy and laughter, we've connected. A bond that will forever be renowned. So let's keep dancing and celebrate the friendships that we've cultivated. As we bid adieu, we'll hold this night close. The memories like a sparkling rose. Sad to say goodbye, but let's keep the fire going in our hearts until we meet again. Behind the lash, let's keep the joy and fun as we're apart. Thank you for the royal time, for bringing life to this castle sublime. Wishing you all a restful day until we meet again. Let's keep the